Holy Terrors. By Arthur Machen. The Bright Boy. Young Joseph Last, having finally gone down from Oxford, wondered a good deal what he was to do next and for the years following next. He was an orphan from early boyhood, both his parents having died of typhoid within a few days of each other when Joseph was 10 years old, and he remembered very little of Dunham, where his father ended a long line of solicitors, practicing in the place since 1707. The Lasts had once been very comfortably off. They had intermarried now and again with the gentry of the neighborhood and did a good deal of the county business, managing estates, collecting rents, officiating as stewards for several manors. Living generally in a world of quiet but snug prosperity, rising to their greatest height, perhaps, during the Napoleonic Wars and afterwards. And then they began to decline, not violently at all, but very gently, so that it was many years before they were aware of the process that was going on, slowly, surely. Economists, no doubt, understand very well how the country and the country town gradually became less important soon after the Battle of Waterloo. And the causes of the decay and change which vexed Cobbett so sadly, as he saw, or thought he saw, the life and strength of the land being sucked up to nourish the monstrous excrescence of London. Anyhow, even before the railways came, the assembly rooms of the country towns grew dusty and desolate, the county families ceased to come to their town houses for the winter season, and the little theatres, where Mrs. Siddons and Grimaldi had appeared in their diverse parts, rarely opened their doors, and the skilled craftsmen, the clockmakers and the furniture makers and the like began to drift away to the big towns and to the capital city. So it was with Dunham. Naturally the fortunes of the Lasts sank with the fortunes of the town, and there had been speculations which had not turned out well, and people spoke of a heavy loss in foreign bonds. When Joseph's father died, it was found that there was enough to educate the boy and keep him in strictly modest comfort and not much more. He had his home with an uncle who lived at Blackheath, and after a few years at Mr. Jones's well-known preparatory school, he went to Merchant Taylor's and thence to Oxford. He took a decent degree, second in Greats, and then began that wondering process as to what he was to do with himself. His income would keep him in chops and steaks, with an occasional roast fowl, and 3 or 4 weeks on the continent once a year. If he liked, he could do nothing, but the prospect seemed tame and boring. He was a very decent classical scholar, with something more than the average schoolmaster's purely technical knowledge of Latin and Greek and professional interest in them. Still, schoolmastering seemed his only clear and obvious way of employing himself. But it did not seem likely that he would get a post at any of the big public schools. In the first place, he had rather neglected his opportunities at Oxford. He had gone to one of the obscurer colleges, one of those colleges which you may read about in memoirs dealing with the first years of the 19th century as centers and fountains of intellectual life, which for some reason or no reason have fallen into the shadow. There is nothing against them in any way, but nobody speaks of them any more. In one of these places Joseph Last made friends with good fellows, quiet and cheerful men like himself. But they were not, in the technical sense of the term, the good friends which a prudent young man makes at the university. 1 or 2 had the bar in mind, and 2 or 3 the civil service. But most of them were bound for country curacies and country offices. Generally, and for practical purposes, they were out of it. They were not the men whose whispers could lead to anything profitable in high quarters. And then, again, even in those days, games were getting important in the creditable schools, and there, young Last was very decidedly out of it. He wore spectacles with lenses divided in some queer manner, his athletic disability was final and complete. He pondered, and thought at first of setting up a small preparatory school in one of the well-to-do London suburbs. A day school where parents might have their boys well grounded from the very beginning, for comparatively modest fees, and yet have their upbringing in their own hands. It had often struck Last that it was a barbarous business to send a little chap of 7 or 8 away from the comfortable and affectionate habit of his home to a strange place among cold strangers, to bare boards, an inky smell, and grammar on an empty stomach in the morning. But consulting with Jim Newman of his old college, He was warned by that sage to drop his scheme and leave it on the ground. Newman pointed out in the first place that there was no money in teaching unless it was combined with hotel keeping. That, he said, was all right, and more than all right. And he surmised that many people who kept hotels in the ordinary way would give a good deal to practice their art and mystery under housemaster's rules. You needn't pay so very much for your furniture, you know. You don't want to make the boys into young sybarites. Besides, there's nothing a healthy-minded boy hates more than stuffiness. What he likes is clean fresh air and plenty of it. And, you know, old chap, fresh air is cheap enough. And then with the food, there's apt to be trouble in the ordinary hotel if it's uneatable. But in the sort of hotel we're talking of, a little accident with the beef or mutton affords a very valuable opportunity for the exercise of the virtue of self-denial. Last listened to all this with a mournful grin. You seem to know all about it, he said. Why don't you go in for it yourself? I couldn't keep my tongue in my cheek. Besides, I don't think it's fair sport. I'm going out to India in the autumn. What about pig-sticking? And there's another thing, he went on after a meditative pause. That notion of yours about a day prep. School is rotten. The parents wouldn't say thank you for letting them keep their kids at home when they're all small and young. Some people go so far as to say that the chief purpose of schools is to allow parents a good excuse for getting rid of their children. That's nonsense. Most fathers and mothers are very fond of their children and like to have them about the house. When they're young, at all events. But somehow or other, they've got it into their heads that strange schoolmasters know more about bringing up a small boy than his own people, and there it is. So, on all counts, drop that scheme of yours. Last thought it over, and looked about him in the scholastic world, and came to the conclusion that Newman was right. For 2 or 3 years he took charge of reading parties in the long vacation. In the winter he found occupation in the coaching of backward boys, in preparing boys not so backward for scholarship examinations, and his little textbook, Beginning Greek, was found quite useful in lower school. He did pretty well on the whole, though the work began to bore him sadly, and such money as he earned, added to his income, enabled him to live, in the way he liked, comfortably enough. He had a couple of rooms in one of the streets going down from the Strand to the river, for which he paid £1 a week, had bread and cheese and odds and ends for lunch, with beer from his own barrel in the cellar. And dined simply but sufficiently now in one, now in another of the snug taverns which then abounded in the quarter. And, now and again, once a month or so, perhaps, instead of the tavern dinners, there was the play at the Vaudeville or the Olympic, the Globe or the Strand, with supper and something hot to follow. The evening might turn into a little party. Old Oxford friends would look him up in his rooms between 6 and 7. Zook would gather from the Temple and Medwin from Buckingham Street, and possibly Garraway, taking the yellow Albion bus, would descend from his remote steep in the northern parts of London, would knock at 14 Mowbray Street and demand pipes, porter, and the pit at a good play. And, on rare occasions, another member of the little society, Noel, would turn up. Noel lived at Turnham Green in a red brick house which was then thought merely old-fashioned, which would now, but it was pulled down long ago, be distinguished as choice Queen Anne or early Georgian. He lived there with his father, a retired official of the British Museum, and through a man whom he had known at Oxford, he had made some way in literary journalism, contributing regularly to an important weekly paper. Hence the consequence of his occasional descents on Buckingham Street, Mowbray Street, and the Temple. Noel, as in some sort a man of letters, or, at least, a professional journalist, was a member of Black's Club, which in those days had exiguous premises in Maiden Lane. Noel would go round the haunts of his friends, and gather them to stout and oysters, and guide them into some neighbouring theatre pit, whence they viewed excellent acting in a cheerful, nonsensical play, enjoyed both, and were ready for supper at the Tavistock. This done, Noel would lead the party to Black's, where they, very likely, saw some of the actors who had entertained them earlier in the evening, and Noel's friends, the journalists and men of letters. With a painter and a black-and-white man here and there. Here, Last enjoyed himself very much, more especially among the actors, who seemed to him more genial than the literary men. He became especially friendly with one of the players, old Meredith Mandeville, who had talked with the elder Kean, was reliable in the smaller Shakespearean parts, and had engaging tales to tell of early days in county circuits. You had 9 shillings a week to begin with. When you got to 15 shillings you gave your landlady 8 or 9 shillings, and had the rest to play with. You felt a prince. And the county families often used to come and see us in the green room, most agreeable. With this friendly old gentleman, whose placid and genial serenity was not marred at all by incalculable quantities of gin, Last loved to converse, getting glimpses of a life strangely remote from his own, vagabondage, insecurity, hard times, and jollity. And against it all as a background, the lighted murmur of the stage, voices uttering tremendous things, and the sense of moving in 2 worlds. The old man, by his own account, had not been eminently prosperous or successful, and yet he had relished his life, and drew humors from its disadvantages, and made hard times seem an adventure. Last used to express his envy of the player's career, dwelling on the dull insignificance of his own labors, which, he said, were a matter of tinkering small boys' brains, teaching older boys the tricks of the examiners, and generally doing things that didn't matter. It's no more education than bricklaying is architecture, he said one night. And there's no fun in it. Old Mandeville, on his side, listened with interest to these revelations of a world as strange and unknown to him as the life of the Floats was to the tutor. Broadly speaking, he knew nothing of any books but play books. He had heard, no doubt, of things called examinations, as most people have heard of Red Indian initiations, but to him one was as remote as the other. It was interesting and strange to him to be sitting at Black's and actually talking to a decent young fellow who was seriously engaged in this queer business. And there were, Last noted with amazement, points at which their 2 circles touched, or so it seemed. The tutor, wishing to be agreeable, began one night to talk about the origins of King Lear. The actor found himself listening to Celtic legends which to him sounded incomprehensible nonsense. And when it came to the knight who fought the king of fairyland for the hand of Cordelia till doomsday, he broke in, "Lear is a pill. There's no doubt of that. You're too young to have seen Barry O'Brien's Lear, magnificent. The part has been attempted since his day. But it has never been played. I have depicted the fool myself, and, I must say, not without some meed of applause. I remember once at Stafford." And Last was content to let him tell his tale, which ended, oddly enough, with a bullock's heart for supper. But one night when Last was grumbling, as he often did, about the fragmentary, desultory, and altogether unsatisfactory nature of his occupation, the old man interrupted him in a wholly unexpected vein. "It is possible," he began, "mark you, I say possible, that I may be the means of alleviating the tedium of your lot. I was calling some days ago on a cousin of mine, a Miss Lucy Pilliner, a very agreeable woman. She has a considerable knowledge of the world, and, I hope you will forgive the liberty, but I mentioned in the course of our conversation that I had lately become acquainted with a young gentleman of considerable scholastic distinction, who was somewhat dissatisfied with the too abrupt and frequent entrances and exits of his present tutorial employment. It struck me that my cousin received these remarks with a certain reflective interest, but I was not prepared to receive this letter." Mandeville handed Last the letter. It began, "My dear Ezekiel," and Last noted out of the corner of his eye a glance from the actor which pleaded for silence and secrecy on this point. The letter went on to say in a manner almost as dignified as Mandeville's, that the writer had been thinking over the circumstances of the young tutor, as related by her cousin in the course of their most agreeable conversation of Friday last. And she was inclined to think that she knew of an educational position shortly available in a private family, which would be of a more permanent and satisfactory nature. "Should your friend feel interested," Miss Pilliner ended, "I should be glad if he would communicate with me, with a view to a meeting being arranged, at which the matter could be discussed with more exact particulars." "And what do you think of it?" said Mandeville, as Last returned Miss Pilliner's letter. For a moment Last hesitated. There is an attraction and also a repulsion in the odd and the improbable. And last doubted whether educational work obtained through an actor at Black's and a lady at Islington, he had seen the name at the top of the letter, could be altogether solid or desirable. But brighter thoughts prevailed, and he assured Mandeville that he would be only too glad to go thoroughly into the matter, thanking him very warmly for his interest. The old man nodded benignly, gave him the letter again that he might take down Miss Pillener's address, and suggested an immediate note asking for an appointment. "And now," he said, "despite the carping objections of the moody prince, I propose to drink your jocund health tonight." And he wished Last all the good luck in the world with hearty kindliness. In a couple of days Miss Pillener presented her compliments to Mr. Joseph Last and begged him to do her the favor of calling on her on a date 3 days ahead, at noon, if neither day nor hour were in any way incompatible with his convenience. They might then, she proceeded, take advantage of the occasion to discuss a certain proposal, the nature of which, she believed, had been indicated to Mr. Last by her good cousin, Mr. Meredith Mandeville. Corunna Square, where Miss Pillener lived, was a small, almost a tiny, square in the remoter parts of Islington. Its 2-storied houses of dim, yellowish brick were fairly covered with vines and clematis and all manner of creepers. In front of the houses were small paled gardens, gaily flowering, and the square enclosure held little else besides a venerable, wide-spreading mulberry, far older than the buildings about it. Miss Pillener lived in the quietest corner of the square. She welcomed Last with some sort of compromise between a bow and a curtsy, and begged him to be seated in an upright armchair, upholstered in horsehair. Miss Pillener, he noted, looked about 60, and was, perhaps, a little older. She was spare, upright, and composed, and yet one might have suspected a lurking whimsicality. Then, while the weather was discussed, Miss Pillener offered a choice of port or sherry, sweet biscuits or plum cake. And so to the business of the day. My cousin, Mr. Mandeville, informed me, she began, of a young friend of great scholastic ability, who was, nevertheless, dissatisfied with the somewhat casual and occasional nature of his employment. By a singular coincidence, I had received a letter a day or two before from a friend of mine, a Mrs. Marsh. She is, in fact, a distant connection, some sort of cousin, I suppose, but not being a Highlander or a Welsh woman, I really cannot say how many times removed. She was a lovely creature, she is still a handsome woman. Her name was Manning, Arabella Manning, and what possessed her to marry Mr. Marsh I really cannot say. I only saw the man once, and I thought him her inferior in every respect, and considerably older. However, she declares that he is a devoted husband and an excellent person in every respect. They first met, odd as it must seem, in Pekin, where Arabella was governess in one of the legation families. Mr. Marsh, I was given to understand, represented highly important commercial interests at the capital of the flowery land, and being introduced to my connection, a mutual attraction seems to have followed. Arabella Manning resigned her position in the attaché's family, and the marriage was solemnized in due course. I received this intelligence 9 years ago in a letter from Arabella, dated at Pekin, and my relative ended by saying that she feared it would be impossible to furnish an address for an immediate reply, as Mr. Marsh was about to set out on a mission of an extremely urgent nature on behalf of his firm, involving a great deal of traveling and frequent changes of address. I suffered a good deal of uneasiness on Arabella's account. It seemed such an unsettled way of life, and so unhomelike. However, a friend of mine who is in the city assured me that there was nothing unusual in the circumstances, and that there was no cause for alarm. Still, as the years went on, and I received no further communication from my cousin, I made up my mind that she had probably contracted some tropical disease which had carried her off, and that Mr. Marsh had heartlessly neglected to communicate to me the intelligence of the sad event. But a month ago, almost to the day, Miss Pillener referred to an almanac on the table beside her. I was astonished and delighted to receive a letter from Arabella. She wrote from one of the most luxurious and exclusive hotels in the West End of London, announcing the return of her husband and herself to their native land after many years of wandering. Mr. Marsh's active concern in business had, it appeared, at length terminated in a highly prosperous and successful manner, and he was now in negotiation for the purchase of a small estate in the country, where he hoped to spend the remainder of his days in peaceful retirement. Miss Pilliner paused and replenished Last's glass. "I am so sorry," she continued, "to trouble you with this long narrative, which, I am sure, must be a sad trial of your patience. But, as you will see presently, the circumstances are a little out of the common, and as you are, I trust, to have a particular interest in them, I think it is only right that you should be fully informed, fair and square, and all above board. As my poor father used to say in his bluff manner. Well, Mr. Last, I received, as I have said, this letter from Arabella with its extremely gratifying intelligence. As you may guess, I was very much relieved to hear that all had turned out so felicitously. At the end of her letter, Arabella begged me to come and see them at Billings Hotel, saying that her husband was most anxious to have the pleasure of meeting me. Miss Pilliner went to a drawer in a writing table by the window and took out a letter. Arabella was always considerate. She says, "I know that you have always lived very quietly, and are not accustomed to the turmoil of fashionable London. But you need not be alarmed. Billings Hotel is no bustling modern caravanserai. Everything is very quiet, and, besides, we have our own small suite of apartments. Herbert, her husband, Mr. Last, positively insists on your paying us a visit, and you must not disappoint us. If next Thursday, the 22nd, suits you, a carriage shall be sent at 4 o'clock to bring you to the hotel, and will take you back to Corunna Square, after you have joined us in a little dinner. Very kind, most considerate. Don't you agree with me, Mr. Last? But look at the postscript." Last took the letter, and read in a tight, neat script, "P.S. We have a wonderful piece of news for you. It is too good to write, so I shall keep it for our meeting." Last handed back Mrs. Marsh's letter. Miss Pilliner's long and ceremonious approach was lulling him into a mild stupor. He wondered faintly when she would come to the point, and what the point would be like when she came to it, and, chiefly, what on earth this rather dull family history could have to do with him. Miss Pilliner proceeded. "Naturally, I accepted so kindly and urgent an invitation. I was anxious to see Arabella once more after her long absence, and I was glad to have the opportunity of forming my own judgment as to her husband, of whom I knew absolutely nothing. And then, Mr. Last, I must confess that I am not deficient in that spirit of curiosity, which gentlemen have scarcely numbered with female virtues. I longed to be made partaker in the wonderful news which Arabella had promised to impart on our meeting, and I wasted many hours in speculating as to its nature. The day came. A neat brougham with its attendant footman arrived at the appointed hour, and I was driven in smooth luxury to Billings Hotel in Manners Street, Mayfair. There a majordomo led the way to the suite of apartments on the first floor occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Marsh. I will not waste your valuable time, Mr. Last, by expatiating on the rich but quiet luxury of their apartments. I will merely mention that my relative assured me that the Sèvres ornaments in their drawing-room had been valued at 900 guineas. I found Arabella still a beautiful woman, but I could not help seeing that the tropical countries in which she had lived for so many years had taken their toll of her once resplendent beauty. There was a weariness, a lassitude in her appearance and demeanor which I was distressed to observe. As to her husband, Mr. Marsh, I am aware that to form an unfavorable judgment after an acquaintance which has only lasted a few hours is both uncharitable and unwise, and I shall not soon forget the discourse which dear Mr. Then delivered at Emmanuel Church on the very Sunday after my visit to my relative. It really seemed, and I confess it with shame, that Mr. Venn had my own case in mind, and felt it his bounden duty to warn me while it was yet time. Still, I must say that I did not take at all to Mr. Marsh. I really can't say why. To me he was most polite, he could not have been more so. He remarked more than once on the extreme pleasure it gave him to meet at last one of whom he had heard so much from his dear Bella. He trusted that now his wandering days were over, the pleasure might be frequently repeated. He omitted nothing that the most genial courtesy might suggest. And yet, I cannot say that the impression I received was a favorable one. However, I dare say that I was mistaken. There was a pause. Last was resigned. The point of the long story seemed to recede into some far distance, into vanishing perspective. There was nothing definite, he suggested. No, nothing definite. I may have thought that I detected a lack of candor, a hidden reserve behind all the generosity of Mr. Marsh's expressions. Still, I hope I was mistaken. But I am forgetting in these trivial and I trust erroneous observations, the sole matter that is of consequence, to you, at least, Mr. Last. Soon after my arrival, before Mr. Marsh had appeared, Arabella confided to me her great piece of intelligence. Her marriage had been blessed by offspring. 2 years after her union with Mr. Marsh, a child had been born, a boy. The birth took place at a town in South America, Santiago de Chile. I have verified the place in my atlas, where Mr. Marsh's visit had been more protracted than usual. Fortunately, an English doctor was available, and the little fellow throve from the first, and as Arabella, his proud mother, boasted, was now a beautiful little boy, both handsome and intelligent to a remarkable degree. Naturally, I asked to see the child, but Arabella said that he was not in the hotel with them. After a few days it was thought that the dense and humid air of London was not suiting little Henry very well. And he had been sent with a nurse to a resort in the Isle of Thanet, where he was reported to be in the best of health and spirits. And now, Mr. Last, after this tedious but necessary preamble, we arrive at that point where you, I trust, may be interested. In any case, as you may suppose, the life which the exigencies of business compelled the Marshes to lead, involving as it did almost continual travel, would have been little favorable to a course of systematic education for the child. But this obstacle apart, I gathered that Mr. Marsh holds very strong views as to the folly of premature instruction. He declared to me his conviction that many fine minds had been grievously injured by being forced to undergo the process of early stimulation. And he pointed out that, by the nature of the case, those placed in charge of very young children were not persons of the highest acquirements and the keenest intelligence. As you will readily agree, Miss Pilliner, he remarked to me, great scholars are not employed to teach infants their alphabet, and it is not likely that the mysteries of the multiplication table will be imparted by a master of mathematics. In consequence, he urged, the young and budding intelligence is brought into contact with dull and inferior minds, and the damage may well be irreparable. There was much more, but gradually light began to dawn on the dazed man. Mr. Marsh had kept the virgin intelligence of his son Henry undisturbed and uncorrupted by inferior and incompetent culture. The boy, it was judged, was now ripe for true education, and Mr. and Mrs. Marsh had begged Miss Pilliner to make inquiries, and to find, if she could, a scholar who would undertake the whole charge of little Henry's mental upbringing. If both parties were satisfied, the engagement would be for 7 years at least, and the appointments, as Miss Pilliner called the salary, would begin with £500 a year, rising by an annual increment of £50. References, particulars of university distinctions would be required. Mr. Marsh, long absent from England, was ready to proffer the names of his bankers. Miss Pilliner was quite sure, however, that Mr. Last might consider himself engaged, if the position appealed to him. Last thanked Miss Pilliner profoundly. He told her that he would like a couple of days in which to think the matter over. He would then write to her, and she would put him into communication with Mr. Marsh. And so he went away from Corunna Square in a mood of great bewilderment and doubt. Unquestionably, the position had many advantages. The pay was very good. And he would be well lodged and well fed. The people were wealthy, and Miss Pilliner had assured him, you will have no cause to complain of your entertainment. And from the educational point of view, it would certainly be an improvement on the work he had been doing since he left the university. He had been an odd-job man, a tinker, a patcher, a cobbler of other people's work. Here was a chance to show that he was a master craftsman. Very few people, if any, in the teaching profession had ever enjoyed such an opportunity as this. Even the sixth-form masters in the big public schools must sometimes groan at having to underpin and relay the bad foundations of the fifth and fourth. He was to begin at the beginning, with no false work to hamper him, from ABC to Plato, Aeschylus, and Aristotle, he murmured to himself. Undoubtedly it was a big chance. And on the other side? Well, he would have to give up London, and he had grown fond of the homely, cheerful London that he knew, his comfortable rooms in Mowbray Street, quiet enough down by the unfrequented Embankment, and yet but a minute or two from the ringing Strand. Then there were the meetings with the old Oxford friends, the nights at the theatre, the snug taverns with their curtained boxes, and their good chops and steaks and stout, and chimes of midnight and after. Heard in cordial company at Black's, all these would have to go. Miss Pilliner had spoken of Mr. Marsh as looking for some place a considerable distance from town, in the real country. He had his eye, she said, on a house on the Welsh border, which he thought of taking furnished, with the option of buying, if he eventually found it suited him. You couldn't look up old friends in London and get back the same night, if you lived somewhere on the Welsh border. Still, there would be the holidays, and a great deal might be done in the holidays. And yet, there was still debate and doubt within his mind, as he sat eating his bread and cheese and potted meat, and drinking his beer in his sitting room in peaceful Mowbray Street. He was influenced, he thought, by Miss Pilliner's evident dislike of Mr. Marsh, and though Miss Pilliner talked in the manner of Dr. Johnson, he had a feeling that, like a lady of the doctor's own day, she had a bottom of good sense. Evidently she did not trust Mr. Marsh overmuch. Yet, what can the most cunning swindler do to his resident tutor? Give him cold mutton for dinner or forget to pay his salary? In either case, the remedy was simple: the resident tutor would swiftly cease to reside, and go back to London, and not be much the worse. After all, Last reflected, a man can't compel his son's tutor to invest in Uruguayan silver or Java spices or any other fallacious commercial undertaking, so what mattered the supposed trickiness of Marsh to him? But again, when all had been summed up and considered, for and against, there was a vague objection remaining. To oppose this, Last could bring no argument, since it was without form of words, shapeless, and mutable as a cloud. However, when the next morning came, there came with it a couple of letters inviting him to cram two young dunderheads with facts and figures and verbs in me. The prospect was so terribly distasteful that he wrote to Miss Pilliner directly after breakfast, enclosing his college testimonials and certain other commendatory letters he had in his desk. In due course, he had an interview with Mr. Marsh at Billings Hotel. On the whole, each was well enough pleased with the other. Last found Marsh a lean, keen, dark man in later middle age. There was a grizzle in his black hair above the ears, and wrinkles seamed his face about the eyes. His eyebrows were heavy, and there was a hint of a threat in his jaw, but the smile with which he welcomed Last lit up his grimmish features into a genial warmth. There was an oddity about his accent and his tone in speaking. Something foreign, perhaps. Last remembered that he had journeyed about the world for many years, and supposed that the echoes of many languages sounded in his speech. His manner and address were certainly suave, but Last had no prejudice against suavity, rather, he cherished a liking for the decencies of common intercourse. Still, no doubt, Marsh was not the kind of man Miss Pilliner was accustomed to meet in Corunna Square society or among Mr. Venn's congregation. She probably suspected him of having been a pirate. And Mr. Marsh on his side was delighted with Last. As appeared from a letter addressed by him to Miss Pilliner, or, may I venture to say, Cousin Lucy? Mr. Last was exactly the type of man he and Arabella had hoped to secure through Miss Pilliner's recommendation. They did not want to give their boy into the charge of a flashy man of the world with a substratum of learning. Mr. Last was, it was evident, a quiet and unworldly scholar, more at home among books than among men. The very tutor Arabella and himself had desired for their little son. Mr. Marsh was profoundly grateful to Miss Pilliner for the great service she had rendered to Arabella, to himself, and to Henry. And, indeed, as Mr. Meredith Mandeville would have said, last looked the part. No doubt, the spectacles helped to create the remote, retired, Dominie Sampson impression. In a week's time it was settled, he was to begin his duties. Mr. Marsh wrote a handsome check, to defray any little matters of outfit, traveling expenses, and so forth, nothing to do with your salary. He was to take train to a certain large town in the west, and there he would be met and driven to the house, where Mrs. Marsh and his pupil were already established. Beautiful country, Mr. Last, I am sure you will appreciate it. There was a famous farewell gathering of the old friends. Zook and Medwin, Garraway and Noel came from near and far. There was grilled sole before the mighty steak, and a roast fowl after it. They had decided that as it was the last time, perhaps, they would not go to the play, but sit and talk about the mahogany. Zook, who was understood to be the ruler of the feast, had conferred with the head waiter, and when the cloth was removed, a rare and curious port was solemnly set before them. They talked of the old days when they were up at Wells together, pretended, though they knew better, that the undergraduate who had cut his own father in Piccadilly was a friend of theirs, retold jokes that must have been older than the wine. Related tales of Moll and Meg, and the famous history of Malcolm, who screwed up the dean in his own rooms. And then there was the affair of the poses plastiques. Certain lewd fellows, as one of the dons of Wells College expressed it, had procured scandalous figures from the waxwork booth at the fair, and had disposed them by night about the fountain in the college garden in such a manner that their scandal was shamefully increased. The perpetrators of this infamy had never been discovered. The five friends looked knowingly at each other, pursed their lips, and passed the port. The old wine and the old stories blended into a mood of gentle meditation. And then, at the right moment, Noel carried them off to Black's and New Company. Last sought out old Mandeville and related, with warm gratitude, the happy issue of his intervention. The chimes sounded, and they all went their several ways. 2. Though Joseph Last was by no means a miracle of observation and deduction, he was not altogether the simpleton among his books that Mr. Marsh had judged him. It was not so very long before a certain uneasiness beset him in his new employment. At first everything had seemed very well. Mr. Marsh had been right in thinking that he would be charmed by the scene in which the White House was set. It stood, terraced on a hillside, high above a grey and silver river winding in Essees through a lonely, lovely valley. Above it, to the east, was a vast and shadowy and ancient wood, climbing to the high ridge of the hill, and descending by height and by depth of green to the level meadows and to the sea. And, standing on the highest point of the wood above the White House, Last looked westward between the boughs and saw the lands across the river, and saw the country rise and fall in billow upon billow to the huge dim wall of the mountain. Blue in the distance, and white farms shining in the sun on its vast side. Here was a man in a new world. There had been no such country as this about Dunham in the Midlands, or in the surroundings of Blackheath or Oxford, and he had visited nothing like it on his reading parties. He stood amazed, enchanted under the green shade, beholding a great wonder. Close beside him the well bubbled from the grey rocks, rising out of the heart of the hill. And in the White House, the conditions of life were altogether pleasant. He had been struck by the dark beauty of Mrs. Marsh, who was clearly, as Miss Pilliner had told him, a great many years younger than her husband. And he noted also that effect which her cousin had ascribed to years of living in the tropics, though he would hardly have called it weariness or lassitude. It was something stranger than that. There was the mark of flame upon her, but Last did not know whether it were the flame of the sun, or the stranger fires of places that she had entered, perhaps long ago. But the pupil, little Henry, was altogether a surprise and a delight. He looked rather older than 7, but Last judged that this impression was not so much due to his height or physical make as to the bright alertness and intelligence of his glance. The tutor had dealt with many little boys, though with none so young as Henry, and he had found them as a whole a stodgy and podgy race, with faces that recorded a fixed abhorrence of learning and a resolution to learn as little as possible. Last was never surprised at this customary expression. It struck him as eminently natural. He knew that all elements are damnably dull and difficult. He wondered why it was inexorably appointed that the unfortunate human creature should pass a great portion of its life from the very beginning in doing things that it detested, but so it was, and now for the syntax of the optative. But there were no such obstinate entrenchments in the face or the manner of Henry Marsh. He was a handsome boy, who looked brightly and spoke brightly, and evidently did not regard his tutor as a hostile force that had been brought against him. He was what some people would have called, oddly enough, old-fashioned, childlike, but not at all childish, with now and then a whimsical turn of phrase more suggestive of a humorous man than a little boy. This older habit was no doubt to be put down partly to the education of travel, the spectacle of the changing scene and the changing looks of men and things, but very largely to the fact that he had always been with his father and mother, and knew nothing of the company of children of his own age. Henry has had no playmates, his father explained. He's had to be content with his mother and myself. It couldn't be helped. We've been on the move all the time. On shipboard or staying at cosmopolitan hotels for a few weeks, and then on the road again. The little chap had no chance of making any small friends. And the consequence was, no doubt, that lack of childishness that last had noted. It was, probably, a pity that it was so. Childishness, after all, was a wonder world, and Henry seemed to know nothing of it. He had lost what might be, perhaps, as valuable as any other part of human experience, and he might find the lack of it as he grew older. Still, there it was. And last ceased to think of these possibly fanciful deprivations, when he began to teach the boy, as he had promised himself, from the very beginning. Not quite from the beginning. The small boy confessed with a disarming grin that he had taught himself to read a little, but please, sir, don't tell my father, as I know he wouldn't like it. You see, my father and mother had to leave me alone sometimes, and it was so dull, and I thought it would be such fun if I learnt to read books all by myself. Here, thought last, is a lesson for schoolmasters. Can learning be made a desirable secret, an excellent sport, instead of a horrible penance? He made a mental note, and set about the work before him. He found an extraordinary aptitude, a quickness in grasping his indications and explanations such as he had never known before, not in boys twice his age, or 3 times his age, for the matter of that, as he reflected. This child, hardly removed from strict infancy, had something almost akin to genius, so the happy tutor was inclined to believe. Now and again, with his, "Yes, sir, I see." And then, of course, he would veritably take the coming words out of Last's mouth, and anticipate what was, no doubt, logically the next step in the demonstration. But Last had not been accustomed to pupils who anticipated anything, save the hour for putting the books back on the shelf. And above all, the instructor was captured by the eager and intense curiosity of the instructed. He was like a man reading The Moonstone, or some such sensational novel, and unable to put the book down till he had read to the very last page and found out the secret. This small boy brought just this spirit of insatiable curiosity to every subject put before him. I wish I had taught him to read, thought Last to himself. I have no doubt he would have regarded the alphabet as we regard those entrancing and mysterious ciphers in Edgar Allan Poe's stories. And, after all, isn't that the right and rational way of looking at the alphabet? And then he went on to wonder whether curiosity, often regarded as a failing, almost a vice, is not, in fact, one of the greatest virtues of the spirit of man, the key to all knowledge and all the mysteries. The very sense of the secret that must be discovered. With one thing and another, with this treasure of a pupil, with this enchantment of the strange and beautiful country about him, and with the extreme kindness and consideration shown him by Mr. and Mrs. Marsh, Last was in rich clover. He wrote to his friends in town, telling them of his happy experiences, and Zook and Noel, meeting by chance at the Sun, the Dog, or the Triple Tun, discussed their friend's felicity. Proud of the pup, said Zook. And pleased with the prospect, responded Noel, thinking of Last's lyrics about the woods and the waters, and the scene of the White House. Still, timeo Hesperides et dona ferentes. I mistrust the West. As one of its own people said, it is a land of enchantment and illusion. You never know what may happen next. It is a fortunate thing that Shakespeare was born within the safety line. If Stratford had been 20 or 30 miles farther west. I don't like to think of it. I am quite sure that only fairy gold is dug from Welsh gold mines. And you know what happens to that. Meanwhile, far from the lamps and rumors of the Strand, Last continued happy in his outland territory, under the great wood. But before long he received a shock. He was strolling in the terraced garden one afternoon between tea and dinner, his work done for the day. And feeling inclined for tobacco with repose, drifted towards the stone summer house, or, perhaps, gazebo, that stood on the verge of the lawn in a coolness of dark ilex trees. Here one could sit and look down on the silver winding of the river, crossed by a grey bridge of ancient stone. Last was about to settle down when he noticed a book on the table before him. He took it up, and glanced into it, and drew in his breath, and turning over a few more pages, sank aghast upon the bench. Mr. Marsh had always deplored his ignorance of books. I knew how to read and write and not much more, he would say, when I was thrown into business, at the bottom of the stairs. And I've been so busy ever since that I'm afraid it's too late now to make up for lost time. Indeed, Last had noted that though Marsh usually spoke carefully enough, perhaps too carefully, he was apt to lapse in the warmth of conversation. He would talk of facts, meaning facts. And yet, it seemed, he had not only found time for reading, but had acquired sufficient scholarship to make out the Latin of a terrible Renaissance treatise, not generally known even to collectors of such things. Last had heard of the book. And the few pages he had glanced at showed him that it thoroughly deserved its very bad character. It was a disagreeable surprise. He admitted freely to himself that his employer's morals were no business of his. But why should the man trouble to tell lies? Last remembered queer old Miss Pillener's account of her impressions of him. She had detected a lack of candor, something reserved behind a polite front of cordiality. Miss Pillener was, certainly, an acute woman. There was an undoubted lack of candor about Marsh. Last left the wretched volume on the summer-house table, and walked up and down the garden, feeling a good deal perturbed. He knew he was awkward at dinner, and said he felt a bit seedy, inclined to a headache. Marsh was bland and pleasant as usual, and Mrs. Marsh sympathized with Last. She had hardly slept at all last night, she complained, and felt heavy and tired. She thought there was thunder in the air. Last, admiring her beauty, confessed again that Miss Pillener had been right. Apart from her fatigue of the moment, there was a certain tropical languor about her, something of still, burning nights and the odor of strange flowers. Marsh brought out a very special brandy which he administered with the black coffee. He said it would do both the invalids good, and that he would keep them company. Indeed, Last confessed to himself that he felt considerably more at ease after the good dinner, the good wine, and the rare brandy. It was humiliating, perhaps, but it was impossible to deny the power of the stomach. He went to his room early and tried to convince himself that the duplicity of Marsh was no affair of his. He found an innocent, or almost innocent explanation of it before he had finished his last pipe, sitting at the open window, hearing faintly the wash of the river and gazing towards the dim lands beyond it. Here, he meditated, we have a modified form of Bounderby's disease. Bounderby said that he began life as a wretched, starved, neglected little outcast. Marsh says that he was made into an office boy or something of the sort before he had time to learn anything. Bounderby lied, and no doubt Marsh lies. It is the trick of wealthy men to magnify their late achievements by magnifying their early disadvantages. By the time he went to sleep he had almost decided that the young Marsh had been to a good grammar school, and had done well. The next morning, Last awoke almost at ease again. It was no doubt a pity that Marsh indulged in a subtle and disingenuous form of boasting, and his taste in books was certainly deplorable, but he must look after that himself. And the boy made amends for all. He showed so clean a grasp of the English sentence, that Last thought he might well begin Latin before very long. He mentioned this one night at dinner, looking at Marsh with a certain humorous intention. But Marsh gave no sign that the dart had pricked him. "That shows I was right," he remarked. "I've always said there's no greater mistake than forcing learning on children before they're fit to take it in. People will do it, and in 9 cases out of 10 the children's heads are muddled for the rest of their lives. You see how it is with Henry. I've kept him away from books up to now, and you see for yourself that I've lost him no time. He's ripe for learning, and I shouldn't wonder if he got ahead better in 6 months than the ordinary, early crammed child would in 6 years. It might be so, last thought, but on the whole he was inclined to put down the boy's swift progress rather to his own exceptional intelligence than to his father's system, or no system. And in any case, it was a great pleasure to teach such a boy. And his application to his books had certainly no injurious effect on his spirits. There was not much society within easy reach of the White House, and, besides, people did not know whether the Marshes were to settle down or whether they were transient visitors. They were chary of paying their calls while there was this uncertainty. However, the rector had called, first of all the rector and his wife, she cheery, good-humored and chatty, he somewhat dim and vague. It was understood that the rector, a high wrangler in his day, divided his time between his garden and the invention of a flying machine. He had the character of being slightly eccentric. He came not again, but Mrs. Winslow would drive over by the forest road in the governess's car with her 2 children. Nancy, a pretty fair girl of 17, and Ted, a boy of 11 or 12, of that type which last catalogued as stodgy and podgy, broad and thick-set, with bulgy cheeks and ice, and something of the determined expression of a young bulldog. After tea Nancy would organize games for the 2 boys in the garden and join in them herself with apparent relish. Henry, who had known few companions besides his parents, and had probably never played a game of any kind, squealed with delight, ran here and there and everywhere. Hid behind the summer-house and popped out from the screen of the French beans with the greatest gusto, and Ted Winslow joined in with an air of protest. He was on his holidays, and his expression signified that all that sort of thing was only fit for girls and kids. Last was delighted to see Henry so ready and eager to be amused. After all he had something of the child in him. He seemed a little uncomfortable when Nancy Winslow took him on her knee after the sports were over. He was evidently fearful of Ted Winslow's scornful eye. Indeed, the young bulldog looked as if he feared that his character would be compromised by associating with so manifest and confessed a kid. The next time Mrs. Winslow took tea at the White House, Ted had a diplomatic headache and stayed at home. But Nancy found games that 2 could play, and she and Henry were heard screaming with joy all over the gardens. Henry wanted to show Nancy a wonderful well that he had discovered in the forest. It came, he said, from under the roots of a great yew tree. But Mrs. Marsh seemed to think that they might get lost. Last had got over the uncomfortable incident of that villainous book in the summer-house. Writing to Noel, he had remarked that he feared his employer was a bit of an old rascal in some respects, but all right so far as he was concerned, and there it was. He got on with his job and minded his own business. Yet, now and again, his doubtful uneasiness about the man was renewed. There was a bad business at a hamlet a couple of miles away, where a girl of 12 or 13, coming home after dusk from a visit to a neighbor, had been set on in the wood and very vilely misused. The unfortunate child, it would appear, had been left by the scoundrel in the black dark of the forest, at some distance from the path she must have taken on her way home. A man who had been drinking late at the Fox and Hounds heard crying and screaming, like someone in a fit, as he expressed it, and found the girl in a terrible state, and in a terrible state she had remained ever since. She was quite unable to describe the person who had so shamefully maltreated her. The shock had left her beside herself. She cried out once that something had come behind her in the dark, but she could say no more, and it was hopeless to try to get her to describe a person that, most likely, she had not even seen. Naturally, this very horrible story made something of a feature in the local paper, and one night, as Last and Marsh were sitting smoking after dinner, the tutor spoke of the affair. Said something about the contrast between the peace and beauty and quiet of the scene and the villainous crime that had been done hard by. He was surprised to find that Marsh grew at once ill at ease. He rose from his chair and walked up and down the room muttering, "Horrible business, shameful business," and when he sat down again, with the light full on him, Last saw the face of a frightened man. The hand that Marsh laid on the table was twitching uneasily, he beat with his foot on the floor as he tried to bring his lips to order, and there was a dreadful fear in his eyes. Last was shocked and astonished at the effect he had produced with a few conventional phrases. Nervously, willing to tide over a painful situation, he began to utter something even more conventional to the effect that the loveliness of external nature had never conferred immunity from crime, or some stuff to the same inane purpose. But Marsh, it was clear, was not to be soothed by anything of the kind. He started again from his chair and struck his hand upon the table, with a fierce gesture of denial and refusal. "Please, Mr. Last, let it be. Say no more about it. It has upset Mrs. Marsh and myself very much indeed. It horrifies us to think that we have brought our boy here, to this peaceful place as we thought, only to expose him to the contagion of this dreadful affair. Of course we have given the servants strict orders not to say a word about it in Henry's presence, but you know what servants are, and what very sharp ears children have. A chance word or two may take root in a child's mind and contaminate his whole nature. It is, really, a very terrible thought. You must have noticed how distressed Mrs. Marsh has been for the last few days. The only thing we can do is to try and forget it all, and hope no harm has been done." Last murmured a word or two of apology and agreement, and the talk moved off into safer country. But when the tutor was alone, he considered what he had seen and heard very curiously. He thought that Marsh's looks did not match his words. He spoke as the devoted father, afraid that his little boy should overhear nauseous and offensive gossip and conjecture about a horrible and obscene crime. But he looked like a man who had caught sight of a gallows, and that, Last felt, was altogether a very different kind of fear. And, then, there was his reference to his wife. Last had noticed that since the crime in the forest there had been something amiss with her, but, again, he mistrusted Marsh's comment. Here was a woman whose usual habit was a rather lazy good humor. But of late there had been a look and an air of suppressed fury, the burning glance of a jealous woman, the rage of despised beauty. She spoke little, and then as briefly as possible, but one might suspect flames and fires within. Last had seen this and wondered, but not very much, being resolved to mind his own business. He had supposed there had been some difference of opinion between her and her husband. Very likely about the rearrangement of the drawing-room furniture and hiring a grand piano. He certainly had not thought of tracing Mrs. Marsh's altered air to the villainous crime that had been committed. And now Marsh was telling him that these glances of concealed rage were the outward signs of tender maternal anxiety, and not one word of all that did he believe. He put Marsh's half-hidden terror beside his wife's half-hidden fury. He thought of the book in the summer-house and things that were being whispered about the horror in the wood, and loathing and dread possessed him. He had no proof, it was true, merely conjecture, but he felt no doubt. There could be no other explanation. And what could he do, but leave this terrible place? Last could get no sleep. He undressed and went to bed, and tossed about in the half-dark of the summer night. Then he lit his lamp and dressed again, and wondered whether he had better not steal away without a word, and walk the 8 miles to the station, and escape by the first train that went to London. It was not merely loathing for the man and his works, it was deadly fear, also, that urged him to fly from the White House. He felt sure that if Marsh guessed at his suspicions of the truth, his life might well be in danger. There was no mercy or scruple in that evil man. He might even now be at his door, listening, waiting. There was cold terror in his heart, and cold sweat pouring at the thought. He paced softly up and down his room in his bare feet, pausing now and again to listen for that other soft step outside. He locked the door as silently as he could, and felt safer. He would wait till the day came and people were stirring about the house, and then he might venture to come out and make his escape. And yet when he heard the servants moving over their work, he hesitated. The light of the sun was shining in the valley, and the white mist over the silver river floated upward and vanished. The sweet breath of the wood entered the window of his room. The black horror and fear were raised from his spirit. He began to hesitate, to suspect his judgment, to inquire whether he had not rushed to his black conclusions in a panic of the night. His logical deductions at midnight seemed to smell of nightmare in the brightness of that valley. The song of the aspiring lark confuted him. He remembered Garraway's great argument after a famous supper at the Turk's Head, that it was always unsafe to make improbability the guide of life. He would delay a little, and keep a sharp lookout, and be sure before taking sudden and violent action. And perhaps the truth was that last was influenced very strongly by his aversion from leaving young Henry, whose extraordinary brilliance and intelligence amazed and delighted him more and more. It was still early when at last he left his room, and went out into the fine morning air. It was an hour or more before breakfast time, and he set out on the path that led past the wall of the kitchen garden up the hill and into the heart of the wood. He paused a moment at the upper corner, and turned round to look across the river at the happy country showing its morning magic and delight. As he dawdled and gazed, he heard soft steps approaching on the other side of the wall, and low voices murmuring. Then, as the steps drew near, one of the voices was raised a little, and last heard Mrs. Marsh speaking. "Too old, am I? And 13 is too young. Is it to be 17 next when you can get her into the wood? And after all I have done for you, and after what you have done to me." Mrs. Marsh enumerated all these things without remission, and without any quiver of shame in her voice. She paused for a moment. Perhaps her rage was choking her. And there was a shrill piping cackle of derision, as if Marsh's voice had cracked in its contempt. Very softly, but very swiftly, last, the man with the grey face and the staring eyes, bolted for his life, down and away from the White House. Once in the road, free from the fields and brakes, he changed his run into a walk, and he never paused or stopped, till he came with a gulp of relief into the ugly streets of the big industrial town. He made his way to the station at once, and found that he was an hour too soon for the London express. So there was plenty of time for breakfast, which consisted of brandy. 3. The tutor went back to his old life and his old ways, and did his best to forget the strange and horrible interlude of the White House. He gathered his podgy pups once more about him. Crammed and coached, read with undergraduates during the long vacation, and was moderately satisfied with the course of things in general. Now and then, when he was endeavoring to persuade the Podges against their deliberate judgment that Latin and Greek were languages once spoken by human beings, not senseless enigmas invented by demons, he would think with a sigh of regret of the boy who understood and longed to understand. And he wondered whether he had not been a coward to leave that enchanting child to the evil mercies of his hideous parents. But what could he have done? But it was dreadful to think of Henry, slowly or swiftly corrupted by his detestable father and mother, growing up with the fat slime of their abominations upon him. He went into no detail with his old friends. He hinted that there had been grave unpleasantness, which made it impossible for him to remain in the West. They nodded, and perceiving that the subject was a sore one, asked no questions, and talked of old books and the new steak instead. They all agreed, in fact, that the steak was far too new, and William was summoned to explain this horror. Didn't he know that beefsteak meant for the consumption of Christian men, as distinguished from Hottentots, required hanging just as much as game? William the ponderous and benignant, tasted and tested, and agreed, with sorrowful regret. He apologized, and went on to say that as the gentleman would not care to wait for a fowl, he would suggest a very special, tender, and juicy fillet of roast veal, then in cut. The suggestion was accepted, and found excellent. The conversation turned to Choric Meters and Florence St. John at the Strand. There was port later. It was many years afterwards, when this old life, after crumbling for a long while, had come down with a final crash, that last heard the real story of his tutorial engagement at the White House. 3 dreadful people were put in the dock at the Old Bailey. There was an old man, with the look of a deadly snake, a fat, sloppy, deplorable woman with pendulous cheeks and a faint hint of perished beauty in her eyes. And to the utter blank amazement of those who did not know the story, a wonderful little boy. The people who saw him in court said he might have been taken for a child of 9 or 10, no more. But the evidence that was given showed that he must be between 50 and 60 at the least, perhaps more than that. The indictment charged these 3 people with an unspeakable and hideous crime. They were charged under the name of Meili, the name which they had borne at the time of their arrest. But it turned out at the end of the trial that they had been known by many names in the course of their career: Meili, Despace, Lartigan, Deleru, Falcon, Lecosick, Hammond, Marsh, Herringworth. It was established that the apparent boy, whom last had known as Henry Marsh, was no relation of any kind to the elder prisoners. Henry's origins were deeply obscure. It was conjectured that he was the illegitimate son of a very high Englishman, a diplomatist, whose influence had counted for a great deal in the Far East. Nobody knew anything about the mother. The boy showed brilliant promise from very early years, and the father, a bachelor, and disliking what little he knew of his relations, left his very large fortune to his son. The diplomatist died when the boy was 12 years old. And he had been aged, and more than aged when the child was born. People remarked that Arthur Wesley, as he was then called, was very short for his years, and he remained short, and his face remained that of a boy of 7 or 8. He could not be sent to a school, so he was privately educated. When he was of age, the trustees had the extraordinary experience of placing a very considerable property in the hands of a young man who looked like a little boy. Very soon afterwards, Arthur Wesley disappeared. Dubious rumors spoke of reappearances, now here, now there, in all quarters of the world. There were tales that he had gone Fantee in what was then unknown Africa, when the mountains of the moon still lingered on the older maps. It was reported, again, that he had gone exploring in the higher waters of the Amazon, and had never come back, but a few years later a personage that must have been Arthur Wesley was displaying unpleasant activities in Macau. It was soon after this period, according to the prosecution, that, in the words of counsel, he realized the necessity of taking cover. His extraordinary personality, naturally enough, drew attention to him and his doings, and these doings being generally or always of an infamous kind, such attention was both inconvenient and dangerous. Somewhere in the East, and in very bad company, he came upon the 2 people who were charged with him. Arabella Manning, who was said to have respectable connections in Wiltshire, had gone out to the East as a governess, but had soon found other occupations. Mears had been a clerk in a house of business at Shanghai. His very ingenious system of fraud obtained his discharge, but, for some reason or other, the firm refused to prosecute, and Mears went, where Arthur Wesley found him. Wesley thought of his great plan. Manning and Mears were to pretend to be Mr. and Mrs. Marsh, that seemed to have been their original style, and he was to be their little boy. He paid them well for their various services. Arabella was his mistress-in-chief, the companion of his milder moments, for some years. Occasionally, a tutor was engaged to make the situation more plausible. In this state, the horrible trio peregrinated over the earth. The court heard all this, and much more, after the jury had found the 3 prisoners guilty of the particular offense with which they were charged. This last crime, which the press had to unfold in paraphrase and periphrase, had been discovered, strange as it seemed, largely as a result of the woman's jealousy. Wesley's affections, let us call them, were still apt to wander, and Arabella's jealous rage drove her beyond all caution and all control. She was the weak joint in Wesley's armor, the rent in his cover. People in court looked at the 2. The debauched, deplorable woman with her flagging, sagging cheeks, and the dim fire still burning in her weary old eyes, and at Wesley, still, to all appearance, a bright and handsome little boy. They gasped with amazement at the grotesque, impossible horror of the scene. The judge raised his head from his notes, and gazed steadily at the convicted persons for some moments. His lips were tightly compressed. The detective drew to the end of his portentous history. The track of these people, he said, had been marked by many terrible scandals, but till quite lately there had been no suspicion of their guilt. 2 of these cases involved the capital charge, but formal evidence was lacking. He drew to his close. In spite of his diminutive stature and juvenile appearance, the prisoner, Charles Mailey, alias Arthur Wesley, made a desperate resistance to his arrest. He is possessed of immense strength for his size, and almost choked one of the officers who arrested him. The formulas of the court were uttered. The judge, without a word of comment, sentenced Mailey, or Wesley, to imprisonment for life, John Mears to 15 years imprisonment, Arabella Manning to 10 years imprisonment. The old world, it has been noted, had crashed down. Many years had passed since last had been hunted out of Mowbray Street, that went down dingily, peacefully from the Strand. Mowbray Street was now all blazing office buildings. Later, he had been driven from one nook and corner and snug retreat after another as New London rose in majesty and splendor. But for a year or more he had lain hidden in a by-street that had the advantage of leading into a disused graveyard near the Gray's Inn Road. Medwin and Garraway were dead, but last summoned the surviving Zook and Noel to his abode one night. And then and there made punch, and good punch for them. "It's so jolly it must be sinful," he said, as he pared his lemons, "but up to the present I believe it is not illegal. And I still have a few bottles of that port I bought in '92. And then he told them for the first time all the whole story of his engagement at the White House. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. The Tree of Life. The Morgans of Llantrisant were regarded for many centuries as among the most considerable of the landed gentry of South Wales. They had been called Reformation parvenus, but this was a piece of unhistorical and unjust abuse. They could trace their descent back, without doubt, certainly as far as Morgan of Eafair, who fought and, no doubt, flourished in his way c. 980. He, in his turn, was always regarded as of the tribe of St. Tylo, and the family kept, as a most precious relic, a portable altar which was supposed to have belonged to the saint. And for many hundred years, the eldest son had borne the name of Tylo. They had intermarried, now and again, with the Normans, and lived in a 13th-century castle, with certain additions for comfort and amenity made in the reign of Henry VII, whose cause they had supported with considerable energy. From Henry, they had received grants of forfeited estates, both in Monmouthshire and Glamorganshire. At the dissolution of the religious houses, the Sir Tylo of the day was given Llantrisant Abbey with all its possessions. The monastic church was stripped of its lead roof, and soon fell into ruin, and became a quarry for the neighbourhood. The abbot's lodging and other of the monastic buildings were kept in repair, and being situated in a sheltered valley, were used by the family as a winter residence in preference to the castle, which was on a bare hill, high above the abbey. In the 17th century, Sir Henry Morgan, his elder brother had died young, was a Parliament man. He changed his opinions, and rose for the king in 1648. And, in consequence, had the mortification of seeing the outer wall of the castle on the hill, not razed to the ground, but carefully reduced to a height of 4 or 5 feet by the Cromwellian Major General commanding in the west. Later in the century, the Morgans became Whigs, and later still were able to support Mr. Gladstone, up to the Home Rule Bill of 1886. They still held most of the lands which they had gathered together gradually for 800 or 900 years. Many of these lands had been wild, remote, and mountainous, of little use or profit save for the sport of hunting the hare. But early in the 19th century mining experts from the north, Fothergills and Renshaws, had found coal, and pits were sunk in the wild places, and the Morgans became wealthy, in the modern way. By consequence, the bad seasons of the late 70s and the agricultural depression of the early 80s hardly touched them. They reduced rents and remitted arrears and throve on their mining royalties. They were still great people of the county. It was a very great pity that Tylo Morgan of Llantrisant was an invalid and an enforced recluse. especially as he was devoted to the memories of his house, and to the estate, and to the interests of the people on it. The Lantricent Abbey of his day had been so altered from age to age that the last abbot would certainly have seen little that was familiar to his eyes. It was set in rich and pleasant meadowland, with woods of oak and beech, and ash and elm all about it. Through the park ran the swift, clear river, Avon Torvine, the stone or boulder crusher, so named from its furious courses in the mountains where it rose. And the hills stood round the abbey on every side. Here and there in the southern-facing front of the house, there could be seen traces of 15th-century building. But on this had been imposed the Elizabethan gables of the first lay resident, and Inigo Jones was said to have added the brick wing with the Corinthian pilasters, and there was a stuccoed projection in the sham Gothic of the time of George II. It was architecturally ridiculous, but it was supposed to be the warmest part of the house, and Tylo Morgan occupied a set of 5 or 6 rooms on the first floor, and often looked out on the park. And opened the windows to hear the sound of the pouring Avon, and the murmur of the wood pigeons in the trees, and the noise of the west wind from the mountain. He longed to be out among it all, running as he saw boys running on the hillside through a gap in the wood, but he knew that there was a gulf fixed between him and that paradise. There was, it seemed, no specific disease but a profound weakness, a marasmus that had stopped short of its term, but kept the patient chronically incapable of any physical exertion, even the slightest. They had once tried taking him out on a very fine day in the park, in a wheeled chair, but even that easy motion was too much for him. After 10 minutes, he had fainted, and lay for 2 or 3 days on his back, alive, but little more than alive. Most of his time was spent on a couch. He would sit up for his meals and to interview the estate agent, but it was effort to do so much as this. He used to read in county histories and in old family records of the doings of his ancestors, and wonder what they would have said to such a successor. The storming of castles at dead darkness of night, the firing of them so that the mountains far away shone, the arrows of the Gwent bowmen darkening the air at Cressy, the battle of the dawn by the river. When it was seen scarlet by the first light in the east, the drinking of Gascon wine in Hull from moonrise to sunrise. He was no figure for the old days and works of the Morgans. It was probable that his feeble life was chiefly sustained by his intense interest in the doings of the estate. The agent, Captain Vaughan, a keen, middle-aged man, had often told him that a monthly interview would be sufficient and more than sufficient. "I'm afraid you find all this detail terribly tiring," he would say. "And you know it's not really necessary. I've 1 or 2 good men under me, and between us we manage to keep things in very decent order. I do assure you, you needn't bother. As a matter of fact, if I brought you a statement once a quarter, it would be quite enough." But Tylo Morgan would not entertain any such laxity. "It doesn't tire me in the least," he always replied to the agent's remonstrances. "It does me good. You know a man must have exercise in some form or another. I get mine on your legs. I'm still enjoying that tramp of yours up to Castelybwch 3 years ago. You remember?" Captain Vaughan seemed at a loss for a moment. "Let me see," he said. 3 years ago. Castelybwch. Now, what was I doing up there? You can't have forgotten. Don't you recollect? It was just after the great snowstorm. You went up to see that the roof was all right, and fell into a 15-foot drift on the way. "I remember now," said Vaughan. "I should think I do remember. I don't think I've been so cold and so wet before or since, worse than the Balkans. I wasn't prepared for it. And when I got through the snow, there was an infernal mountain stream still going strong beneath it all. But there was a good fire at the pub when you got there. Halfway up the chimney, coal and wood mixed. Roaring, I've never seen such a blaze, 6 foot by 3, I should think. And I told them to mix it strong." "I wish I'd been there," said the squire. "Let me see, you recommended that some work should be done on the place, didn't you? Re-roofing, wasn't it?" "Yes, the slates were in a bad way, and in the following March we replaced them by stone tiles, extra heavy. Slates are not good enough, halfway up the mountain. To the west, of course, the place is more or less protected by the wood, but the southeast pine end is badly exposed and was letting the wet through, so I ran up an oak frame, 9 inches from the wall, and fixed tiles on that. You remember passing the estimate? Of course, of course. And it's done all right? No trouble since? No trouble with wind or weather. When I was there last, the fat daughter was talking about going to service in Cardiff. I don't think Mrs. Samuel fancied it much. And young William wants to go down the pit when he leaves school. Thomas is staying to help his father with the farm, I hope. And how is the farm doing now? Fairly well. They pay their rent regularly, as you know. In spite of what I tell them, they will try to grow wheat. It's much too high up. How do the people on the mountain like the new parson? They get on with him all right. He tries to persuade them to come to Mass, as he calls it, and they stay away and go to meeting. But quite on friendly terms, out of business hours. I see. I should think he would be more at home in one of the Cardiff parishes. We must see if it can't be worked somehow. And how about those new pigsties at Tye, Captain? Have you got the estimate with you? Read it out, will you? My eyes are tired this morning. You went to Davies for the estimate? That's right, the policy of the estate is, always encourage the small man. Have you looked into that business of the marsh? The marsh? Oh, you mean at Chemmy's? Yes, I've gone into it. But I don't think it would pay for draining. You'd never see your money back. You think not? That's a pity. Tylo Morgan seemed depressed by the agent's judgment on the Chemmy's marshland. He weighed the matter. Well, I suppose you are right. We mustn't go in for fancy farming. But look here. It's just struck me. Why not utilize the marsh for growing willows? We could run a sluice from the brook right across it. It might be possible to start basket making, in a small way, of course, at first. What do you think? That wants looking into, said Captain Vaughan. I know a place in Somerset where they are doing something of the kind. I'll go over on Wednesday and see if I can get some useful information. I hardly think the margin of profit would be a big one. But you would be satisfied with 2%. Certainly. And here's a thing I've been wanting to talk to you about for a long time, for the last 3 or 4 Mondays, and I've always forgotten. You know the Greg on the home farm? A beautiful southern exposure, and practically wasted. I feel sure that eggplants would do splendidly there. Could you manage to get out some figures for next Monday? There's no reason why the eggplant shouldn't become as popular as the tomato and the banana, if a cheap supply were forthcoming. You will see to that, won't you? If you're busy, you might put off going to Somerset till next week, no hurry about the marsh. Very good. The Greg, eggplants. The agent made an entry in his notebook, and took his leave soon afterwards. He paced a long corridor till he came to the gallery, from which the main staircase of the abbey went down to the entrance hall. There he encountered an important-looking personage, square-chinned, black-coated, slightly grizzled. As usual, I suppose, the personage inquired. As usual. What was it this time? Eggplants. The important one nodded, and Captain Vaughan went on his way. 2. As soon as the agent had gone, Tylo Morgan rang a bell. His man came, and lifted him skillfully out of the big chair, and laid him on the day bed by the window, propping him with cushions behind his back. 2 cushions will be enough, said the squire. I'm rather tired this morning. The man put the bell within easy reach, and went out softly. Tylo Morgan lay back quite still, thinking of old days, and of happy years, and of the bad season that followed them. His first recollections were of a little cottage, snow-white, high upon the mountain, a little higher than the hamlet of Castel Ybwch, of which he had been talking to the agent. The shining walls of the cottage, freshly whitened every Easter, were very thick, and sloped outward to the ground. The windows were deep set in the wall. By the porch which sheltered the front door from the great winds of the mountain, were 2 shrubs, one on each side, that were covered in their season with orange-colored flowers, as round as oranges, and these golden flowers were, in his memory, tossed and shaken to and fro, in the breeze that always blew in that high land, when every leaf and blossom of the lower slopes were still. About the house was the garden, and a rough field, and a small cherry orchard, in a sheltered dip of land, and a well dripping from the grey rock with water very clear and cold. Above the cottage and its small domain came a high bank, with a hedge of straggling, wind-beaten trees and bramble thickets on top of it, and beyond, the steep and wild ascent of the mountain, where the dark green wind bushes bore purple berries, where white cotton grew on the grass, and the bracken shimmered in the sun, and the imperial heather glowed on golden autumn days. Tylo remembered well how, a long age ago, he would stand in summer weather by the white porch, and look down on the great territory, as if on the whole world, far below, wave following wave of hill and valley, of dark wood and green pastures and cornfields, pale green or golden, the white farms shining, the mist of blue smoke above the Roman city, and to the right, the far waters of the Yellow Sea. And then there were the winter nights, all the air black as pitch, and a noise of tumult and battle, when the great winds and driving rain beat upon wall and window. And it was praise and thanksgiving to lie safe and snug in a cot by the settle near the light and the warmth of the fire, while without the heavens and the hills were confounded together in the roaring darkness. In the white cottage on the high land, Tylo had lived with his mother and grandmother, very old, bent and wrinkled, with a sallow face, and hair still black in spite of long years. But he was a very small boy, when a gentleman who had often been there before, came and took his mother and himself away, down into the valley. And his next memories were of the splendors of Lantricent Abbey, where the 3 of them lived together, and were waited on by many servants, and he found that the gentleman was his father, a cheerful man, always laughing, with bright blue eyes and a thick, tawny mustache, that drooped over his chin. Here Tylo ran about the park, and raced sticks in the racing Avon, and climbed up the steep hill they called the Graig, and liked to be there because with the shimmering, sweet-scented bracken it was like the mountainside. His walks and runs and climbs did not last long. The strange illness that nobody seemed to understand struck him down, and when after many weeks of bitter pains and angry, fiery dreams, the anguish of day and night left him, he was weak and helpless, and lay still, waiting to get well, and never got well again. Month after month he lay there in his bed, able to move his hands faintly, and no more. At the end of a year he felt a little stronger and tried to walk, and just managed to get across the room, helping himself from chair to chair. There was one thing that was for the better: he had been a silent child, happy to sit all by himself hour after hour on the mountain and then on the steep slope of the grade, without uttering a word or wanting anyone to come and talk to him. Now, in his weakness, he chattered eagerly, and thought of admirable things. He would tell his father and mother all the schemes and plans he was making, and he wondered why they looked so sadly at him. And then, disaster. His father died, and his mother, and he had to leave Lantricent Abbey. They never told him why. They went to live in a grey, dreary street somewhere in the north of London. It was a place full of ugly sights and sounds, with a stench of burning bones always in the heavy air, and an unseemly litter of eggshells and torn paper and cabbage stalks about the gutters, and screams and harsh cries fouling the ears at midnight. And in winter, the yellow sulphur mist shut out the sky and burned sourly in the nostrils. A dreadful place, and the exile was long there. His mother went out on most days soon after breakfast, and often did not come back till 10, 11, 12 at night, tired to death, as she said, and her dark beauty all marred and broken. 2 or 3 times, in the course of the day, a neighbor from the floor below would come in and see if he wanted anything, but, except for these visits, he lay alone all the hours, and read in the few old books that they had in the room. It was a life of bewildered misery. There was not much to eat, and what there was seemed not to have the right taste or smell. And he could not understand why they should have to live in the horrible street, since his mother had told him that now his father was dead, he was the rightful master of Lantercent Abbey and should be a very rich man. "Then why are we in this dreadful place?" he asked her, and she only cried. And then his mother died. And a few days after the funeral, people came and took him away. And he found himself once more at Lantercent, master of it all, as his mother had told him he should be. He made up his mind to learn all about the lands and farms that he owned, and got them to bring him the books of the estate, and then Captain Vaughan began to come and see him, and tell him how things were going on. And how this farmer was the best tenant in the county, and how that man had nothing but bad luck, and John Williams would put gin in his cider, and drive breakneck down steep, stony lanes on market nights, standing up in the cart like a Roman charioteer. He learnt about all these works and ways, and how the land was farmed, and what was done and what was needed to be done in the farmhouses and farm buildings, and asked the agent about all his visits of inspection and inquiry. Till he felt that he knew every field and footpath on the Lantercent estate, and could find his way to every farmhouse and cottage chimney corner from the mountain to the sea. It was the absorbing interest and the great happiness of his life, and he was proud to think of all he had done for the land and for the people on it. They were excellent people, farmers, but apt to be too conservative, too much given to stick in the old ruts that their fathers and grandfathers had made, obstinately loyal to old methods in a new world. For example, there was Williams, Penarhall, who almost refused to grow roots, and Evan Thomas, Glasgow, who didn't believe in drainpipes, and tried to convince Vaughan that bush drainage was better for the land, and half a dozen, at least, who were sure that all artificials exhausted the soil, and the silly fellow who had brought his black Castle Martins with him from Pembrokeshire, and turned up his nose at Shorthorns and Herefords. Still, Vaughan had a way with him, and made most of them see reason sooner or later. And they all knew that there was not another estate in England or Wales that was so ready to meet its tenants halfway, and do repairs and build new barns and cowsheds very often before they were asked. Tylo Morgan gave his agent all the credit he deserved, but at the same time he could not help feeling that in spite of his disabilities, of the weakness that kept him a prisoner to these 4 or 5 rooms, so that he had not once gone over the rest of the abbey since his return to it. In spite of his invalid and stricken days, a great deal was owing to himself and to the fresh ideas that he had brought to the management of the estate. He took in the farming journals, and was thoroughly well read in the latest literature that dealt with the various branches of agriculture, and he knew in consequence that he was well in advance of his time. In advance even of the most forward agriculturalists of the day. There were methods and schemes and ideas in full course of practical and successful working on the Lantercent property that were absolutely unheard of on any other estate in the country. He had wanted to discuss some of these ideas in the press. But Vaughan had dissuaded him. He said that for the present the force of prejudice was too strong. Vaughan was possibly right, all the same Tylo Morgan knew that he was making agricultural history. In the meantime, he was jotting down careful and elaborate notes on the experiments that were being tried, and in a year or 2 he intended to put a book on the stocks, the Lantercent estates, a new era in farming. He was pondering happily in this strain, when, in a flash, a brilliant, a dazzling notion came to him. He drew a long breath of delighted wonder. Then rang his handbell, and told the man that he might now put in the 3rd cushion, and give me my writing things. A handy contraption, with paper, ink and the rest was adjusted before him, and as soon as the servant was gone, Tylo began a letter, his eyes bright with excitement. Dear Vaughan, I know you think I'm inclined to be rather too experimental in my farming. I believe that this time you will agree that I have hit on a great idea. Don't say a word to anybody about it. I am astonished that it hasn't been thought of long ago, and my only fear is that we may be forestalled. I suppose the fact is that it has been staring us all in the face so long that we haven't noticed it. My idea is simply this. A plantation, or orchard, if you like, of the arbor vitae, and I know the exact place for it. You have often told me how Jenkins of the Garth insists on having those fields of his by the Soar Down and potatoes, a most unsuitable place for such a crop. I want you to go and see him as soon as you have time, and tell him we want the use of the fields, about 5 acres, if I remember. Of course, he must be compensated, and, within reason, you can be as liberal as you like. I have understood from you that the soil is a deep, rich loam, in very good heart. It should be an ideal position for the culture I intend. I believe that the arbor vitae will flourish anywhere, and is practically indifferent to climatic conditions, makes its own climate, as one writer rather poetically expresses it. Still, its culture in this county is an experiment. And I am sure Maridwes, I think that's the old name of those fields by the Soar, is the very spot. The land must be thoroughly trenched. Get this put in hand as soon as you can possibly manage it. Let them leave it in ridges, so that the winter frosts can break it up. Then, if we give it a good dressing of superphosphate of lime and bone meal in the spring, and plow in September, everything will be ready for the autumn planting. You know I always insist on shallow planting. Don't bury the roots in a hole, spread them out evenly within 5 or 6 inches of the surface, let them feel the sun. And when it comes to staking, mind that each tree has 2 stakes, crossed at the top, with the points driven into the ground at a good distance from the roots. I am sure that the single stake, close to the tree stem, with its point driven through the roots is very bad practice. Of course, you will appreciate the importance of this new culture. The 12 distinct kinds of fruit produced by this extraordinary tree, all of them of delicious flavor, render it absolutely unique. Whatever the cost of the experiment may be, I am sure it will be made good in a very short time. And it must be remembered that while the name, tous les mois, given to a kind of strawberry cultivated on the continent, really only implies that the plants fruit all through the summer and early autumn, in the case of the arbor vitae, the claim may be made with literal truth. As the old writers say, the arbor yielded her fruit every month. No other cropper, however heavy, can be compared with it. And in addition to all this, the leaves are said to possess the most valuable therapeutic qualities. Don't you agree with me that this will prove by far the most important and far-reaching of all our experiments? I remain, yours sincerely, Tylo Morgan. P.S. On consideration, I think it might be better to keep the dressing of super and bone meal till the autumn, just before ploughing. And you might as well begin to look up the nurserymen's catalogues. As we shall be giving a large order, you may have to place it with 2 or 3 firms. I think you will find the arbor vitae listed with the coniferae. 3. Long years after all this, 2 elderly men were talking together in a club smoking room. They had the place almost to themselves. Most of the members, having lunched and taken their coffee and cigarettes, had strolled away. There was a small knot of men with their heads close together over the table, chuckling and relating and hearing juicy gossip. 2 or 3 others were dotted about the solemn, funebrous room, each apart with his paper, deep in his armchair. Our 2 were in a retired corner, which might have been called snug in any other place. They were old friends, it appeared, and one, the less elderly, had returned not long before from some far place, after an absence of many years. I haven't seen anything of Harry Morgan since I've been home, he remarked. I suppose he's still in town. Still in Beresford Street. But he doesn't get out so much now. He's getting a bit stiff in the joints. A good 10 years older than I am. I should like to see him again. I always thought him a very good fellow. A first-rate fellow. You know that story about Bartle Frere? Man was sent to meet him at the station, and asked how he should know him. They told him to look out for an old gentleman with grey whiskers helping somebody, and he found Frere helping an old woman with a big basket out of a third-class carriage. Harry Morgan was like that, except for the whiskers. There was a pause. And then the man who had retold the old Sir Bartle Frere story began again. I don't suppose you ever heard the kindest thing Morgan ever did, one of the kindest things I've ever heard of. You know I come from his part of the country. My people used to have Plas Hennock, only a few miles from Lantricent Abbey, the Morgan's place. My father told me all about it. Harry kept the thing very dark. Upon my word. What is it about a man not letting his left hand know what his right hand is about? Morgan has lived up to that if any man ever did. Well, it was like this. Have you ever heard of old Tylo Morgan? He was a bit before our day. Not an old man, by the way. I don't suppose he was much over 40 when he died. Well, he went the pace in the old style. He was very well known in town, not in society, or rather in damned bad society, and not far from here either. They had a picture of him in some low print of the time, with those long whiskers that used to be worn then. They didn't give his name, just called it, the hero of the Haymarket. You wouldn't believe it, would you, but in those days the Haymarket was the great place for night houses, Kate Hamilton and all that lot. Morgan was in the thick of it all, but that picture annoyed him. He had those whiskers of his cut off at Truffett's the very next day. He was the sort of man they got the silver dinner service out for, when he entertained his friends at Cremorne. And judge and jury, and the poses plastiques, and that place in Windmill Street where they fought without the gloves, and all the rest of it. And it was just as bad down in the country. He used to take his London friends, male and female, down there, and lead the sort of life he lived in town, as near as he could make it. They used to tell a story, true very likely, of how he and half a dozen rapscallions like himself were putting away the port after dinner, and making a devil of a noise, all talking and shouting and cursing at the top of their voices. When Tylo seemed to pull himself together and get very grave all in a minute. Silence. Gentlemen, he called out. The rest of them took no notice. One of them started a blackguard song, and the others got ready to join in the chorus. Hold your damned tongues, damn you. Morgan bawled at them, and smashed a big decanter on the table. "D'you think," he said, "that that's the sort of thing for youngsters to listen to? Have you no sense of decency? Didn't I tell you that the children were coming down to dessert?" With that, he rang a bell that was by him on the table and, so the story goes, 6 young fellows and 6 girls came trooping down the big staircase, without a single stitch on them, calling out in squeaky voices, "Oh, dear papa! What have you done to dear mama?" And the rest of it. The phrase was evidently an inclusive, vague, but altogether damnatory clause with this teller of old tales. Well, he continued, you can imagine what the county thought of all that sort of thing. Tylo Morgan made Lantricent Abbey stink in their nostrils. Naturally, none of them would go near the place. The women, who were, perhaps, rather more particular about such matters than they are now, simply wouldn't have Morgan's name mentioned in their presence. The Duke cut him dead in the street. His subscription to the hunt was returned. I don't think he cared. You know, garden parties were beginning to get fashionable then, and they say Morgan sent out engraved invitation cards, with a picture of a nymph and a satyr on them that some artist fellow had done for him, not a nice picture at all according to county standards. And what do you think he had at the bottom of the card instead of RSVP? No clothes by request. He was a damned impudent fellow, if you like. I believe the party came off all right, with more friends from town, and most unusual games and sports on the lawn and in the shrubberies. It was said that Treowen, the Duke's son, was there. But he always swore through thick and thin that it was a lie. But it was brought up against him afterwards when he stood with Herbert for the county. And what do you think happened next? A most extraordinary thing. Nobody was prepared for it. Everyone said he would just drink and devil and wench himself to death, and a damned good riddance. Well, I'll tell you. There was one thing, you know, that everybody had to confess. In his very worst days Tylo Morgan always left the country girls alone. Never interfered with the farmers' daughters or cottage girls or anything in that way. And then, one fine day when he was up with a keeper looking after a few head of grouse he had on the mountain, what should he do but fall in love with a girl of 15, who lived with her mother or grandmother, I don't know which. In a cottage right up there. Mary Trevor, I believe her name was. My father had seen her once or twice afterwards driving with Morgan in his tandem. He said she was a most beautiful creature, a perfectly lovely woman. She was a type that you see sometimes in Wales, very dark, black eyes, black hair, oval face, skin a pale olive, not at all unlike those girls that used to prance up and down halls in southern France, with their hair done up in velvet ribbons. I don't know whether you've ever been there. There's something oriental about that style of beauty, it doesn't last long. Anyhow, Tylo Morgan fell flat on the spot. He went straight down to the Abbey and packed the whole company back to town, told them they could go to hell, or bloody Jerusalem, or the Haymarket, for all he cared. As soon as they'd all gone, he was off to the mountain again. He wasn't seen at the Abbey for weeks. I am sure I don't know why he didn't marry the girl straight away, nobody knew. She said that he did marry her, but we shall come to that presently. In due course, the baby came along, and Morgan wanted to pension off the old lady and take the mother and child down to Lantricent. But the doctors advised against it. I believe Morgan got some very good men down, and they were all inclined to shake their heads over the child. I don't think they committed themselves or named any distinct disease or anything of that kind. But they were all agreed that there was a certain delicacy of constitution, and that the boy would have a much better chance if they kept him up in the mountain air for the first few years of his life. Lantricent Abbey, I should tell you, is right down in the valley by the river, with woods and hills all round it, fine place, but rather damp and relaxing, I dare say. So, the long and short of it was that young Tylo stayed up with his mother and the old woman, and old Tylo used to come and see them for weekends, as they say now, till the boy was 4 or 5 years old. And then the old lady was looked after somewhere or other, and the mother and son went to live at the Abbey. Everything went on all right, except that the county people kept away, for 3 or 4 years. The child seemed well and strong, and the tutor they got in for him said he was a tremendous fellow with his books, well in advance of his age, unusually interested in his work and all that. Then he got ill, very ill indeed. I don't know what it was, some brain trouble, I should think, meningitis or something of that sort. It was touch and go for weeks, and it left the unfortunate little chap an absolute wreck at the end of it. For a long time they thought he was paralyzed, all the strength had gone out of his limbs. And the worst of it was, the mind was affected. He seemed bright enough, mind you, nothing dull or heavy about him. And I'm told you might listen to him chattering away for half an hour on end, and go away thinking he was a perfect phenomenon of a child for intelligence. But if you listened long enough, you'd hear something that would pull you up with a jerk. Crazy, yes, and worse than crazy, mixed up in a way with a kind of sense, so that you might begin to wonder which was queer, yourself or the boy. It was a dreadful grief to the parents, especially to his father. He used to talk about his sins finding him out. I don't know, there may have been something in that. Whips to scourge us, perhaps so. They got the tutor back after some time. The child begged so hard for him that they were afraid he'd worry himself into another brain fever if they didn't give way. So he came along with instructions to make the lessons as much a farce as he liked, and the more the better. Not on any account to press the boy over his work. And from what my father told me, young Tylo nearly drove the poor man off his head. He was far sharper in a way than he'd ever been before, with a memory like Macaulay's, once read, never forgotten, and an amazing appetite for learning. But then the twist in the brain would come out. Mathematics brilliant. And at the end of the lesson he'd frighten that tutor of his with a new theory of figures, some notion of the figures that we don't know of, the numbers that are between the others, something rather more than 1 and less than 2, and so forth. It was the same with everything. There was the secret conquest of England 100 years ago, that nobody was allowed to mention, and the squares that were always changing their shape in geometry. And the great continent that was hidden because Africa was on top of it, so that you couldn't see it. Then, when it came to the classics, there were fresh cases for the nouns and new moods for the verbs, and all the rest of it. Most extraordinary, and very sad for his father and mother. The poor little fellow took a tremendous interest in the family history and in the property, but I believe he hashed all that up in some infernal way. Well, it seemed there was nothing to be done. Then his father died. Of course, the question of the succession came up at once. Poor Mrs. Morgan, as she called herself to the last, swore she was married to Tylo, but she couldn't produce any papers that were evidence of a legal marriage anyhow. I fancy the truth was that they were married in some forgotten little chapel up in the mountains by a hedge preacher or somebody of that kind, who didn't know enough to get in the registrar. Of course, Tylo ought to have known better, but probably he didn't bother at the time so long as he satisfied the girl. He may have meant to make it all right eventually, and left it too late, I don't know. Anyhow, Payne Llewellyn, the family solicitor, gave the poor woman to understand that she and the boy would have to leave Lantricent Abbey, and off they went. They had one room in a miserable back street in Islington or Barnsbury or some such god-forsaken place, and she earned a bare living in a sweater's workshop. Meanwhile, the property had passed to a cousin, Harry Morgan. And he hadn't been heard of, or barely heard of, for some years. He had gone off exploring Central Asia or the sources of the Amazon when Tylo Morgan was in his glory, if you can put it that way. He hadn't heard a word of Tylo's reformation or of Mary Trevor and her boy, and when old Llewellyn was able to get at him after considerable difficulty and delay, he never mentioned the woman or her son. When Morgan did come home at last, he found he didn't fancy the old family place, called it a dismal hole, I believe. Anyhow, he let it on a longish lease to a mental specialist, mad doctors, they called them then, and he turned the abbey into a lunatic asylum. Then somebody told Harry about Mary Trevor, and the poor child, and the marriage or no marriage. He was furious with Llewellyn. He had a search made, and when he found them, it was just too late so far as Mary Trevor was concerned. She had died, of grief and hard work and semi-starvation, no doubt. But Harry took the boy away, and finding how he was longing to go back to the abbey, he was quite convinced, you see, that he was the owner of it and of all the Morgan estates. Harry got the doctor who was running the place to take Tylo as a patient. He was given a set of rooms to himself in a wing, right away from the other patients. Everything was done to encourage him in his notion that he was Tylo Morgan of Lantricent Abbey. Going back to the old place had stirred up all his enthusiasm for the family, and the property, and the management of the estates, and it became the great interest of his life. He quite thought he was making it the best managed estate in the county, inaugurating a new era in English farming, and all the rest of it. Harry Morgan instructed Captain Vaughan, the estate agent, to see Tylo once a week, and enter into all his schemes and pretend to carry them out, and I believe Vaughan played up extremely well. Though he sometimes found it difficult to keep a straight face. You see, that twist in the brain wasn't getting any better, and when it went to work on practical farming it produced some amazing results. Vaughan would be told to get this bit of land ready for pineapples, and somewhere else they were to grow olives, and what about zebras for haulage? But it kept him happy to the last. Do you know, the very day he died, he wrote a long letter of instructions to Vaughan. What do you think it was about? You won't guess. He told Vaughan to plant the tree of life in a potato patch by the Soar, and gave full cultural directions. God bless me. You don't say so. The Major, who had listened to the long story, ruminated a while. He had been brought up in an old-fashioned evangelical household, and had always loved revelation. The text burned and glowed into his memory, and he said in a strong voice. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits. And yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. There was only one man beside our two friends left in the darkening room, and he had fallen fast asleep in his armchair, with his paper on the ground before him. The Major's clear intonation woke him with a crash, and when he heard the words that were being uttered, he was seized with unspeakable and panic terror, and ran out of the room, howling, more or less, for the committee. But the Major, having ended his text, said, "I always thought Harry Morgan was a good fellow. But I didn't know he was such a thundering good fellow as that." And that was his amen. Opening the door. 1931. The newspaper reporter, from the nature of the case, has generally to deal with the commonplaces of life. He does his best to find something singular and arresting in the spectacle of the day's doings. But, in spite of himself, he is generally forced to confess that whatever there may be beneath the surface itself is dull enough. I must allow, however, that during my 10 years or so in Fleet Street, I came across some tracts that were not devoid of oddity. There was that business of Campo Tosto, for example. That never got into the papers. Campo Tosto, I must explain, was a Belgian, settled for many years in England, who had left all his property to the man who looked after him. My news editor was struck by something odd in the brief story that appeared in the morning paper, and sent me down to make inquiries. I left the train at Reigate, and there I found that Mr. Campo Tosto had lived at a place called Burnt Green, which is a translation of his name into English, and that he shot at trespassers with a bow and arrows. I was driven to his house, and saw through a glass door some of the property which he had bequeathed to his servant, 15th-century triptychs, dim and rich and golden, carved statues of the saints, great spiked altar candlesticks, storied censers in tarnished silver, and much more of old church treasure. The legatee, whose name was Turk, would not let me enter, but, as a treat, he took my newspaper from my pocket and read it upside down with great accuracy and facility. I wrote this very queer story, but Fleet Street would not suffer it. I believe it struck them as too strange a thing for their sober columns. And then there was the affair of the JHVS Syndicate, which dealt with a Kabbalistic cipher, and the phenomenon, called in the Old Testament, the glory of the Lord, and the discovery of certain objects buried under the site of the temple at Jerusalem. That story was left half told, and I never heard the ending of it. And I never understood the affair of the hoard of coins that a storm disclosed on the Suffolk coast near Albury. From the talk of the longshoremen, who were on the lookout amongst the dunes, it appeared that a great wave came in and washed away a slice of the sand cliff just beneath them. They saw glittering objects as the sea washed back, and retrieved what they could. I viewed the treasure. It was a collection of coins. The earliest of the 12th century, the latest, pennies, 3 or 4 of them, of Edward VII, and a bronze medal of Charles Spurgeon. There are, of course, explanations of the puzzle. But there are difficulties in the way of accepting any one of them. It is very clear, for example, that the hoard was not gathered by a collector of coins. Neither the 20th century pennies nor the medal of the great Baptist preacher would appeal to a numismatologist. But perhaps the queerest story to which my newspaper connections introduced me was the affair of the Reverend Secretan Jones, the Canonbury clergyman, as the headlines called him. To begin with, it was a matter of sudden disappearance. I believe people of all sorts disappear by dozens in the course of every year, and nobody hears of them or their vanishings. Perhaps they turn up again, or perhaps they don't. Anyhow, they never get so much as a line in the papers, and there is an end of it. Take, for example, that unknown man in the burning car, who cost the amorous commercial traveler his life. In a certain sense, we all heard of him. But he must have disappeared from somewhere in space, and nobody knew that he had gone from his world. So it is often, but now and then there is some circumstance that draws attention to the fact that A, or B, was in his place on Monday and missing from it on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then inquiries are made and usually the lost man is found, alive or dead, and the explanation is often simple enough. But as to the case of Secretan Jones, this gentleman, a cleric as I have said, but seldom, it appeared, exercising his sacred office, lived retired in a misty, 1830-40 square in the recesses of Canonbury. He was understood to be engaged in some kind of scholarly research, was a well-known figure in the reading room of the British Museum, and looked anything between 50 and 60. It seems probable that if he had been content with that achievement he might have disappeared as often as he pleased, and nobody would have troubled. But one night as he sat late over his books in the stillness of that retired quarter, a motor lorry passed along a road not far from Tollet Square, breaking the silence with a heavy rumble and causing a tremor of the ground that penetrated into Secretan Jones's study. A teacup and saucer on a side table trembled slightly, and Secretan Jones's attention was taken from his authorities and notebooks. This was in February or March of 1907, and the motor industry was still in its early stages. If you preferred a horse bus, there were plenty left in the streets. Motor coaches were non-existent, hansom cabs still jogged and jingled on their cheerful way, and there were very few heavy motor vans in use. But to Secretan Jones, disturbed by the rattle of his cup and saucer, a vision of the future, highly colored, was vouchsafed, and he began to write to the papers. He saw the London streets almost as we know them today. Streets where a horse vehicle would be almost a matter to show one's children for them to remember in their old age, streets in which a great procession of huge omnibuses carrying 50, 70, 100 people was continually passing. Streets in which vans and trailers loaded far beyond the capacity of any manageable team of horses would make the ground tremble without ceasing. The retired scholar, with the happy activity which does sometimes, oddly enough, distinguish the fish out of water, went on and spared nothing. Newton saw the apple fall, and built up a mathematical universe. Jones heard the teacup rattle, and laid the universe of London in ruins. He pointed out that neither the roadways nor the houses beside them were constructed to withstand the weight and vibration of the coming traffic. He crumbled all the shops in Oxford Street and Piccadilly into dust, he cracked the dome of St. Paul's, brought down Westminster Abbey, reduced the law courts to a fine powder. What was left was dealt with by fire, flood and pestilence. The prophetic Jones demonstrated that the roads must collapse, involving the various services beneath them. Here, the water mains and the main drainage would flood the streets, there, huge volumes of gas would escape, and electric wires fuse. The earth would be rent with explosions, and the myriad streets of London would go up in a great flame of fire. Nobody really believed that it would happen, but it made good reading, and Secretan Jones gave interviews, started discussions, and enjoyed himself thoroughly. Thus he became the Canonbury clergyman. Canonbury clergyman says that catastrophe is inevitable, doom of London pronounced by Canonbury clergyman, Canonbury clergyman's forecast, London a carnival of flood, fire and earthquake, that sort of thing. And thus Secretan Jones, though his main interests were liturgical, was able to secure a few newspaper paragraphs when he disappeared, rather more than a year after his great campaign in the press, which was not quite forgotten. But not very clearly remembered. A few paragraphs, I said, and stowed away, most of them, in out-of-the-way corners of the papers. It seemed that Mrs. Sedger, the woman who shared with her husband the business of looking after Secretan Jones, brought in tea on a tray to his study at 4 o'clock as usual, and came, again as usual, to take it away at 5. And, a good deal to her astonishment, the study was empty. She concluded that her master had gone out for a stroll, though he never went out for strolls between tea and dinner. He didn't come back for dinner. And Sedger, inspecting the hall, pointed out that the master's hats and coats and sticks and umbrellas were all on their pegs and in their places. The Sedgers conjectured this, that, and the other, waited a week, and then went to the police, and the story came out and perturbed a few learned friends and correspondents. Prebendary Lincoln, author of the Roman Canon in the 3rd century, Dr. Brightwell, wise on the right of Malabar, and Stokes, the Mozarabic man. The rest of the populace did not take very much interest in the affair, and when, at the end of 6 weeks, there was a line or two stating that, the Rev. Secretan Jones, whose disappearance at the beginning of last month from his house in Tollet Square, Canonbury, caused some anxiety to his friends, returned yesterday, there was neither enthusiasm nor curiosity. The last line of the paragraph said that the incident was supposed to be the result of a misunderstanding, and nobody even asked what that statement meant. And there would have been the end of it, if Sedger had not gossiped to the circle in the private bar of the King of Prussia. Some mysterious and unofficial person, in touch with this circle, insinuated himself into the presence of my news editor and told him Sedger's tale. Mrs. Sedger, a careful woman, had kept all the rooms tidy and well dusted. On the Tuesday afternoon she had opened the study door and saw, to her amazement and delight, her master sitting at his table with a great book open beside him and a pencil in his hand. She exclaimed, "Oh, sir, I am glad to see you back again." "Back again, said the clergyman. What do you mean? I think I should like some more tea. I don't know in the least what it's all about, said the news editor, but you might go and see Secretan Jones and have a chat with him. There may be a story in it. There was a story in it, but not for my paper, or any other paper. I got into the house in Tollet Square on some unhandsome pretext connected with Secretan Jones's traffic scare of the year before. He looked at me in a dim, abstracted way at first, the great book of his servant's story, and other books, and many black quarto notebooks were about him, but my introduction of the proposed design for a mammoth carrier clarified him. And he began to talk eagerly, and as it seemed to me lucidly, of the grave menace of the new mechanical transport. But what's the use of talking, he ended. I tried to wake people up to the certain dangers ahead. I seemed to succeed for a few weeks, and then they forgot all about it. You would really say that the great majority are like dreamers, like sleepwalkers. Yes, like men walking in a dream, shutting out all the actualities, all the facts of life. They know that they are, in fact, walking on the edge of a precipice. And yet they are able to believe, it seems, that the precipice is a garden path, and they behave as if it were a garden path, as safe as that path you see down there, going to the door at the bottom of my garden. The study was at the back of the house, and looked on the long garden, heavily overgrown with shrubs run wild, mingling with one another, some of them flowering richly. And altogether and happily obscuring and confounding the rigid grey walls that doubtless separated each garden from its neighbours. Above the tall shrubs, taller elms and planes and ash trees grew unlopped and handsomely neglected, and under this deep concealment of green boughs the path went down to a green door, just visible under a cloud of white roses. As safe as that path you see there, Secretan Jones repeated, and, looking at him, I thought his expression changed a little, very slightly, indeed, but to a certain questioning, one might say to a meditative doubt. He suggested to me a man engaged in an argument, who puts his case strongly, decisively, and then hesitates for the fraction of a second as a point occurs to him of which he had never thought before, a point as yet unweighed, unestimated. Dimly present, but more as a shadow than a shape. The newspaper reporter needs the gestures of the serpent as well as its wisdom. I forget how I glided from the safe topic of the traffic peril to the dubious territory which I had been sent to explore. At all events, my contortions were the most graceful that I could devise, but they were altogether vain. Secretan Jones's kind, lean, clean-shaven face took on an expression of distress. He looked at me as one in perplexity. He seemed to search his mind not for the answer that he should give me, but rather for some answer due to himself. I am extremely sorry that I cannot give you the information you want, he said, after a considerable pause. But I really can't go any farther into the matter. In fact, it is quite out of the question to do so. You must tell your editor, or sub-editor, which is it, that the whole business is due to a misunderstanding, a misconception, which I am not at liberty to explain. But I am really sorry that you have come all this way for nothing. There was real apology and regret, not only in his words, but in his tones and in his aspect. I could not clutch my hat and get on my way with a short word in the character of a disappointed and somewhat disgusted emissary. So we fell on general talk, and it came out that we both came from the Welsh borderland, and had long ago walked over the same hills and drunk of the same wells. Indeed, I believe we proved cousinship, in the 7th degree or so, and tea came in and before long Secretan Jones was deep in liturgical problems, of which I knew just enough to play the listener's part. Indeed, when I had told him that the HWIL, or chanted eloquence, of the Welsh Methodists was, in fact, the preface tone of the Roman Missal, he overflowed with grateful interest, and made a note in one of his books. And said the point was most curious and important. It was a pleasant evening, and we strolled through the French windows into the green-shadowed, blossoming garden, and went on with our talk, till it was time, and high time, for me to go. I had taken up my hat as we left the study, and as we stood by the green door in the wall at the end of the garden, I suggested that I might use it. "I'm so sorry," said Secretan Jones, looking, I thought, a little worried, "but I am afraid it's jammed, or something of that kind." It has always been an awkward door, and I hardly ever use it. So we went through the house, and on the doorstep he pressed me to come again, and was so cordial that I agreed to his suggestion of the Saturday night. And so at last I got an answer to the question with which my newspaper had originally entrusted me, but an answer by no means for newspaper use. The tale, or the experience, or the impression, or whatever it may be called, was delivered to me by very slow degrees, with hesitations, and in a manner of tentative suggestion that often reminded me of our first talk together. It was as if Jones were again and again questioning himself as to the matter of his utterances, as if he doubted whether they should not rather be treated as dreams, and dismissed as trifles without consequence. He said once to me, "People do tell their dreams, I know, but isn't it usually felt that they are telling nothing? That's what I am afraid of." I told him that I thought we might throw a great deal of light on very dark places if more dreams were told. But there, I said, is the difficulty. I doubt whether the dreams that I am thinking of can be told. There are dreams that are perfectly lucid from beginning to end, and also perfectly insignificant. There are others which are blurred by a failure of memory, perhaps only on one point: you dream of a dead man as if he were alive. Then there are dreams which are prophetic, there seems, on the whole, no doubt of that. Then you may have sheer clotted nonsense. I once chased Julius Caesar all over London to get his recipe for curried eggs. But, besides these, there is a certain dream of another order, utter lucidity up to the moment of waking, and then perceived to be beyond the power of words to express. It is neither sense nor nonsense. It has, perhaps, a notation of its own, but, well, you can't play Euclid on the violin. Secretan Jones shook his head. "I am afraid my experiences are rather like that," he said. It was clear, indeed, that he found great difficulty in finding a verbal formula which should convey some hint of his adventures. But that was later. To start with, things were fairly easy. But, characteristically enough, he began his story before I realized that the story was begun. I had been talking of the queer tricks a man's memory sometimes plays him. I was saying that a few days before, I was suddenly interrupted in some work I was doing. It was necessary that I should clear my desk in a hurry. I shuffled a lot of loose papers together and put them away, and awaited my caller with a fresh writing pad before me. The man came. I attended to the business with which he was concerned, and went back to my former affair when he had gone. But I could not find the sheaf of papers. I thought I had put them in a drawer. They were not in the drawer, they were not in any drawer, or in the blotting book, or in any place where one might reasonably expect to find them. They were found next morning by the servant who dusted the room, stuffed hard down into the crevice between the seat and the back of an armchair, and carefully hidden under a cushion. And, I finished, I hadn't the faintest recollection of doing it. My mind was blank on the matter. "Yes," said Secretan Jones, "I suppose we all suffer from that sort of thing at times. About a year ago I had a very odd experience of the same kind. It troubled me a good deal at the time. It was soon after I had taken up that question of the new traffic and its probable, its certain, results. As you may have gathered, I have been absorbed for most of my life in my own special studies, which are remote enough from the activities and interests of the day. It hasn't been at all my way to write to the papers to say there are too many dogs in London, or to denounce street musicians. But I must say that the extraordinary dangers of using our present road system for a traffic for which it was not designed did impress themselves very deeply upon me, and I dare say I allowed myself to be over-interested and over-excited. There is a great deal to be said for the apostolic maxim, "Study to be quiet and to mind your own business." I am afraid I got the whole thing on the brain, and neglected my own business, which at that particular time, if I remember, was the investigation of a very curious question, the validity or non-validity of the consecration formula of the Grand Saint Graal, car cho est li sanct di manuviel loi, li means miasms. Instead of attending to my proper work, I allowed myself to be drawn into the discussion I had started, and for a week or two I thought of very little else, even when I was looking up authorities at the British Museum. I couldn't get the rumble of the motor van out of my head. So, you see, I allowed myself to get harried and worried and distracted, and I put down what followed to all the bother and excitement I was going through. The other day, when you had to leave your work in the middle and start on something else, I dare say you felt annoyed and put out, and shoved those papers of yours away without really thinking of what you were doing. And I suppose something of the same kind happened to me. Though it was still queerer, I think. He paused, and seemed to meditate doubtfully, and then broke out with an apologetic laugh, and, it really sounds quite crazy. And then, I forgot where I lived. Loss of memory, in fact, through overwork and nervous excitement. Yes, but not quite in the usual way. I was quite clear about my name and my identity. And I knew my address perfectly well, 39, Tollet Square, Canonbury. But you said you forgot where you lived. I know, but there's the difficulty of expression we were talking about the other day. I am looking for the notation, as you called it. But it was like this. I had been working till the morning in the reading room with the motor danger at the back of my mind, and as I left the museum, feeling a sort of heaviness and confusion, I made up my mind to walk home. I thought the air might freshen me a little. I set out at a good pace. I knew every foot of the way, as I had often done the walk before, and I went ahead mechanically, with my mind wrapped up in a very important matter relating to my proper studies. As a matter of fact, I had found in a most unexpected quarter a statement that threw an entirely new light on the rite of the Celtic Church, and I felt that I might be on the verge of an important discovery. I was lost in a maze of conjectures, and when I looked up I found myself standing on the pavement by the Angel, Islington, totally unaware of where I was to go next. Yes, quite so, I knew the Angel when I saw it, and I knew I lived in Tollet Square, but the relation between the two had entirely vanished from my consciousness. For me, there were no longer any points of the compass. There was no such thing as direction, neither north nor south, nor left nor right, an extraordinary sensation, which I don't feel I have made plain to you at all. I was a good deal disturbed, and felt that I must move somewhere, so I set off, and found myself at King's Cross railway station. Then I did the only thing there was to be done, took a hansom and got home, feeling shaky enough. I gathered that this was the first incident of significance in a series of odd experiences that befell this learned and amiable clergyman. His memory became thoroughly unreliable, or so he thought at first. He began to miss important papers from his table in the study. A series of notes, on 3 sheets lettered A, B, and C, were placed by him on the table under a paperweight one night, just before he went up to bed. They were missing when he went into his study the next morning. He was certain that he had put them in that particular place, under the bulbous glass weight with the pink roses embedded in its depths, but they were not there. Then Mrs. Sedger knocked at the door and entered with the papers in her hand. She said she had found them between the bed and the mattress in the master's bedroom, and thought they might be wanted. Secretan Jones could not make it out at all. He supposed he must have put the papers where they were found and then forgotten all about it, and he was uneasy, feeling afraid that he was on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Then there were difficulties about his books, as to which he was very precise, every book having its own place. One morning he wanted to consult the Miss Sale Arbuthnot, a big red quarto, which lived at the end of a bottom shelf near the window. It was not there. The unfortunate man went up to his bedroom, and felt the bed all over and looked under his shirts in the chest of drawers, and searched all the room in vain. However, determined to get what he wanted, he went to the reading room, verified his reference, and returned to Canonbury, and there was the red quarto in its place. Now here, it seemed certain, there was no room for loss of memory. And Secretan Jones began to suspect his servants of playing tricks with his possessions, and tried to find a reason for their imbecility or villainy, he did not know what to call it. But it would not do at all. Papers and books disappeared and reappeared, or now and then vanished without return. One afternoon, struggling, as he told me, against a growing sense of confusion and bewilderment, he had with considerable difficulty filled 2 quarto sheets of ruled paper with a number of extracts necessary to the subject he had in hand. When this was done, he felt his bewilderment thickening like a cloud about him. It was, physically and mentally, as if the objects in the room became indistinct, were presented in a shimmering mist or darkness. He felt afraid, and rose, and went out into the garden. The 2 sheets of paper he had left on his table were lying on the path by the garden door. I remember he stopped dead at this point. To tell the truth, I was thinking that all these instances were rather matter for the ear of a mental specialist than for my hearing. There was evidence enough of a bad nervous breakdown, and it seemed to me, of delusions. I wondered whether it was my duty to advise the man to go to the best doctor he knew, and without delay. Then Secretan Jones began again. I won't tell you any more of these absurdities. I know they are drivel, pantomime tricks and traps, children's conjuring, contemptible, all of it. But it made me afraid. I felt like a man walking in the dark, beset with uncertain sounds and faint echoes of his footsteps that seem to come from a vast depth, till he begins to fear that he is treading by the edge of some awful precipice. There was something unknown about me, and I was holding on hard to what I knew, and wondering whether I should be sustained. One afternoon I was in a very miserable and distracted state. I could not attend to my work. I went out into the garden, and walked up and down trying to calm myself. I opened the garden door and looked into the narrow passage which runs at the end of all the gardens on this side of the square. There was nobody there, except 3 children playing some game or other. They were queer, stunted little creatures, and I turned back into the garden and walked into the study. I had just sat down, and had turned to my work hoping to find relief in it, when Mrs. Sedger, my servant, came into the room and cried out, in an excited sort of way, that she was glad to see me back again. I made up some story. I don't know whether she believes it. I suppose she thinks I have been mixed up in something disreputable. And what had happened? I haven't the remotest notion. We sat looking at each other for some time. I suppose what happened was just this, I said at last. Your nervous system had been in a very bad way for some time. It broke down utterly, you lost your memory, your sense of identity, everything. You may have spent the 6 weeks in addressing envelopes in the city road. He turned to one of the books on the table and opened it. Between the leaves there were the dimmed red and white petals of some flower that looked like an anemone. I picked this flower, he said, as I was walking down the path that afternoon. It was the first of its kind to be in bloom, very early. It was still in my hand when I walked back into this room, 6 weeks later, as everybody declares. But it was quite fresh. There was nothing to be said. I kept silent for 5 minutes, I suppose, before I asked him whether his mind was an utter blank as to the 6 weeks during which no known person had set eyes on him. Whether he had no sort of recollection, however vague. At first, nothing at all. I could not believe that more than a few seconds came between my opening the garden door and shutting it. Then in a day or 2 there was a vague impression that I had been somewhere where everything was absolutely right. I can't say more than that. No fairyland joys, or bowers of bliss, or anything of that kind. No sense of anything strange or unaccustomed. But there was no care there at all. Est enim magnum chaos. But that means, for there is a great void, or a great gulf. We never spoke of the matter again. 2 months later he told me that his nerves had been troubling him, and that he was going to spend a month or 6 weeks at a farm near Lantony, in the Black Mountains, a few miles from his old home. In 3 weeks I got a letter, addressed in Secretan Jones's hand. Inside was a slip of paper on which he had written the words. Est enim magnum chaos. The day on which the letter was posted he had gone out in wild autumn weather, late one afternoon, and had never come back. No trace of him has ever been found. The Marriage of Panurge. It was a dim, hot night, all the great city smoked as with a mist, and a tawny moon rose through films of cloud far in the vista of the east. Ambrose thought with a sudden recollection that the moon, that world of splendor, was shining in a farther land, on the coast of the wild rocks, on the heaving sea, on the fairy apple garths in Avalon, where, though the apples are always golden, Yet the blossoms of enchantment never fade, but hang forever against the sky. They were passing a half-lit street, and these dreams were broken by the sudden clanging, rattling music of a piano organ. For a moment they saw the shadowy figures of the children as they flitted to and fro, dancing odd measures in the rhythm of the tune. Then they came into a long, narrow way with a church spire in the distance, and near the church they passed the church shop, Roman, evidently, from the subjects and the treatment of the works of art on view. But it was strange. In the middle of the window was a crude, glaring statue of some saint. He was in bright red robes, sprinkled with golden stars. The blood rained down from a wound in his forehead, and with one hand he drew the scarlet vestment aside and pointed to the dreadful gash above his heart, and from this, again, the bloody drops fell thick. The colors stared and shrieked, and yet, through the bad, cheap art there seemed to shine a rapture that was very near to beauty. The thing expressed was so great that it had to a certain extent overcome the villainy of the expression. They wandered vaguely, after their custom. Ambrose was silent. He was thinking of Avalon and red martyrdom, and the Frenchman's parting salutation, of the vision in one of the old books, the man clothed in a robe redder and more shining than burning fire. And his feet and his hands and his face were of a like flame, and 5 angels in fiery vesture stood about him, and at the feet of the man the ground was covered with a ruddy dew. They passed under an old church tower that rose white in the moonlight above them. The air had cleared, the mist had floated away, and now the sky glowed violet, and the white stones of the classic spire shone on high. From it there came suddenly a tumult of glad sound, exultant bells in ever-changing order, pealing out as if to honor some great victory, so that the mirth of the street below became but a trivial restless noise. He thought of some passage that he had read but could not distinctly remember. A ship was coming back to its haven after a weary and tempestuous voyage over many dreadful seas. And those on board saw the tumult in the city as their sails were sighted. Heard afar the shouts of gladness from the rejoicing people, heard the bells from all the spires and towers break suddenly into triumphant chorus, sounding high above the washing of the waves. Ambrose roused himself from his dreams. They had been walking in a circle and had returned almost to the street of the chateau, though, their knowledge of the district being of an unscientific character. They were under the impression that they were a mile or so away from that particular point. As it happened, they had not entered this street before, and they were charmed at the sudden appearance of stained glass lighted up from within. The color was rich and good. There were flourished scrolls and grotesques in the Renaissance manner, many emblazoned shields in ruby and gold and azure. And the centerpiece showed the court of the Beer King, a jovial and venerable figure attended by a host of dwarfs and kobolds, all holding on high enormous mugs of beer. They went in boldly and were glad. It was the famous 3 Kings, in its golden and unreformed days, but this they knew not. The room was of moderate size, very low, with great dark beams in the white ceiling. White were the walls. On the plaster, black-letter texts with vermilion initials praised the dringer's art, and more kobolds, in black and red, loomed oddly in unsuspected corners. The lighting, presumably, was gas, but all that was visible were great antique lanterns depending from iron hooks, and through their dull green glass only a dim radiance fell upon the heavy oak tables and the drinkers. From the middle beam an enormous bouquet of fresh hops hung on high. There was a subdued murmur of talk, and now and then the clatter of the lid of a mug, as fresh beer was ordered. In one corner there was a kind of bar. Behind it a couple of grim women, the kobolds apparently, performed their office, and above, on a sort of rack, hung mugs and tankards of all sizes and of all fantasies. There were plain mugs of creamy earthenware, mugs gaudily and oddly painted with garlanded goats, with hunting scenes, with towering castles, with flaming posies of flowers. Then some friend of the drunken, some sage who had pried curiously into the secrets of thirst, had made a series of wonders in glass, so shining and crystalline that to behold them was as if one looked into a well. For every glitter of the facets gave promise of satisfaction. There were the mugs, capacious and very deep, crowned for the most part not with mere plain lids of common use and make, but with tall spires in pewter, richly ornamented, evident survivals from the Middle Ages. Ambrose's eyes glistened. The place was altogether as he would have designed it. Nellie, too, was glad to sit down, for they had walked longer than usual. She was refreshed by a glass of some cool drink with a borage flower and a cherry floating in it, and Ambrose ordered a mug of beer. It is not known how many of these krugs he emptied. It was, as has been noted, a sultry night, and the streets were dusty, and that glass of Benedictine after dinner rather evokes than dismisses the demon of thirst. Still, Munich beer is no hot and rebellious drink, so the causes of what followed must probably be sought for in other springs. Ambrose took a deep draught, gazed upward to the ceiling, and ordered another mug of beer for himself and some more of the cool and delicate and flowery beverage for Nellie. When the drink was set upon the board, he thus began, without title or preface. "You must know, Nellie dear," he said, "that the marriage of Panurge, which fell out in due time, according to the oracle and advice of the holy bottle, was by no means a fortunate one. For, against all the counsel of Pantagruel and of Friar John, and indeed of all his friends, Panurge married in a fit of spleen and obstinacy the crooked and squinting daughter of the little old man who sold green sauce in the Rue Quincangron at Tours. You will see the very place in a few days, and then you will understand everything. You do not understand that? My child, that is impiety, since it accuses the Zeitgeist, who is certainly the only God that ever existed, as you will see more fully demonstrated in Huxley and Spencer and all the leading articles in all the leading newspapers. Quod erat demonstrandum. To be still more precise, you must know that when I am dead, and a very great man indeed, many thousands of people will come from all the quarters of the globe, not forgetting the United States, to Lupton. They will come and stare very hard at the old Grange, which will have an inscription about me on the wall. They will spend hours in high school, they will walk all round playing fields, they will cut little bits off brooks and quarries. Then they will view the sulfuric acid works, the chemical manure factory and the free library, and whatever other stinkpots and cesspools Lupton town may contain. They will finally enjoy the view of the Midland Railway goods station. Then they will say, now we understand him, now that beautiful passage is quite clear, now one sees how he got all his inspiration in that lovely old school and the wonderful English countryside. So you see that when I show you the Rue Quincangron you will perfectly understand this history. Let us drink, the world shall never be drowned again, so have no fear. Well, the fact remains that Panurge, having married this hideous wench aforesaid, was excessively unhappy. It was in vain that he argued with his wife in all known languages and in some that are unknown, for, as she said, she only knew 2 languages, the one of Turenne and the other of the stick. And this second she taught Panurge per modum passionis, that is by beating him, and this so thoroughly that poor Pulgarlic was sore from head to foot. He was a worthy little fellow, but the greatest coward that ever breathed. Believe me, illustrious drinkers and most precious. Nellie, never was man so wretched as this Panurge since paradise fell from Adam. This is the true doctrine. I heard it when I was at Eleusis. You inquire what was the matter. Why, in the first place, this vile wretch whom they all called, so much did they hate her, la vie mortelle, or deadly life, this vile wretch. I say, what do you think that she did when the last note of the fiddles had sounded and the wedding guests had gone off to the 3 lampreys to kill a certain worm, the which worm is most certainly immortal, since it is not dead yet? Well, then, what did Madame Panurge? Nothing but this, she robbed her excellent and devoted husband of all that he had. Doubtless you remember how, in the old days, Panurge had played ducks and drakes with the money that Pantagruel had given him, so that he borrowed on his corn when it was still in the ear, and before it was sown, if we inquire a little more closely. In truth, the good little man never had a penny to bless himself withal, for the which cause Pantagruel loved him all the more dearly. So that when the Dive Botelle gave its oracle, and Panurge chose his spouse, Pantagruel showed how preciously he esteemed a hearty spender by giving him such a treasure that the goldsmiths who live under the bell of St. Gatian still talk of it before they dine, because by doing so their mouths water, and these salivary secretions are of high benefit to the digestion. Read on this, Galen. If you would know how great and glorious this treasure was, you must go to the library of the Archivesh at Tours, where they will show you a vast volume bound in pigskin, the name of which I have forgotten. But this book is nothing else than the list of all the wonders and glories of Pantagruel's wedding present to Panurge. It contains surprising things, I can tell you, for, in good coin of the realm alone, never was gift that might compare with it. And besides the common money there were ancient pieces, the very names of which are now incomprehensible, and incomprehensible they will remain till the coming of the Cixigrews. There was, for instance, a great gold soul, a world in itself, as some said truly, and I know not how many myriad of etoiles, all of the finest silver that was ever minted, and Angie's guardians. Which the learned think must have been first coined at Angers, though others will have it that they were the same as our angels. And, as for roses de paradis and courants immortels, I believe he had as many of them as ever he would. Beauties and joys he was to keep for pocket money, small change is sometimes great gain. And, as I say, no sooner had Panurge married that accursed daughter of the Rue Quincangron than she robbed him of everything, down to the last brass farthing. The fact is that the woman was a witch. She was also something else which I leave out for the present. But, if you will believe me, she cast such a spell upon Panurge that he thought himself an absolute beggar. Thus he would look at his soul door and say, "What is the use of that? It is only a great bright lump, I can see it every day." Then when they said, "But how about those Angie's guardians?" he would reply, "Where are they? Have you seen them? I never see them. Show them to me, and so with all else." And all the while that villain of a woman beat, thumped and belabored him so that the tears were always in his eyes, and they say you could hear him howling all over the world. Everybody said that he had made a pretty mess of it, and would come to a bad end. Luckily for him, this witch of a wife of his would sometimes doze off for a few minutes, and then he had a little peace. And he would wonder what had become of all the gay girls and gracious ladies that he had known in old times, for he had played the devil with the women in his day and could have taught Ovid lessons in arte amoris. Now, of course, it was as much as his life was worth to mention the very name of one of these ladies, and as for any little sly visits, stolen endearments, hidden embraces, or any small matters of that kind, it was goodbye. I shall see you next Nevermoss. Nor was this all, but worse remains behind, and it is my belief that it is the thought of what I am going to tell you that makes the wind wail and cry of winter nights, and the clouds weep, and the sky look black. For in truth it is the greatest sorrow that ever was since the beginning of the world. I must out with it quick, or I shall never have done, in plain English, and as true as I sit here drinking good ale, not one drop or minim or dram or pennyweight of drink had Panurge tasted since the day of his wedding. He had implored mercy, he had told her how he had served Gargantua and Pantagruel and had got into the habit of drinking in his sleep. And his wife merely advised him to go to the devil, she was not going to let him so much as look at the nasty stuff. "Touch not, taste not, smell not, is my motto," said she. She gave him a blue ribbon, which she said would make up for it. "What do you want with drink?" said she. "Go and do business instead, it's much better for you." Sad, then, and sorry enough was the estate of poor Panurge. At last, so wretched did he become, that he took advantage of one of his wife's dozes and stole away to the good Pantagruel, and told him the whole story, and a very bad one it was, so that the tears rolled down Pantagruel's cheeks from sheer grief. And each teardrop contained exactly 118 gallons of aqueous fluid, according to the calculations of the best geometers. The great man saw that the case was a desperate one, and heaven knew, he said, whether it could be mended or not. But certain it was that a business such as this could not be settled in a hurry, since it was not like a game at shove-ha'penny to be got over between 2 gallons of wine. He therefore counselled Panurge to have patience and bear with his wife for a few thousand years, and in the meantime they would see what could be done. But, lest his patience should wear out, he gave him an odd drug or medicine, prepared by the great artist of the mountains of Cathay, and this he was to drop into his wife's glass, for, though he might have no drink, she was drunk 3 times a day. And she would sleep all the longer, and leave him a while in peace. This Panurge very faithfully performed, and got a little rest now and again, and they say that while that devil of a woman snored and snorted he was able, by odd chances once or twice, to get hold of a drop of the right stuff, good old stingo from the big barrel, which he lapped up as eagerly as a kitten laps cream. Others there be who declare that once or twice he got about his sad old tricks, while his ugly wife was sleeping in the sun. The women on the mail make no secret of their opinion that his old mistress, Madame Sophia, was seen stealing in and out of the house as slyly as you please, and God knows what goes on when the door is shut. But the Turanians were always sad gossips, and one must not believe all that one hears. I leave out the flat scandalmongers who are bold enough to declare that he kept one mistress at Jerusalem, another at Eleusis, another in Egypt, and about as many as are contained in the seraglio of the Grand Trunk, scattered up and down in the towns and villages of Asia. But I do believe there was some kissing in dark corners, and a curtain hung across one room in the house could tell odd tales. Nevertheless, la vie mortelle, a pest on her, was more often awake than asleep, and when she was awake Panurge's case was worse than ever. For, you see, the woman was no piece of a fool, and she saw sure enough that something was going on. The stingo in the barrel was lower than of rights, and more than once she had caught her husband looking almost happy, at which she beat the house about his ears. Then, another time, Madame Sophia dropped her ring, and again this sweet lady came one morning so strongly perfumed that she scented the whole place, and when Lavi woke up it smelt like a church. There was fine work then, I promise you. The people heard the bangs and curses and shrieks and groans as far as Amboise on the one side and Loynes on the other, and that year the lawyer rose 10 feet higher than the banks on account of Panurge's tears. As a punishment, she made him go and be industrial, and he built 10,000 stinkpot factories with 20,000 chimneys, and all the leaves and trees and green grass and flowers in the world were blackened, and died. And all the waters were poisoned so that there were no perch in the lawyer, and salmon fetched 40 sols the pound at Chinon market. As for the men and women, they became yellow apes and listened to a codger named Calvin, who told them they would all be damned eternally, except himself and his friends, and they found his doctrine very comforting, and probable too, since they had the sense to know that they were more than half damned already. I don't know whether Panurge's fate was worse on this occasion or on another when his wife found a book in his writing, full from end to end of poetry. Some of it about the wonderful treasure that Pantagruel had given him, which he was supposed to have forgotten, some of it verses to those old light loves of his, with a whole epic in praise of his mistress-in-chief, Sophia. Then, indeed, there was the very deuce to pay. It was bread and water, stripes and torment, all day long, and Lavi swore a great oath that if he ever did it again he should be sent to spend the rest of his life in Manchester. Whereupon he fell into a swoon from horrid fright and lay like a log, so that everybody thought he was dead. All this while the great Pantagruel was not idle. Perceiving how desperate the matter was, he summoned the 1,001st Great Ecumenical Council of all the sages of the wide world, and when the fathers had come, and had heard high mass at St. Gatians, the session was opened in a pavilion in the meadows by the lawyer just under the lantern of Roche Corbin, whence this council is always styled the Great and Holy Council of the Lantern. If you want to know where the place is you can do so very easily, for there is a choice tavern on the spot where the pavilion stood, and there you may have male latte and friture and amber wine of Vouvray, better than in any tavern in Touraine. As for the history of the acts of this great council, it is still a writing, and so far only 2,000 volumes in elephant folio have been printed sub signo Lucerni cum permissu superiorum. However, as it is necessary to be brief, it may be said that the Holy Fathers of the Lantern, after having heard the whole case as it was exposed to them by the great clerks of Pantagruel, having digested all the arguments, looked into the precedents, applied themselves to the doctrine, explored the hidden wisdom, consulted the canons, searched the scriptures, divided the dogma, distinguished the distinctions and answered the questions, resolved with one voice that there was no help in the world for Panurge, save only this: he must forthwith achieve the most high, noble, and glorious quest of the Saint Graal. For no other way was there under heaven by which he might rid himself of that pestilent wife of his, la vie mortelle. And on some other occasion, said Ambrose, you may hear of the last voyage of Panurge to the glassy Isle of the Holy Graal, of the incredible adventures that he achieved, of the dread perils through which he passed. Of the great wonders and marvels and compassions of the way, of the manner in which he received the title Plenton Waitano, which signifies, child of the waterfloods, and how at last he gloriously attained the vision of the San Graal, and was most happily translated out of the power of la vie mortale. And where is he now? Said Nelly, who had found the tale interesting but obscure. It is not precisely known, opinions vary. But there are two odd things. One is that he is exactly like that man in the red dress whose statue we saw in the shop window tonight, and the other is that from that day to this he has never been sober for a single minute. Calix meus inebrians quam preclaris est. The holy things. The sky was blue above Holborn, and only one little cloud, half white, half golden, floated on the wind's way from west to east. The long aisle of the street was splendid in the full light of the summer, and away in the west, where the houses seemed to meet and join, it was as a rich tabernacle, mysterious, the carven house of holy things. A man came into the great highway from a quiet court. He had been sitting under plane tree shade for an hour or more, his mind racked with perplexities and doubts, with the sense that all was without meaning or purpose, a tangle of senseless joys and empty sorrows. He had stirred in it and fought and striven, and now disappointment and success were alike tasteless. To struggle was weariness, to attain was weariness, to do nothing was weariness. He had felt, a little while before, that from the highest to the lowest things of life there was no choice, there was not one thing that was better than another, the savour of the cinders was no sweeter than the savour of the ashes. He had done work which some men liked and others disliked, and liking and disliking were equally tiresome to him. His poetry or his pictures or whatever it was that he worked at had utterly ceased to interest him, and he had tried to be idle, and found idleness as impossible as work. He had lost the faculty for making and he had lost the power of resting. He dozed in the daytime and started up and cried at night. Even that morning he had doubted and hesitated, wondering whether to stay indoors or to go out, sure that in either plan there was an infinite weariness and disgust. When he at last went abroad he let the crowd push him into the quiet court, and at the same time cursed them in a low voice for doing so. He tried to persuade himself that he had meant to go somewhere else. When he sat down he desperately endeavored to rouse himself, and as he knew that all the strong interests are egotistic, he made an effort to grow warm over the work he had done. To find a glow of satisfaction in the thought that he had accomplished something. It was nonsense, he had found out a clever trick and had made the most of it, and it was over. Besides, how would it interest him if afterwards he was praised when he was dead? And what was the use of trying to invent some new tricks? It was folly. And he ground his teeth as a new idea came into his mind and was rejected. To get drunk always made him so horribly ill, and other things were more foolish and tiresome than poesy or painting, whichever it was. He could not even rest on the uncomfortable bench, beneath the dank, stinking plane tree. A young man and a girl came up and sat next to him, and the girl said, "Oh, isn't it beautiful today?" And then they began to jabber to one another, the blasted fools. He flung himself from the seat and went out into Holborn. As far as one could see, there were two processions of omnibuses, cabs, and vans that went east and west and west and east. Now the long line would move on briskly, now it stopped. The horses' feet rattled and pattered on the asphalt, the wheels ground and jarred, a bicyclist wavered in and out between the serried ranks, jangling his bell. The foot passengers went to and fro on the pavement, with an endless change of unknown faces, there was an incessant hum and murmur of voices. In the safety of a blind passage an Italian whirled round the handle of his piano organ. The sound of it swelled and sank as the traffic surged and paused, and now and then one heard the shrill voices of the children who danced and shrieked in time to the music. Close to the pavement a coster pushed his barrow, and proclaimed flowers in an odd intonation, reminding one of the Gregorian chant. The cyclist went by again with his jangling, insistent bell, and a man who stood by the lamppost set fire to his pastille ribbon, and let the faint blue smoke rise into the sun. Away in the west, where the houses seemed to meet, the play of sunlight on the haze made, as it were, golden mighty shapes that paused and advanced, and paused again. He had viewed the scene hundreds of times, and for a long while had found it a nuisance and a weariness. But now, as he walked stupidly, slowly, along the southern side of Holborn, a change fell. He did not in the least know what it was, but there seemed to be a strange air, and a new charm that soothed his mind. When the traffic was stopped, to his soul there was a solemn hush that summoned remnants of a far-off memory. The voices of the passengers sank away, the street was endued with a grave and reverent expectation. A shop that he passed had a row of electric lamps burning above the door, and the golden glow of them in the sunlight was, he felt, significant. The grind and jar of the wheels, as the procession moved on again, gave out a chord of music, the opening of some high service that was to be done, and now, in an ecstasy, he was sure that he heard the roll and swell and triumph of the organ. And shrill sweet choristers began to sing. So the music sank and swelled and echoed in the vast aisle, in Holborn. What could these lamps mean, burning in the bright sunlight? The music was hushed in a grave close, and in the rattle of traffic he heard the last deep, sonorous notes shake against the choir walls. He had passed beyond the range of the Italian's instrument. But then a rich voice began alone, rising and falling in monotonous but awful modulations, singing a longing, triumphant song, bidding the faithful lift up their hearts, be joined in heart with the angels and archangels, with the thrones and dominations. He could see no longer, he could not see the man who passed close beside him, pushing his barrow, and calling flowers. Ah! He could not be mistaken, he was sure now. Though air was blue with incense, he smelt the adorable fragrance. The time had almost come. And then the silvery, reiterated, instant summons of a bell, and again, and again. The tears fell from his eyes, in his weeping the tears poured a rain upon his cheeks. But he saw in the distance, in the far distance, the carven tabernacle, golden mighty figure moving slowly, imploring arms stretched forth. There was a noise of a great shout. The choir sang in the tongue of his boyhood that he had forgotten. Sant! 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 Then the silvery bell tinkled anew, and again, and again. He looked and saw the holy, white, and shining mysteries exhibited, in Holborn. Psychology. Mr. Dale, who had quiet rooms in a western part of London, was very busily occupied one day with a pencil and little scraps of paper. He would stop in the middle of his writing, of his monotonous tramp from door to window, jot down a line of hieroglyphics, and turn again to his work. At lunch he kept his instruments on the table beside him, and a little notebook accompanied him on his evening walk about the green. Sometimes he seemed to experience a certain difficulty in the act of writing, as if the heat of shame or even incredulous surprise held his hand, but one by one the fragments of paper fell into the drawer. And a full feast awaited him at the day's close. As he lit his pipe at dusk, he was standing by the window and looking out into the street. In the distance cab lights flashed to and fro, up and down the hill, on the main road. Across the way he saw the long line of sober grey houses, cheerfully lit up for the most part, displaying against the night the dining room and the evening meal. In one house, just opposite, there was brighter illumination, and the open windows showed a modest dinner party in progress, and here and there a drawing room on the first floor glowed ruddy, as the tall shaded lamp was lit. Everywhere Dale saw a quiet and comfortable respectability. If there were no gaiety there was no riot, and he thought himself fortunate to have got rooms in so sane and meritorious a street. The pavement was almost deserted. Now and again a servant would dart out from a side door and scurry off in the direction of the shops, returning in a few minutes in equal haste. But foot passengers were rare, and only at long intervals a stranger would drift from the highway and wander with slow speculation down Abingdon Road. As if he had passed its entrance 1,000 times and had at last been piqued with curiosity and the desire of exploring the unknown. All the inhabitants of the quarter prided themselves on their quiet and seclusion, and many of them did not so much as dream that if one went far enough the road degenerated and became abominable, the home of the hideous. The mouth of a black poyu. Indeed, stories, ill and malodorous, were told of the streets parallel to east and west, which perhaps communicated with the terrible sink beyond, but those who lived at the good end of Abingdon Road knew nothing of their neighbours. Dale leant far out of his window. The pale London sky deepened to violet as the lamps were lit, and in the twilight the little gardens before the houses shone, seemed as if they grew more clear. The golden laburnum but reflected the last bright yellow veil that had fallen over the sky after sunset, the white hawthorn was a gleaming splendor, the red may a flameless fire in the dusk. From the open window, Dale could note the increasing cheerfulness of the diners opposite, as the moderate cups were filled and emptied, blinds in the higher stories brightened up and down the street when the nurses came up with the children. A gentle breeze, that smelt of grass and woods and flowers, fanned away the day's heat from the pavement stones, rustled through the blossoming boughs, and sank again, leaving the road to calm. All the scene breathed the gentle domestic peace of the stories. There were regular lives, dull duties done, sober and common thoughts on every side. He felt that he needed not to listen at the windows, for he could divine all the talk, and guess the placid and usual channels in which the conversation flowed. Here there were no spasms, nor raptures, nor the red storms of romance, but a safe rest. Marriage and birth and begetting were no more here than breakfast and lunch and afternoon tea. And then he turned away from the placid transparency of the street, and sat down before his lamp and the papers he had so studiously noted. A friend of his, an impossible man named Jennings, had been to see him the night before, and they had talked about the psychology of the novelists, discussing their insight, and the depth of their probe. "It is all very well as far as it goes," said Jennings. "Yes, it is perfectly accurate. Guardsmen do like chorus girls, the doctor's daughter is fond of the curate, the grocer's assistant of the Baptist persuasion has sometimes religious difficulties. Smart people no doubt think a great deal about social events and complications, the tragic comedians felt and wrote all that stuff, I dare say. But do you think that is all? Do you call a description of the gilt tools on the Morocco here an exhaustive essay on Shakespeare?" "But what more is there?" said Dale. "Don't you think, then, that human nature has been fairly laid open?" "What more?" "Songs of the frantic lupanar, delirium of the madhouse. Not extreme wickedness, but the insensate, the unintelligible, the lunatic passion and idea, the desire that must come from some other sphere that we cannot even faintly imagine. Look for yourself, it is easy." Dale looked now at the ends and scraps of paper. On them he had carefully registered all the secret thoughts of the day, the crazy lusts, the senseless furies, the foul monsters that his heart had borne, the maniac fantasies that he had harbored. In every note he found a rampant madness, the equivalence in thought of mathematical absurdity, of two-sided triangles, of parallel straight lines which met. "And we talk of absurd dreams," he said to himself. "And these are wilder than the wildest visions. And our sins, but these are the sins of nightmare. And every day," he went on, "we lead two lives, and the half of our soul is madness, and half heaven is lit by a black sun. I say I am a man, but who is the other that hides in me? The Turanians." The smoke of the tinker's camp rose a thin pale blue from the heart of the wood. Mary had left her mother at work on things, and had gone out with a pale and languid face into the hot afternoon. She had talked of walking across the fields to the green, and of having a chat with the doctor's daughter, but she had taken the other path that crept down towards the hollow and the dark thickets of the wood. After all, she had felt too lazy to rouse herself, to make the effort of conversation, and the sunlight scorched the path that was ruled straight from stile to stile across the brown August fields, and she could see, even from far away, how the white dust clouds were smoking on the road by the green. She hesitated, and at last went down under the far-spreading oak trees, by a winding way of grass that cooled her feet. Her mother, who was very kind and good, used to talk to her sometimes on the evils of exaggeration, on the necessity of avoiding phrases violently expressed, words of too fierce an energy. She remembered how she had run into the house a few days before and had called her mother to look at a rose in the garden that burnt like a flame. Her mother had said the rose was very pretty, and a little later had hinted her doubts as to the wisdom of such very strong expressions. "I know, my dear Mary," she had said, "that in your case it isn't affectation. You really feel what you say, don't you?" "Yes, but is it nice to feel like that? Do you think that it's quite right, even?" The mother had looked at the girl with a curious wistfulness, almost as if she would say something more, and sought for the fit words, but could not find them. And then she merely remarked, "You haven't seen Alfred Morehouse since the tennis party, have you? I must ask him to come next Tuesday. You like him?" The daughter could not quite see the link between her fault of exaggeration and the charming young barrister, but her mother's warning recurred to her as she strayed down the shadowed path, and felt the long dark grass cool and refreshing about her feet. She would not have put this sensation into words, but she thought it was as though her ankles were gently, sweetly kissed as the rich grass touched them, and her mother would have said it was not right to think such things. And what a delight there was in the colors all about her! It was as though she walked in a green cloud. The strong sunlight was filtered through the leaves, reflected from the grass, and made visible things, the tree stems, the flowers, and her own hands, seemed new, transformed into another likeness. She had walked by the woodpath over and over again, but today it had become full of mystery and hinting, and every turn brought a surprise. Today the mere sense of being alone under the trees was an acute secret joy, and as she went down deeper and the wood grew dark about her, she loosened her brown hair, and when the sun shone over the fallen tree she saw her hair was not brown, but bronze and golden, glowing on her pure white dress. She stayed by the well in the rock, and dared to make the dark water her mirror, looking to right and left with shy glances and listening for the rustle of parted boughs, before she would match her gold with luminous ivory. She saw wonders in a glass as she leaned over the shadowed, mysterious pool, and smiled at the smiling nymph, whose lips parted as if to whisper secrets. As she went on her way, the thin blue smoke rose from a gap in the trees, and she remembered her childish dread of the gypsies. She walked a little farther, and laid herself to rest on a smooth patch of turf, and listened to the strange intonations that sounded from the camp. Those horrible people, she had heard the yellow folk called, but she found now a pleasure in voices that sang and, indistinctly heard, were almost chanting, with a rise and fall of notes and a wild wail, and the solemnity of unknown speech. It seemed a fit music for the unknown woodland, in harmony with the drip of the well, and the birds' sharp notes, and the rustle and hurry of the wood creatures. She rose again and went on till she could see the red fire between the boughs. And the voices thrilled into an incantation. She longed to summon up courage and talk to these strange woodfolk, but she was afraid to burst into the camp. So she sat down under a tree and waited, hoping that one of them might happen to come her way. There were 6 or 7 men, as many women, and a swarm of fantastic children, lolling and squatting about the fire, gabbling to one another in their sing-song speech. They were people of curious aspect, short and squat, high cheekboned, with dingy yellow skin and long almond eyes. Only in 1 or 2 of the younger men there was a suggestion of a wild, almost fawn-like grace, as of creatures who always moved between the red fire and the green leaf. Though everybody called them gypsies, they were in reality Turanian metalworkers, degenerated into wandering tinkers. Their ancestors had fashioned the bronze battle-axes, and they mended pots and kettles. Mary waited under the tree, sure that she had nothing to fear, and resolved not to run away if one of them appeared. The sun sank into a mass of clouds and the air grew close and heavy. A mist steamed up about the trees, a blue mist like the smoke of a wood fire. A strange smiling face peered out from between the leaves, and the girl knew that her heart leapt as the young man walked towards her. The Turanians moved their camp that night. There was a red glint, like fire, in the vast shadowy west, and then a burning paten floated up from a wild hill. A procession of weird bowed figures passed across the crimson disk, one stumbling after another in long single file, each bending down beneath his huge shapeless pack, and the children crawled last, goblin-like, fantastic. The girl was lying in her white room, caressing a small green stone, a curious thing cut with strange devices, awful with age. She held it close to the luminous ivory, and the gold poured upon it. She laughed for joy, and murmured and whispered to herself, asking herself questions in the bewilderment of her delight. She was afraid to say anything to her mother. The rose garden. And afterwards she went very softly, and opened the window and looked out. Behind her the room was in a mystical semi-darkness. Chairs and tables were hovering, ill-defined shapes, there was but the faintest illusory glitter from the talc moons in the rich Indian curtain which she had drawn across the door. The yellow silk draperies of the bed were but suggestions of color, and the pillow and the white sheets glimmered as a white cloud in a far sky at twilight. She turned from the dusky room, and with dewy tender eyes gazed out across the garden towards the lake. She could not rest nor lay herself down to sleep, though it was late, and half the night had passed, she could not rest. A sickle moon was slowly drawing upwards through certain filmy clouds that stretched in a long band from east to west, and a pallid light began to flow from the dark water, as if there also some vague star were rising. She looked with eyes insatiable for wonder, and she found a strange eastern effect in the bordering of reeds, in their spear-like shapes, in the liquid ebony that they shadowed, in the fine inlay of pearl and silver as the moon shone free. A bright symbol in the steadfast calm of the sky. There were faint stirring sounds heard from the fringe of reeds, and now and then the drowsy broken cry of waterfowl, for they knew that the dawn was not far off. In the center of the lake was a carved white pedestal, and on it shone a white boy holding the double flute to his lips. Beyond the lake the park began, and sloped gently to the verge of the wood, now but a dark cloud beneath the sickle moon. And then beyond and farther still, undiscovered hills, grey bands of cloud, and the steep pale height of the heaven. She gazed on with her tender eyes, bathing herself as it were in the deep rest of the night, veiling her soul with the half-light and the half-shadow, stretching out her delicate hands into the coolness of the misty silvered air. Wondering at her hands. And then she turned from the window, and made herself a divan of cushion on the Persian carpet, and half sat, half lay there, as motionless, as ecstatic as a poet dreaming under roses, far in Ispahan. She gazed out, after all, to assure herself that sight and the eyes showed nothing but a glimmering veil, a gauze of curious lights and figures, that in it there was no reality or substance. He had always told her that there was only one existence, one science, one religion, that the external world was but a variegated shadow, which might either conceal or reveal the truth, and now she believed. He had shown her that bodily rapture might be the ritual and expression of the ineffable mysteries, of the world beyond sense, that must be entered by the way of sense, and now she believed. She had never much doubted any of his words, from the moment of their meeting a month before. She had looked up as she sat in the arbor, and her father was walking down between the avenue of roses bringing to her the stranger, thin and dark with a pointed beard and melancholy eyes. He murmured something to himself as they shook hands. She could hear the rich unknown words that sounded as the echo of far music. Afterwards he had told her what the lines were. How say ye that I was lost? I wandered among roses. Can he go astray who enters the rose garden? The lover in the house of his darling is not forlorn. I wandered among roses. How say ye that I was lost? His voice, murmuring the strange words, had persuaded her, and now she had the rapture of the perfect knowledge. She had looked out into the silvery uncertain night in order that she might experience the sense that for her these things no longer existed. She was not any more a part of the garden, or of the lake, or of the wood, or of the life that she had led hitherto. Another line that he had quoted came to her. The kingdom of I and we forsake, and your home in annihilation make. It had seemed at first almost nonsense, if it had been possible for him to talk nonsense, but now she was thrilled and filled with the meaning of it. Herself was annihilated. At his bidding she had destroyed all her old feelings, and emotions, her likes and dislikes, all the inherited loves and hates that her father and mother had given her, the old life had been thrown utterly away. It grew light, and when the dawn burned she fell asleep, murmuring, How say ye that I was lost? The ceremony. From her childhood, from those early and misty days which began to seem unreal, she recollected the grey stone in the wood. It was something between the pillar and the pyramid in shape, and its grey solemnity amidst the leaves and the grass shone and shone from those early years, always with some hint of wonder. She remembered how, when she was quite a little girl, she had strayed one day, on a hot afternoon, from her nurse's side, and only a little way in the wood the grey stone rose from the grass, and she cried out and ran back in panic terror. "What a silly little girl," the nurse had said. "It's only the stone." She had quite forgotten the name that the servant had given, and she was always ashamed to ask as she grew older. But always that hot day, that burning afternoon of her childhood when she had first looked consciously on the grey image in the wood, remained not a memory, but a sensation. The wide wood swelling like the sea, the tossing of the bright boughs in the sunshine, the sweet smell of the grass and flowers, the beating of the summer wind upon her cheek, the gloom of the underglade rich, indistinct, gorgeous. Significant as old tapestry. She could feel it and see it all, and the scent of it was in her nostrils. And in the midst of the picture, where strange plants grew gross in shadow, was the old grey shape of the stone. But there were in her mind broken remnants of another and far earlier impression. It was all uncertain, the shadow of a shadow, so vague that it might well have been a dream that had mingled with the confused waking thoughts of a little child. She did not know that she remembered, she rather remembered the memory. But again it was a summer day, and a woman, perhaps the same nurse, held her in her arms, and went through the wood. The woman carried bright flowers in one hand. The dream had in it a glow of bright red, and the perfume of cottage roses. Then she saw herself put down for a moment on the grass, and the red color stained the grim stone, and there was nothing else, except that one night she woke up and heard the nurse sobbing. She often used to think of the strangeness of very early life. One came, it seemed, from a dark cloud, there was a glow of light, but for a moment, and afterwards the night. It was as if one gazed at a velvet curtain, heavy, mysterious, impenetrable blackness, and then, for the twinkling of an eye, one spied through a pinhole a storied town that flamed, with fire about its walls and pinnacles. And then again the folding darkness, so that sight became illusion, almost in the seeing. So to her was that earliest, doubtful vision of the grey stone, of the red color spilled upon it, with the incongruous episode of the nursemaid, who wept at night. But the later memory was clear. She could feel, even now, the inconsequent terror that sent her away shrieking, running to the nurse's skirts. Afterwards, through the days of girlhood, the stone had taken its place amongst the vast array of unintelligible things which haunt every child's imagination. It was part of life, to be accepted and not questioned. Her elders spoke of many things which she could not understand. She opened books and was dimly amazed, and in the Bible there were many phrases which seemed strange. Indeed, she was often puzzled by her parents' conduct, by their looks at one another, by their half-words, and amongst all these problems which she hardly recognized as problems, was the grey ancient figure rising from dark grass. Some semi-conscious impulse made her haunt the wood where shadow enshrined the stone. One thing was noticeable, that all through the summer months the passers-by dropped flowers there. Withered blossoms were always on the ground, amongst the grass, and on the stone fresh blooms constantly appeared. From the daffodil to the Michaelmas daisy there was marked the calendar of the cottage gardens, and in the winter she had seen sprays of juniper and box, mistletoe and holly. Once she had been drawn through the bushes by a red glow, as if there had been a fire in the wood, and when she came to the place, all the stone shone and all the ground about it was bright with roses. In her 18th year she went one day into the wood, carrying with her a book that she was reading. She hid herself in a nook of hazel, and her soul was full of poetry, when there was a rustling, the rapping of parted boughs returning to their place. Her concealment was but a little way from the stone, and she peered through the net of boughs, and saw a girl timidly approaching. She knew her quite well. It was Annie Dolben, the daughter of a laborer, lately a promising pupil at Sunday school. Annie was a nice-mannered girl, never failing in her curtsy, wonderful for her knowledge of the Jewish kings. Her face had taken an expression that whispered, that hinted strange things. There was a light and a glow behind the veil of flesh. And in her hand she bore lilies. The lady hidden in hazels watched Annie come close to the grey image. For a moment her whole body palpitated with expectation, almost the sense of what was to happen dawned upon her. She watched Annie crown the stone with flowers, she watched the amazing ceremony that followed. And yet, in spite of all her blushing shame, she herself bore blossoms to the wood a few months later. She laid white hothouse lilies upon the stone, and orchids of dying purple, and crimson exotic flowers. Having kissed the grey image with devout passion, she performed there all the antique immemorial rite. The soldier's rest. The soldier with the ugly wound in the head opened his eyes at last, and looked about him with an air of pleasant satisfaction. He still felt drowsy and dazed with some fierce experience through which he had passed, but so far he could not recollect much about it. But an agreeable glow began to steal about his heart, such a glow as comes to people who have been in a tight place and have come through it better than they had expected. In its mildest form this set of emotions may be observed in passengers who have crossed the Channel on a windy day without being sick. They triumph a little internally, and are suffused with vague, kindly feelings. The wounded soldier was somewhat of this disposition as he opened his eyes, pulled himself together, and looked about him. He felt a sense of delicious ease and repose in bones that had been racked and weary, and deep in the heart that had so lately been tormented there was an assurance of comfort, of the battle won. The thundering, roaring waves were past. He had entered into the haven of calm waters. After fatigues and terrors that as yet he could not recollect, he seemed now to be resting in the easiest of all easy chairs in a dim, low room. In the hearth there was a glint of fire and a blue, sweet-scented puff of wood smoke, a great black oak beam roughly hewn crossed the ceiling. Through the leaded panes of the windows he saw a rich glow of sunlight, green lawns, and against the deepest and most radiant of all blue skies the wonderful far-lifted towers of a vast Gothic cathedral, mystic, rich with imagery. "Good Lord!" he murmured to himself. "I didn't know they had such places in France. It's just like Wells. And it might be the other day when I was going past the Swan, just as it might be past that window, and asked the ostler what time it was, and he says, 'What time?' Why, summertime, and there outside it looks like summer that would last forever. If this was an inn they ought to call it, the Soldier's Rest." He dozed off again, and when he opened his eyes once more a kindly-looking man in some sort of black robe was standing by him. "It's all right now, isn't it?" he said, speaking in good English. "Yes, thank you, sir, as right as can be. I hope to be back again soon." "Well, well, but how did you come here? Where did you get that?" He pointed to the wound on the soldier's forehead. The soldier put his hand up to his brow and looked dazed and puzzled. "Well, sir," he said at last, "it was like this, to begin at the beginning. You know how we came over in August, and there we were in the thick of it, as you might say, in a day or two. An awful time it was, and I don't know how I got through it alive. My best friend was killed dead beside me as we lay in the trenches. By Cambrai, I think it was. Then things got a little quieter for a bit, and I was quartered in a village for the best part of a week. She was a very nice lady where I was, and she treated me proper with the best of everything. Her husband he was fighting, but she had the nicest little boy I ever knew, a little fellow of 5, or 6 it might be, and we got on splendid. The amount of their lingo that kid taught me, oui, and bonsoir, and comment vous portez-vous, and all, and I taught him English. You should have heard that nipper say, "Arfa old un." It was a treat. Then one day we got surprised. There was about a dozen of us in the village, and 200 or 300 Germans came down on us early one morning. They got us, no help for it. Before we could shoot. Well, there we were. They tied our hands behind our backs, and smacked our faces and kicked us a bit, and we were lined up opposite the house where I'd been staying. And then that poor little chap broke away from his mother, and he run out and saw one of the Boches, as we call them, fetch me one over the jaw with his clenched fist. Oh dear! Oh dear! He might have done it a dozen times if only that little child hadn't seen him. He had a poor bit of a toy I'd bought him at the village shop, a toy gun it was. And out he came running, as I say, crying out something in French like, "Bad man. Bad man. Don't hurt my English or I shoot you," and he pointed that gun at the German soldier. The German, he took his bayonet, and he drove it right through the poor little chap's throat. The soldier's face worked and twitched and twisted itself into a sort of grin, and he sat grinding his teeth and staring at the man in the black robe. He was silent for a little. And then he found his voice, and the oaths rolled terrible, thundering from him, as he cursed that murderous wretch, and bade him go down and burn for ever in hell. And the tears were raining down his face, and they choked him at last. "I beg your pardon, sir, I'm sure," he said, "especially you being a minister of some kind, I suppose, but I can't help it." He was such a dear little man. The man in black murmured something to himself, "Preciosa in conspectu Domini Mars innocentium aegis, dear in the sight of the Lord is the death of his innocence." Then he put a kind hand very gently on the soldier's shoulder. "Never mind," said he. "I've seen some service in my time, myself. But what about that wound?" "Oh, that's nothing. But I'll tell you how I got it. It was just like this. The Germans had us fair, as I tell you, and they shut us up in a barn in the village. Just flung us on the ground and left us to starve seemingly. They barred up the big door of the barn, and put a sentry there, and thought we were all right. There were sort of slits like very narrow windows in one of the walls, and on the second day I was looking out of these slits down the street, and I could see those German devils were up to mischief. They were planting their machine guns everywhere handy where an ordinary man coming up the street would never see them, but I see them, and I see the infantry lining up behind the garden walls. Then I had a sort of a notion of what was coming. And presently, sure enough, I could hear some of our chaps singing, 'Hullo, hullo, hullo,' in the distance, and I says to myself, 'Not this time.' So I looked about me, and I found a hole under the wall. A kind of a drain I should think it was, and I found I could just squeeze through. And I got out and crept round, and away I goes running down the street, yelling for all I was worth, just as our chaps were getting round the corner at the bottom. Bang, bang, went the guns, behind me and in front of me, and on each side of me, and then, bash. Something hit me on the head and over I went, and I don't remember anything more till I woke up here just now." The soldier lay back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them he saw that there were other people in the room besides the minister in the black robes. One was a man in a big black cloak. He had a grim old face and a great beaky nose. He shook the soldier by the hand. "By God! Sir," he said, "you're a credit to the British Army, you're a damned fine soldier and a good man, and, by God, I'm proud to shake hands with you." And then someone came out of the shadow, someone in queer clothes such as the soldier had seen worn by the heralds when he had been on duty at the opening of Parliament by the King. "Now, by Corpus Domini," this man said, "of all knights ye be noblest and gentlest, and ye be of fairest report, and now ye be a brother of the noblest brotherhood that ever was since this world's beginning. Since ye have yielded dear life for your friend's sake." The soldier did not understand what the man was saying to him. There were others, too, in strange dresses, who came and spoke to him. Some spoke in what sounded like French. He could not make it out. But he knew that they all spoke kindly and praised him. "What does it all mean?" he said to the minister. "What are they talking about? They don't think I'd let down my pals." "Drink this," said the minister, and he handed the soldier a great silver cup, brimming with wine. The soldier took a deep draught, and in that moment all his sorrows passed from him. "What is it?" he asked. "Vin nouveau du royaume," said the minister. "New wine of the kingdom, you call it." And then he bent down and murmured in the soldier's ear. "What," said the wounded man, "the place they used to tell us about in Sunday school. With such drink and such joy." His voice was hushed. For as he looked at the minister the fashion of his vesture was changed. The black robe seemed to melt away from him. He was all in armor, if armor be made of starlight, of the rose of dawn, and of sunset fires, and he lifted up a great sword of flame. Full in the midst, his cross of red. Triumphant Michael brandished. And trampled the apostate's pride. The happy children. A day after the Christmas of 1915, my professional duties took me up north, or to be as precise as our present conventions allow, to the northeastern district. There was some singular talk. Mad gossip of the Germans having a dugout somewhere by Malton Head. Nobody seemed to be quite clear as to what they were doing there or what they hoped to do there. But the report ran like wildfire from one foolish mouth to another, and it was thought desirable that the whole silly tale should be tracked down to its source and exposed or denied once and for all. I went up, then, to that northeastern district on Sunday, December 26, 1915, and pursued my investigations from Helmsdale Bay, which is a small watering place within a couple of miles of Malton Head. The people of the Dales and the Moors had just heard of the fable, I found, and regarded it all with supreme and sour contempt. So far as I could make out, it originated from the games of some children who had stayed at Helmsdale Bay in the summer. They had acted a rude drama of German spies and their capture, and had used Helby Cavern, between Helmsdale and Malton Head, as the scene of their play. That was all, the fools apparently had done the rest. The fools who believed with all their hearts in the Russians, and got cross with anyone who expressed a doubt as to the angels of Mons. Gang up to Beeson and tell them CK a tale and they'll not believe it, said one Dalesman to me. And I have a suspicion that he thought that I, who had come so many 100 miles to investigate the story, was but little wiser than those who credited it. He could not be expected to understand that a journalist has two offices, to proclaim the truth and to denounce the lie. I had finished with the Germans and their dugout early in the afternoon of Monday, and I decided to break the journey home at Banwick, which I had often heard of as a beautiful and curious old place. So I took the 1:30 train, and went wandering inland, and stopped at many unknown stations in the midst of great levels, and changed at Marishes Ombo, and went on again through a strange land in the dimness of the winter afternoon. Somehow the train left the level and glided down into a deep and narrow dell, dark with winter woods, brown with withered bracken, solemn in its loneliness. The only thing that moved was the swift and rushing stream that foamed over the boulders and then lay still in brown pools under the bank. The dark woods scattered and thinned into groups of stunted, ancient thorns. Great grey rocks, strangely shaped, rose out of the ground, crenellated rocks rose on the heights on either side. The brooklet swelled and became a river, and always following this river we came to Banwick soon after the setting of the sun. I saw the wonder of the town in the light of the afterglow that was red in the west. The clouds blossomed into rose gardens, there were seas of fairy green that swam about isles of crimson light. There were clouds like spears of flame, like dragons of fire. And under the mingling lights and colors of such a sky Banwick went down to the pools of its landlocked harbor and climbed again across the bridge towards the ruined abbey and the great church on the hill. I came from the station by an ancient street, winding and narrow, with cavernous closes and yards opening from it on either side, and flights of uneven steps going upward to high terraced houses, or downward to the harbor and the incoming tide. I saw there many gabled houses, sunken with age far beneath the level of the pavement, with dipping roof trees and bowed doorways, with traces of grotesque carving on their walls. And when I stood on the quay, there on the other side of the harbor was the most amazing confusion of red-tiled roofs that I had ever seen, and the great grey Norman church high on the bare hill above them. And below them the boats swinging in the swaying tide and the water burning in the fires of the sunset. It was the town of a magic dream. I stood on the quay till the shining had gone from the sky and the water pools, and the winter night came down dark upon Banwick. I found an old snug inn just by the harbor, where I had been standing. The walls of the rooms met each other at odd and unexpected angles, there were strange projections and juttings of masonry, as if one room were trying to force its way into another. There were indications as of unthinkable staircases in the corners of the ceilings. But there was a bar where Tom Smart would have loved to sit, with a roaring fire and snug, old elbow chairs about it and pleasant indications that if something warm were wanted after supper it could be generously supplied. I sat in this pleasant place for an hour or two and talked to the pleasant people of the town who came in and out. They told me of the old adventures and industries of the town. It had once been, they said, a great whaling port, and then there had been a lot of shipbuilding, and later Banwick had been famous for its amber cutting. And now there's nowt, said one of the men in the bar, but we get on none so badly. I went out for a stroll before my supper. Banwick was now black, in thick darkness. For good reasons not a single lamp was lighted in the streets, hardly a gleam showed from behind the closely curtained windows. It was as if one walked a town of the Middle Ages, and with the ancient overhanging shapes of the houses dimly visible I was reminded of those strange, cavernous pictures of medieval Paris and Tours that Dore drew. Hardly anyone was abroad in the streets, but all the courts and alleys seemed alive with children. I could just see little white forms fluttering to and fro as they ran in and out. And I never heard such happy children's voices. Some were singing, some were laughing, and peering into one black cavern, I made out a ring of children dancing round and chanting in clear voices a wonderful melody. Some old tune of local tradition, as I supposed, for its modulations were such as I had never heard before. I went back to my tavern and spoke to the landlord about the number of children who were playing about the dark streets and courts, and how delightfully happy they all seemed to be. He looked at me steadily for a moment, and then said, "Well, you see, sir, the children have got a bit out of hand of late, their fathers are out at the front, and their mothers can't keep them in order. So they're running a bit wild." There was something odd about his manner. I could not make out exactly what the oddity was, or what it meant. I could see that my remark had somehow made him uncomfortable, but I was at a loss to know what I had done. I had my supper, and then sat down for a couple of hours to settle the Germans of Malton Head. I finished my account of the German myth, and instead of going to bed, I determined that I would have one more look at Banwick in its wonderful darkness. So I went out and crossed the bridge, and began to climb up the street on the other side, where there was that strange huddle of red roofs mounting one above the other that I had seen in the afterglow. And to my amazement I found that these extraordinary Banwick children were still about and abroad, still revelling and caroling, dancing and singing, standing, as I supposed, on the top of the flights of steps that climbed from the courts up the hillside, and so having the appearance of floating in mid-air. And their happy laughter rang out like bells on the night. It was 11:15 when I had left my inn, and I was just thinking that the Banwick mothers had indeed allowed indulgence to go too far, when the children began again to sing that old melody that I had heard in the evening. And now the sweet, clear voices swelled out into the night, and, I thought, must be numbered by hundreds. I was standing in a dark alleyway, and I saw with amazement that the children were passing me in a long procession that wound up the hill towards the abbey. Whether a faint moon now rose, or whether clouds passed from before the stars, I do not know. But the air lightened, and I could see the children plainly as they went by singing, with the rapture and exultation of them that sing in the woods in springtime. They were all in white, but some of them had strange marks upon them which, I supposed, were of significance in this fragment of some traditional mystery play that I was beholding. Many of them had wreaths of dripping seaweed about their brows. One showed a painted scar on her throat, a tiny boy held open his white robe, and pointed to a dreadful wound above his heart, from which the blood seemed to flow. Another child held out his hands wide apart and the palms looked torn and bleeding, as if they had been pierced. One of the children held up a little baby in her arms, and even the infant showed the appearance of a wound on its face. The procession passed me by, and I heard it still singing as if in the sky as it went on its steep way up the hill to the ancient church. I went back to my inn, and as I crossed the bridge it suddenly struck me that this was the eve of the Holy Innocents. No doubt I had seen a confused relic of some medieval observance, and when I got back to the inn I asked the landlord about it. Then I understood the meaning of the strange expression I had seen on the man's face. He was sick and shuddering with terror. He drew away from me as though I were a messenger from the dead. Some weeks after this I was reading in a book called The Ancient Rites of Banwick. It was written in the reign of Queen Elizabeth by some anonymous person who had seen the glory of the old abbey, and then the desolation that had come to it. I found this passage. And on Childermas Day, at midnight, there was done there a marvellous solemn service. For when the monks had ended their singing of Te Deum at their matins, there came unto the altar the Lord Abbot, gloriously arrayed in a vestment of cloth of gold, so that it was a great marvel to behold him. And there came also into the church all the children that were of tender years of Banwick, and they were all clothed in white robes. And then began the Lord Abbot to sing the Mass of the Holy Innocents. And when the sacring of the Mass was ended, then there came up from the church into the choir the youngest child that there was present that might hold himself aright. And this child was borne up to the high altar, and the Lord Abbot set the little child upon a golden and glistering throne afore the high altar, and bowed down and worshipped him, singing, Talium Regnum Celerum, Alleluia. Of such is the kingdom of heaven. Alleluia, and all the choir answered singing, Amicti sunt stoles albis, Alleluia, Alleluia, they are clad in white robes, Alleluia, Alleluia. And then the prior and all the monks in their order did like worship and reverence to the little child that was upon the throne. I had seen the white order of the innocents. I had seen those who came singing from the deep waters that are about the Lusitania. I had seen the innocent martyrs of the fields of Flanders and France rejoicing as they went up to hear their Mass in the spiritual place. The Cosy Room. 1929. And he found to his astonishment that he came to the appointed place with a sense of profound relief. It was true that the window was somewhat high up in the wall, and that, in case of fire, it might be difficult, for many reasons, to get out that way. It was barred like the basement windows that one sees now and then in London houses, but as for the rest it was an extremely snug room. There was a gay flowering paper on the walls, a hanging bookshelf, his stomach sickened for an instant, a little table under the window with a board and draftsman on it, 2 or 3 good pictures, religious and ordinary. And the man who looked after him was arranging the tea things on the table in the middle of the room. And there was a nice wicker chair by a bright fire. It was a thoroughly pleasant room, cozy you would call it. And, thank God, it was all over, anyhow. 2. It had been a horrible time for the last 3 months, up to an hour ago. First of all there was the trouble, all over in a minute, that was, and couldn't be helped, though it was a pity, and the girl wasn't worth it. But then there was the getting out of the town. He thought at first of just going about his ordinary business and knowing nothing about it. He didn't think that anybody had seen him following Joe down to the river. Why not loaf about as usual, and say nothing, and go into the Ringland Arms for a pint? It might be days before they found the body under the alders, and there would be an inquest, and all that. Would it be the best plan just to stick it out, and hold his tongue if the police came asking him questions? But then, how could he account for himself and his doings that evening? He might say he went for a stroll in Bleeding Woods and home again without meeting anybody. There was nobody who could contradict him that he could think of. And now, sitting in the snug room with the bright wallpaper, sitting in the cozy chair by the fire, all so different from the tales they told of such places, he wished he had stuck it out and faced it out. And let them come on and find out what they could. But then he had got frightened. Lots of men had heard him swearing it would be outing does for Joe if he didn't leave the girl alone. And he had shown his revolver to Dick Haddon and Lobster, Carey, and Finnamon, and others, and then they would be fitting the bullet into the revolver, and it would be all up. He got into a panic and shook with terror, and knew he could never stay in Ledham, not another hour. 3. Mrs. Evans, his landlady, was spending the evening with her married daughter at the other side of the town, and would not be back till 11. He shaved off his stubbly black beard and mustache, and slunk out of the town in the dark and walked all through the night by a lonely by-road, and got to Darnley, 20 miles away, in the morning in time to catch the London excursion. There was a great crowd of people, and, so far as he could see, nobody that he knew, and the carriages packed full of Darnleyites and Lockwood weavers all in high spirits and taking no notice of him. They all got out at King's Cross, and he strolled about with the rest, and looked round here and there as they did and had a glass of beer at a crowded bar. He didn't see how anybody was to find out where he had gone. 4. He got a back room in a quiet street off the Caledonian Road, and waited. There was something in the evening paper that night, something that you couldn't very well make out. By the next day Joe's body was found, and they got to murder. The doctor said it couldn't be suicide. Then his own name came in, and he was missing and was asked to come forward. And then he read that he was supposed to have gone to London, and he went sick with fear. He went hot and he went cold. Something rose in his throat and choked him. His hands shook as he held the paper, his head whirled with terror. He was afraid to go home to his room, because he knew he could not stay still in it. He would be tramping up and down, like a wild beast, and the landlady would wonder. And he was afraid to be in the streets, for fear a policeman would come behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. There was a kind of small square round the corner, and he sat down on one of the benches there and held up the paper before his face, with the children yelling and howling and playing all about him on the asphalt paths. They took no notice of him, and yet they were company of a sort. It was not like being all alone in that little, quiet room. But it soon got dark and the man came to shut the gates. And after that night. Nights and days of horror and sick terrors that he never had known a man could suffer and live. He had brought enough money to keep him for a while, but every time he changed a note he shook with fear, wondering whether it would be traced. What could he do? Where could he go? Could he get out of the country? But there were passports and papers of all sorts, that would never do. He read that the police held a clue to the Ledham murder mystery. And he trembled to his lodgings and locked himself in and moaned in his agony, and then found himself chattering words and phrases at random, without meaning or relevance, strings of gibbering words, all right, all right, all right. Yes, 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 there, well, 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 well. Just because he must utter something, because he could not bear to sit still and silent, with that anguish tearing his heart, with that sick horror choking him, with that weight of terror pressing on his breast. And then, nothing happened. And a little, faint, trembling hope fluttered in his breast for a while, and for a day or two he felt he might have a chance after all. One night he was in such a happy state that he ventured round to the little public house at the corner, and drank a bottle of old brown ale with some enjoyment, and began to think of what life might be again. If by a miracle, he recognized even then that it would be a miracle, all this horror passed away, and he was once more just like other men, with nothing to be afraid of. He was relishing the brown ale, and quite plucking up a spirit, when a chance phrase from the bar caught him, looking for him not far from here, so they say. He left the glass of beer half full, and went out wondering whether he had the courage to kill himself that night. As a matter of fact, the men at the bar were talking about a recent and sensational cat burglar. But every such word was doomed to this wretch. And ever and again, he would check himself in his horrors, in his mutterings and gibberings, and wonder with amazement that the heart of a man could suffer such bitter agony, such rending torment. It was as if he had found out and discovered, he alone of all men living, a new world of which no man before had ever dreamed, in which no man could believe, if he were told the story of it. He had woken up in his past life from such nightmares, now and again, as most men suffer. They were terrible, so terrible that he remembered 2 or 3 of them that had oppressed him years before, but they were pure delight to what he now endured. Not endured, but writhed under as a worm twisting amidst red, burning coals. He went out into the streets, some noisy, some dull and empty, and considered in his panic-stricken confusion which he should choose. They were looking for him in that part of London, there was deadly peril in every step. The streets where people went to and fro and laughed and chattered might be the safer. He could walk with the others and seem to be of them, and so be less likely to be noticed by those who were hunting on his track. But then, on the other hand, the great electric lamps made these streets almost as bright as day, and every feature of the passers-by was clearly seen. True, he was clean-shaven now, and the pictures of him in the papers showed a bearded man, and his own face in the glass still looked strange to him. Still, There were sharp eyes that could penetrate such disguises. And they might have brought down some man from Ledham who knew him well, and knew the way he walked, and so he might be hailed and held at any moment. He dared not walk under the clear blaze of the electric lamps. He would be safe in the dark, quiet byways. He was turning aside, making for a very quiet street close by, when he hesitated. This street, indeed, was still enough after dark, and not over well lighted. It was a street of low, two-storied houses of grey brick that had grimed, with 3 or 4 families in each house. Tired men came home here after working hard all day, and people drew their blinds early and stirred very little abroad, and went early to bed. Footsteps were rare in this street and in other streets into which it led, and the lamps were few and dim compared with those in the big thoroughfares. And yet, the very fact that few people were about made such as were all the more noticeable and conspicuous. And the police went slowly on their beats in the dark streets as in the bright, and with few people to look at, no doubt they looked all the more keenly at such as passed on the pavement. In his world, that dreadful world that he had discovered and dwelt in alone, the darkness was brighter than the daylight, and solitude more dangerous than a multitude of men. He dared not go into the light, he feared the shadows, and went trembling to his room and shuddered there as the hours of the night went by, shuddered and gabbled to himself his infernal rosary, all right, all right, all right. Splendid, splendid, that's the way, that's the way, that's the way, that's the way, yes, 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 first rate, all right, 1 inch, gabbled in a low mutter to keep himself from howling like a wild beast. 6. It was somewhat in the manner of a wild beast that he beat and tore against the cage of his fate. Now and again it struck him as incredible. He would not believe that it was so. It was something that he would wake from, as he had waked from those nightmares that he remembered, for things did not really happen so. He could not believe it, he would not believe it. Or, if it were so indeed, then all these horrors must be happening to some other man into whose torments he had mysteriously entered. Or he had got into a book, into a tale which one read and shuddered at, but did not for one moment credit. All make-believe, it must be, and presumably everything would be all right again. And then the truth came down on him like a heavy hammer, and beat him down, and held him down, on the burning coals of his anguish. Now and then he tried to reason with himself. He forced himself to be sensible, as he put it, not to give way, to think of his chances. After all, it was 3 weeks since he had got into the excursion train at Darnley, and he was still a free man, and every day of freedom made his chances better. These things often die down. There were lots of cases in which the police never got the man they were after. He lit his pipe and began to think things over quietly. It might be a good plan to give his landlady notice, and leave at the end of the week, and make for somewhere in South London, and try to get a job of some sort, that would help to put them off his track. He got up and looked thoughtfully out of the window, and caught his breath. There, outside the little newspaper shop opposite, was the bill of the evening paper, New Clue in Ledham Murder Mystery. 7. The moment came at last. He never knew the exact means by which he was hunted down. As a matter of fact, a woman who knew him well happened to be standing outside Darnley station on the excursion day morning, and she had recognized him, in spite of his beardless chin. And then, at the other end, his landlady, on her way upstairs, had heard his mutterings and gabblings, though the voice was low. She was interested, and curious, and a little frightened, and wondered whether her lodger might be dangerous, and naturally she talked to her friends. So the story trickled down to the ears of the police, and the police asked about the date of the lodger's arrival. And there you were. And there was our nameless friend, drinking a good, hot cup of tea, and polishing off the bacon and eggs with rare appetite, in the cozy room with the cheerful paper, otherwise the condemned cell. Munitions of War. 1915. There was a thick fog, acrid and abominable, all over London when I set out for the west. And at the heart of the fog, as it were, was the shudder of the hard frost that made one think of those winters in Dickens that had seemed to have become fabulous. It was a day on which to hear in dreams the iron ring of the horses' hoofs on the Great North Road, to meditate on the old inns with blazing fires, the coach going onward into the darkness, into a frozen world. A few miles out of London the fog lifted. The horizon was still vague in a purple mist of cold, but the sun shone brilliantly from a pale clear sky of blue, and all the earth was a magic of whiteness. White fields stretched to that dim violet mist far away, white hedges divided them. And the trees were all snowy white with the winter blossom of the frost. The train had been delayed a little by the thick fog about London, now it was rushing at a tremendous speed through this strange white world. My business with the famous town in the West was to attempt to make some picture of it as it faced the stress of war, to find out whether it prospered or not. From what I had seen in other large towns, I expected to find it all of a bustle on the Saturday, its shops busy, its streets thronged and massed with people. Therefore, it was with no small astonishment that I found the atmosphere of Westpool wholly different from anything I had observed at Sheffield or Birmingham. Hardly anybody seemed to leave the train at the big station, and the broad road into the town wore a shy, barred-up air. It reminded one somewhat of the streets by which the traveler passes into forgotten places, little villages that once were great cities. I remember how in the town of my birth, Caerleon-on-Usk, the doctor's wife would leave the fire and run to the window if a step sounded in the main street outside, and strangely I was reminded of this as I walked from the Westpool station. Save for one thing, at intervals there were silent parties huddled together as if for help and comfort, and all making for the outskirts of the city. There is a fair quarter of an hour's walk between Westpool station and the centre of the town. And here I would say that though Westpool is one of the biggest and busiest cities in England, it is also, in my judgment, one of the most beautiful. Not only on account of the ancient timbered houses that still overhang many of its narrower streets. Not only because of its glorious churches and noble old traditions of splendor, I am known to be weak and partial where such things are concerned, but rather because of its site. For through the very heart of the great town a narrow, deep river runs, full of tall ships, bordered by bustling quays, and so you can often look over your garden wall and see a cluster of masts, and the shaking out of sails for a fair wind. And this bringing of deep-sea business into the middle of the dusty streets has always seemed to me an enchantment. There is something of Sinbad and Basra and Baghdad and the nights in it. But this is not all the delight of Westpool. From the very quays of the river the town rushes up to great heights, with streets so steep that often they are flights of steps as in St. Peter Port, and ladder-like ascents. And as I came to Middle Quay in Westpool that winter day, the sun hovered over the violet mists, and the windows of the houses on the heights flamed and flashed red, vehement fires. But the slight astonishment with which I had noted the shuttered and dismal aspect of the station road now became bewilderment. Middle Quay is the heart of Westpool, and all its business. I had always seen it swarm like an anthill. There were scarcely half a dozen people there on Saturday afternoon, and they seemed to be hurrying away. The Vintry and the Little Vintry, those famous streets, were deserted. I saw in a moment that I had come on a fool's errand. In Westpool assuredly there was no hurry or rush of war business, no swarm of eager shoppers for me to describe. I had an introduction to a well-known Westpool man. "Oh, no," he said, "we are very slack in Westpool. We are doing hardly anything. There's an aeroplane factory out at Oldham, and they're making high explosives by Portdown, but that doesn't affect us. Things are quiet, very quiet." I suggested that they might brighten up a little at night. "No," he said, "it really wouldn't be worth your while to stay on. You wouldn't find anything to write about, I assure you." I was not satisfied. I went out and about the desolate streets of the great city, I made inquiries at random, and always heard the same story: things were very slack. And I began to receive an extraordinary impression, that the few I met were frightened, and were making the best of their way, either out of the town, or to the safety of their own bolted doors and barred shutters. It was only the very special mention of a friendly commercial traveller of my acquaintance that got me a room for the night at the Pineapple on Middle Quay, overlooking the river. The landlord assented with difficulty, after praising the express to town. "It's a noisy place, this," he said, "if you're not used to it. I looked at him. It was as quiet as if we were in the heart of the forest or the desert. You see, he said, we don't do much in munitions, but there's a lot of night transport for the docks at Port Down. You know those climbing motors that they use in the army, caterpillars or whatever they call them. We get a lot of them through Westpool, we get all sorts of heavy stuff, and I expect they'll wake you at night. I wouldn't go to the window, if I were you, if you do wake up. They don't like anybody peering about. And I woke up in the dead of night. There was a thundering and a rumbling and a trembling of the earth such as I had never heard. And shouting too, and rolling oaths that sounded like judgment. I got up and drew the blind a little aside, in spite of the landlord's warning, and there was that desolate middle quay swarming with men, and the river full of great ships, faint and huge in the frosty mist, and sailing ships too. Men were rolling casks by the hundred down to the ships. Hurry up, you lazy lubbers, you damned sons of guns, damn ye, bellowed a huge voice. Shall the king's majesty lack powder? No, by God, he shall not, roared the answer. I rolled it aboard for old King George, and young King George shall be none the worse for me. And who the devil are you to speak so bold? Blast ye, Boss N, I fell at Trafalgar. The Great Return. The rumor of the marvelous. There are strange things lost and forgotten in obscure corners of the newspaper. I often think that the most extraordinary item of intelligence that I have read in print appeared a few years ago in the London press. It came from a well-known and most respected news agency. I imagine it was in all the papers. It was astounding. The circumstances necessary, not to the understanding of this paragraph, for that is out of the question, but, we will say, to the understanding of the events which made it possible, are these. We had invaded Tibet, and there had been trouble in the hierarchy of that country, and a personage known as the Tashi Lama had taken refuge with us in India. He went on pilgrimage from one Buddhist shrine to another, and came at last to a holy mountain of Buddhism, the name of which I have forgotten. And thus the morning paper. His Holiness the Tashi Lama then ascended the mountain and was transfigured, Reuter. That was all. And from that day to this I have never heard a word of explanation or comment on this amazing statement. There was no more, it seemed, to be said. Reuter, apparently, thought he had made his simple statement of the facts of the case, had thereby done his duty, and so it all ended. Nobody, so far as I know, ever wrote to any paper asking what Reuter meant by it, or what the Tashi Lama meant by it. I suppose the fact was that nobody cared tuppence about the matter. And so this strange event, if there were any such event, was exhibited to us for a moment, and the lantern show revolved to other spectacles. This is an extreme instance of the manner in which the marvelous is flashed out to us and then withdrawn behind its black veils and concealments, but I have known of other cases. Now and again, at intervals of a few years, there appear in the newspapers strange stories of the strange doings of what are technically called poltergeists. Some house, often a lonely farm, is suddenly subjected to an infernal bombardment. Great stones crash through the windows, thunder down the chimneys, impelled by no visible hand. The plates and cups and saucers are whirled from the dresser into the middle of the kitchen, no one can say how or by what agency. Upstairs the big bedstead and an old chest or two are heard bounding on the floor as if in a mad ballet. Now and then such doings as these excite a whole neighborhood. Sometimes a London paper sends a man down to make an investigation. He writes half a column of description on the Monday, a couple of paragraphs on the Tuesday, and then returns to town. Nothing has been explained, the matter vanishes away, and nobody cares. The tale trickles for a day or two through the press, and then instantly disappears, like an Australian stream, into the bowels of darkness. It is possible, I suppose, that this singular incuriousness as to marvelous events and reports is not wholly unaccountable. It may be that the events in question are, as it were, psychic accidents and misadventures. They are not meant to happen, or, rather, to be manifested. They belong to the world on the other side of the dark curtain, and it is only by some queer mischance that a corner of that curtain is twitched aside for an instant. Then, for an instant, we see, but the personages whom Mr. Kipling calls the Lords of Life and Death take care that we do not see too much. Our business is with things higher and things lower, with things different, anyhow. And on the whole we are not suffered to distract ourselves with that which does not really concern us. The transfiguration of the llama and the tricks of the poltergeist are evidently no affairs of ours. We raise an uninterested eyebrow and pass on, to poetry or to statistics. Be it noted, I am not professing any fervent personal belief in the reports to which I have alluded. For all I know, the llama, in spite of Reuter, was not transfigured, and the poltergeist, in spite of the late Mr. Andrew Lang, may in reality be only mischievous Polly, the servant girl at the farm. And to go farther, I do not know that I should be justified in putting either of these cases of the marvelous in line with a chance paragraph that caught my eye last summer. For this had not, on the face of it at all events, anything wildly out of the common. Indeed, I dare say that I should not have read it, should not have seen it, if it had not contained the name of a place which I had once visited, which had then moved me in an odd manner that I could not understand. Indeed, I am sure that this particular paragraph deserves to stand alone, for even if the poltergeist be a real poltergeist, it merely reveals the psychic whimsicality of some region that is not our region. There were better things and more relevant things behind the few lines dealing with Lantricent, the little town by the sea in Arfenshire. Not on the surface, I must say, for the cutting, I have preserved it, reads as follows. Lantricent. The season promises very favorably, temperature of the sea yesterday at noon, 65 degrees, remarkable occurrences are supposed to have taken place during the recent revival. The lights have not been observed lately. The Crown. The Fisherman's Rest. The style was odd certainly, knowing a little of newspapers, I could see that the figure called, I think, Tmesis, or cutting, had been generously employed, the exuberances of the local correspondent had been pruned by a Fleet Street expert. And these poor men are often hurried, but what did those lights mean? What strange matters had the vehement blue pencil blotted out and brought to naught? That was my first thought, and then, thinking still of Lantricent and how I had first discovered it and found it strange, I read the paragraph again, and was saddened almost to see, as I thought, the obvious explanation. I had forgotten for the moment that it was wartime, that scares and rumors and terrors about traitorous signals and flashing lights were current everywhere by land and sea. Someone, no doubt, had been watching innocent farmhouse windows and thoughtless fanlights of lodging houses. These were the lights that had not been observed lately. I found out afterwards that the Lantricent correspondent had no treasonous lights in his mind, but something very different. Still, what do we know? He may have been mistaken, the great rose of fire that came over the deep may have been the port light of a coasting ship. Did it shine at last from the old chapel on the headland? Possibly. Or possibly it was the doctor's lamp at Sarno, some miles away. I have had wonderful opportunities lately of analyzing the marvels of lying, conscious and unconscious, and indeed almost incredible feats in this way can be performed. If I incline to the less likely explanation of the lights at Lantricent, it is merely because this explanation seems to me to be altogether congruous with the remarkable occurrences of the newspaper paragraph. After all, if rumor and gossip and hearsay are crazy things to be utterly neglected and laid aside. On the other hand, evidence is evidence, and when a couple of reputable surgeons assert, as they do assert in the case of Olwen Phillips, Croswan, Lantricent, that there has been a kind of resurrection of the body. It is merely foolish to say that these things don't happen. The girl was a mass of tuberculosis, she was within a few hours of death, she is now full of life. And so, I do not believe that the rose of fire was merely a ship's light, magnified and transformed by dreaming Welsh sailors. But now I am going forward too fast. I have not dated the paragraph, so I cannot give the exact day of its appearance, but I think it was somewhere between the 2nd and 3rd week of June. I cut it out partly because it was about Lantricent, partly because of the remarkable occurrences. I have an appetite for these matters, though I also have this misfortune, that I require evidence before I am ready to credit them, and I have a sort of lingering hope that some day I shall be able to elaborate some scheme or theory of such things. But in the meantime, as a temporary measure, I hold what I call the doctrine of the jigsaw puzzle. That is, this remarkable occurrence, and that, and the other may be, and usually are, of no significance. Coincidence and chance and unsearchable causes will now and again make clouds that are undeniable fiery dragons, and potatoes that resemble eminent statesmen exactly minutely in every feature, and rocks that are like eagles and lions. All this is nothing. It is when you get your set of odd shapes and find that they fit into one another, and at last that they are but parts of a large design. It is then that research grows interesting and indeed amazing. It is then that one queer form confirms the other, that the whole plan displayed justifies, corroborates, explains each separate piece. So, it was within a week or 10 days after I had read the paragraph about Lantricent and had cut it out that I got a letter from a friend who was taking an early holiday in those regions. "You will be interested," he wrote, "to hear that they have taken to ritualistic practices at Lantricent. I went into the church the other day, and instead of smelling like a damp vault as usual, it was positively reeking with incense. I knew better than that. The old parson was a firm evangelical. He would rather have burnt sulphur in his church than incense any day. So I could not make out this report at all. And went down to Arfon a few weeks later determined to investigate this and any other remarkable occurrence at Lantricent. Odors of paradise. I went down to Arfon in the very heat and bloom and fragrance of the wonderful summer that they were enjoying there. In London there was no such weather. It rather seemed as if the horror and fury of the war had mounted to the very skies and were there reigning. In the mornings the sun burnt down upon the city with a heat that scorched and consumed. But then clouds heavy and horrible would roll together from all quarters of the heavens, and early in the afternoon the air would darken, and a storm of thunder and lightning, and furious, hissing rain would fall upon the streets. Indeed, the torment of the world was in the London weather. The city wore a terrible vesture, within our hearts was dread, without we were clothed in black clouds and angry fire. It is certain that I cannot show in any words the utter peace of that Welsh coast to which I came. One sees, I think, in such a change of figure of the passage from the disquiets and the fears of earth to the peace of paradise. A land that seemed to be in a holy, happy dream, a sea that changed all the while from olivine to emerald, from emerald to sapphire, from sapphire to amethyst, that washed in white foam at the bases of the firm, grey rocks. And about the huge crimson bastions that hid the western bays and inlets of the waters. To this land I came, and to hollows that were purple and odorous with wild thyme, wonderful with many tiny, exquisite flowers. There was benediction in Centauri, pardon in Eyebright, joy in Lady's Slipper. And so the weary eyes were refreshed, looking now at the little flowers and the happy bees about them, now on the magic mirror of the deep, changing from marvel to marvel with the passing of the great white clouds, with the brightening of the sun. And the ears, torn with jangle and racket and idle, empty noise, were soothed and comforted by the ineffable, unutterable, unceasing murmur, as the tides swarmed to and fro, uttering mighty, hollow voices in the caverns of the rocks. For 3 or 4 days I rested in the sun and smelt the savour of the blossoms and of the salt water, and then, refreshed, I remembered that there was something queer about Lantricent that I might as well investigate. It was no great thing that I thought to find, for, it will be remembered, I had ruled out the apparent oddity of the reporters, or commissioners' reference to lights, on the ground that he must have been referring to some local panic about signalling to the enemy, who had certainly torpedoed a ship or 2 off Lundy in the Bristol Channel. All that I had to go upon was the reference to the remarkable occurrences at some revival, and then that letter of Jackson's which spoke of Lantricent Church as reeking with incense, a wholly incredible and impossible state of things. Why, old Mr. Evans, the rector, looked upon coloured stoles as the very robe of Satan and his angels, as things dear to the heart of the Pope of Rome. But as to incense, as I have already familiarly observed, I knew better. But as a hard matter of fact, this may be worth noting, when I went over to Lantricent on Monday, August 9th, I visited the church, and it was still fragrant and exquisite with the odour of rare gums that had fumed there. Now I happened to have a slight acquaintance with the rector. He was a most courteous and delightful old man, and on my last visit he had come across me in the churchyard, as I was admiring the very fine Celtic cross that stands there. Besides the beauty of the interlaced ornament, there is an inscription in Ogham on one of the edges, concerning which the learned dispute. It is altogether one of the more famous crosses of Celtum. Mr. Evans, I say, seeing me looking at the cross, came up and began to give me, the stranger, a resume, somewhat of a shaky and uncertain resume. I found afterwards, of the various debates and questions that had arisen as to the exact meaning of the inscription, and I was amused to detect an evident but underlying belief of his own, that the supposed Ogham characters were, in fact, due to boys' mischief and weather and the passing of the ages. But then I happened to put a question as to the sort of stone of which the cross was made, and the rector brightened amazingly. He began to talk geology, and, I think, demonstrated that the cross or the material for it must have been brought to Lantricent from the southwest coast of Ireland. This struck me as interesting, because it was curious evidence of the migrations of the Celtic saints, whom the rector, I was delighted to find, looked upon as good Protestants, though shaky on the subject of crosses. And so, with concessions on my part, we got on very well. Thus, with all this to the good, I was emboldened to call upon him. I found him altered. Not that he was aged. Indeed, he was rather made young, with a singular brightening upon his face, and something of joy upon it that I had not seen before, that I have seen on very few faces of men. We talked of the war, of course, since that is not to be avoided. Of the farming prospects of the country, of general things, till I ventured to remark that I had been in the church, and had been surprised to find it perfumed with incense. You have made some alterations in the service since I was here last. You use incense now. The old man looked at me strangely, and hesitated. No, he said, there has been no change. I use no incense in the church. I should not venture to do so. But, I was beginning, the whole church is as if high mass had just been sung there, and he cut me short, and there was a certain grave solemnity in his manner that struck me almost with awe. I know you are a railer, he said, and the phrase coming from this mild old gentleman astonished me unutterably. You are a railer and a bitter railer. I have read articles that you have written, and I know your contempt and your hatred for those you call Protestants in your derision. Though your grandfather, the vicar of Caerleon on Usk, called himself Protestant and was proud of it, and your great-granduncle Hezekiah, Firiad Cockyer Castletown, the Red Priest of Castletown, was a great man with the Methodists in his day. And the people flocked by their thousands when he administered the sacrament. I was born and brought up in Glamorganshire, and old men have wept as they told me of the weeping and contrition that there was when the Red Priest broke the bread and raised the cup. But you are a railer, and see nothing but the outside and the show. You are not worthy of this mystery that has been done here. I went out from his presence rebuked indeed, and justly rebuked, but rather amazed. It is curiously true that the Welsh are still one people, one family almost, in a manner that the English cannot understand, but I had never thought that this old clergyman would have known anything of my ancestry or their doings. And as for my articles and such like, I knew that the country clergy sometimes read, but I had fancied my pronouncements sufficiently obscure, even in London, much more in Arfon. But so it happened, and so I had no explanation from the rector of Lantricent of the strange circumstance, that his church was full of incense and odors of paradise. I went up and down the ways of Lantricent wondering, and came to the harbour, which is a little place, with little quays where some small coasting trade still lingers. A brigantine was at anchor here, and very lazily in the sunshine they were loading it with anthracite, for it is one of the oddities of Lantricent that there is a small colliery in the heart of the wood on the hillside. I crossed a causeway which parts the outer harbour from the inner harbour, and settled down on a rock beach hidden under a leafy hill. The tide was going out, and some children were playing on the wet sand, while two ladies, their mothers, I suppose, talked together as they sat comfortably on their rugs at a little distance from me. At first they talked of the war, and I made myself deaf, for of that talk one gets enough, and more than enough, in London. Then there was a period of silence, and the conversation had passed to quite a different topic when I caught the thread of it again. I was sitting on the further side of a big rock, and I do not think that the two ladies had noticed my approach. However, though they spoke of strange things, they spoke of nothing which made it necessary for me to announce my presence. And, after all, one of them was saying, "What is it all about? I can't make out what is come to the people." This speaker was a Welsh woman. I recognized the clear, overemphasized consonants and a faint suggestion of an accent. Her friend came from the Midlands, and it turned out that they had only known each other for a few days. Theirs was a friendship of the beach and of bathing. Such friendships are common at small seaside places. There is certainly something odd about the people here. I have never been to Llantrisant before, you know. Indeed, this is the first time we've been in Wales for our holidays, and knowing nothing about the ways of the people and not being accustomed to hear Welsh spoken, I thought, perhaps, it must be my imagination. But you think there really is something a little queer? I can tell you this, that I have been in two minds whether I should not write to my husband and ask him to take me and the children away. You know where I am at Mrs. Morgan's, and the Morgan sitting room is just the other side of the passage, and sometimes they leave the door open, so that I can hear what they say quite plainly. And you see I understand the Welsh, though they don't know it. And I hear them saying the most alarming things. What sort of things? Well, indeed, it sounds like some kind of a religious service, but it's not Church of England, I know that. Old Morgan begins it, and the wife and children answer. Something like, "Blessed be God for the messengers of paradise. Blessed be his name for paradise in the meat and in the drink. Thanksgiving for the old offering. Thanksgiving for the appearance of the old altar. Praise for the joy of the ancient garden. Praise for the return of those that have been long absent." And all that sort of thing. It is nothing but madness. Depend upon it, said the lady from the Midlands, there's no real harm in it. They're dissenters, some new sect, I dare say. You know some dissenters are very queer in their ways. All that is like no dissenters that I have ever known in all my life whatever, replied the Welsh lady somewhat vehemently, with a very distinct intonation of the land. And have you heard them speak of the bright light that shone at midnight from the church? A secret in a secret place. Now here was I altogether at a loss and quite bewildered. The children broke into the conversation of the two ladies and cut it short, just as the midnight lights from the church came on the field, and when the little girls and boys went back again to the sands whooping, the tide of talk had turned. And Mrs. Harland and Mrs. Williams were quite safe and at home with Janie's measles, and a wonderful treatment for infantile earache, as exemplified in the case of Trevor. There was no more to be got out of them, evidently, so I left the beach, crossed the harbour causeway, and drank beer at the Fisherman's Rest till it was time to climb up 2 miles of deep lane and catch the train for Penfro, where I was staying. And I went up the lane, as I say, in a kind of amazement. And not so much, I think, because of evidences and hints of things strange to the senses, such as the savour of incense where no incense had smoked for 350 years and more, or the story of bright light shining from the dark. Closed church at dead of night, as because of that sentence of thanksgiving for paradise in meat and in drink. For the sun went down and the evening fell as I climbed the long hill through the deep woods and the high meadows, and the scent of all the green things rose from the earth and from the heart of the wood. And at a turn of the lane far below was the misty glimmer of the still sea, and from far below its deep murmur sounded as it washed on the little hidden, enclosed bay where Llantrisant stands. And I thought, if there be paradise in meat and in drink, so much the more is there paradise in the scent of the green leaves at evening and in the appearance of the sea and in the redness of the sky. And there came to me a certain vision of a real world about us all the while, of a language that was only secret because we would not take the trouble to listen to it and discern it. It was almost dark when I got to the station, and here were the few feeble oil lamps lit, glimmering in that lonely land, where the way is long from farm to farm. The train came on its way, and I got into it. And just as we moved from the station I noticed a group under one of those dim lamps. A woman and her child had got out, and they were being welcomed by a man who had been waiting for them. I had not noticed his face as I stood on the platform, but now I saw it as he pointed down the hill towards Lantricent, and I think I was almost frightened. He was a young man, a farmer's son, I would say, dressed in rough brown clothes, and as different from old Mr. Evans, the rector, as one man might be from another. But on his face, as I saw it in the lamplight, there was the like brightening that I had seen on the face of the rector. It was an illuminated face, glowing with an ineffable joy, and I thought it rather gave light to the platform lamp than received light from it. The woman and her child, I inferred, were strangers to the place, and had come to pay a visit to the young man's family. They had looked about them in bewilderment, half alarmed, before they saw him. And then his face was radiant in their sight, and it was easy to see that all their troubles were ended and over. A wayside station and a darkening country, and it was as if they were welcomed by shining, immortal gladness, even into paradise. But though there seemed in a sense light all about my ways, I was myself still quite bewildered. I could see, indeed, that something strange had happened or was happening in the little town hidden under the hill, but there was so far no clue to the mystery, or rather, the clue had been offered to me, and I had not taken it. I had not even known that it was there. Since we do not so much as see what we have determined, without judging, to be incredible, even though it be held up before our eyes. The dialogue that the Welsh Mrs. Williams had reported to her English friend might have set me on the right way. But the right way was outside all my limits of possibility, outside the circle of my thought. The paleontologist might see monstrous, significant marks in the slime of a river bank, but he would never draw the conclusions that his own peculiar science would seem to suggest to him. He would choose any explanation rather than the obvious, since the obvious would also be the outrageous, according to our established habit of thought, which we deem final. The next day I took all these strange things with me for consideration to a certain place that I knew of not far from Penfro. I was now in the early stages of the jigsaw process, or rather I had only a few pieces before me, and, to continue the figure, my difficulty was this, that though the markings on each piece seemed to have design and significance, yet I could not make the wildest guess as to the nature of the whole picture, of which these were the parts. I had clearly seen that there was a great secret, I had seen that on the face of the young farmer on the platform of Lantricent station. And in my mind there was all the while the picture of him going down the dark, steep, winding lane that led to the town and the sea, going down through the heart of the wood, with light about him. But there was bewilderment in the thought of this, and in the endeavor to match it with the perfumed church and the scraps of talk that I had heard and the rumor of midnight brightness. And though Penfro is by no means populous, I thought I would go to a certain solitary place called the Old Camp Head, which looks towards Cornwall and to the great deeps that roll beyond Cornwall to the far ends of the world. A place where fragments of dreams, they seemed such then, might, perhaps, be gathered into the clearness of vision. It was some years since I had been to the Head, and I had gone on that last time and on a former visit by the cliffs, a rough and difficult path. Now I chose a landward way, which the county map seemed to justify, though doubtfully, as regarded the last part of the journey. So, I went inland and climbed the hot summer by-roads, till I came at last to a lane which gradually turned turfy and grass-grown, and then on high ground, ceased to be. It left me at a gate in a hedge of old thorns. And across the field beyond there seemed to be some faint indications of a track. One would judge that sometimes men did pass by that way, but not often. It was high ground but not within sight of the sea. But the breath of the sea blew about the hedge of thorns, and came with a keen savour to the nostrils. The ground sloped gently from the gate and then rose again to a ridge, where a white farmhouse stood all alone. I passed by this farmhouse, threading an uncertain way, followed a hedgerow doubtfully, and saw suddenly before me the old camp, and beyond it the sapphire plain of waters and the mist where sea and sky met. Steep from my feet the hill fell away, a land of gorse blossom, red gold and mellow, of glorious purple heather. It fell into a hollow that went down, shining with rich green bracken, to the glimmering sea. And before me, and beyond the hollow rose a height of turf, bastioned at the summit with the awful, age-old walls of the old camp, green, rounded circumvallations, wall within wall, tremendous, with their myriad years upon them. Within these smoothed, green mounds, looking across the shining and changing of the waters in the happy sunlight, I took out the bread and cheese and beer that I had carried in a bag, and ate and drank, and lit my pipe. And set myself to think over the enigmas of Lantricent. And I had scarcely done so when, a good deal to my annoyance, a man came climbing up over the green ridges, and took up his stand close by, and stared out to sea. He nodded to me, and began with, "Fine weather for the harvest," in the approved manner, and so sat down and engaged me in a net of talk. He was of Wales, it seemed, but from a different part of the country, and was staying for a few days with relations, at the white farmhouse which I had passed on my way. His tale of nothing flowed on to his pleasure and my pain, till he fell suddenly on Lantricent and its doings. I listened then with wonder, and here is his tale condensed. Though it must be clearly understood that the man's evidence was only second-hand, he had heard it from his cousin, the farmer. So, to be brief, it appeared that there had been a long feud at Lantricent between a local solicitor, Lewis Prothero, we will say, and a farmer named James. There had been a quarrel about some trifle, which had grown more and more bitter as the two parties forgot the merits of the original dispute, and by some means or other, which I could not well understand. The lawyer had got the small freeholder under his thumb. James, I think, had given a bill of sale in a bad season, and Prothero had bought it up, and the end was that the farmer was turned out of the old house, and was lodging in a cottage. People said he would have to take a place on his own farm as a laborer. He went about in dreadful misery, piteous to see. It was thought by some that he might very well murder the lawyer, if he met him. They did meet, in the middle of the marketplace at Lantricent one Saturday in June. The farmer was a little black man, and he gave a shout of rage, and the people were rushing at him to keep him off Prothero. And then, said my informant, I will tell you what happened. This lawyer, as they tell me, he is a great big brawny fellow, with a big jaw and a wide mouth, and a red face and red whiskers. And there he was in his black coat and his high hard hat, and all his money at his back, as you may say. And, indeed, he did fall down on his knees in the dust there in the street in front of Philip James, and every one could see that terror was upon him. And he did beg Philip James's pardon, and beg of him to have mercy, and he did implore him by God and man and the saints of paradise. And my cousin, John Jenkins, Penmar, he do tell me that the tears were falling from Lewis Prothero's eyes like the rain. And he put his hand into his pocket and drew out the deed of Panurge, Philip James's old farm that was, and did give him the farm back and £100 for the stock that was on it, and £200, all in notes of the bank, for amendment and consolation. And then, from what they do tell me, all the people did go mad, crying and weeping and calling out all manner of things at the top of their voices. And at last nothing would do but they must all go up to the churchyard, and there Philip James and Lewis Prothero they swear friendship to one another for a long age before the old cross, and everyone sings praises. And my cousin he do declare to me that there were men standing in that crowd that he did never see before in Lantricent in all his life, and his heart was shaken within him as if it had been in a whirlwind. I had listened to all this in silence. I said then, "What does your cousin mean by that? Men that he had never seen in Lantricent." "What men?" "The people," he said very slowly, "call them the fishermen." And suddenly there came into my mind the rich fisherman, who in the old legend guards the holy mystery of the Graal. The ringing of the bell. So far I have not told the story of the things of Lantricent, but rather the story of how I stumbled upon them and among them, perplexed and wholly astray, seeking, but yet not knowing at all what I sought. Bewildered now and again by circumstances which seemed to me wholly inexplicable, devoid, not so much of the key to the enigma, but of the key to the nature of the enigma. You cannot begin to solve a puzzle till you know what the puzzle is about. Yards divided by minutes, said the mathematical master to me long ago, will give neither pigs, sheep, nor oxen. He was right, though his manner on this and on all other occasions was highly offensive. This is enough of the personal process, as I may call it, and here follows the story of what happened at Lantricent last summer, the story as I pieced it together at last. It all began, it appears, on a hot day, early in last June. so far as I can make out, on the first Saturday in the month. There was a deaf old woman, a Mrs. Perry, who lived by herself in a lonely cottage a mile or so from the town. She came into the marketplace early on the Saturday morning in a state of some excitement, and as soon as she had taken up her usual place on the pavement by the churchyard, with her ducks and eggs and a few very early potatoes, she began to tell her neighbors about her having heard the sound of a great bell. The good women on each side smiled at one another behind Mrs. Perry's back, for one had to bawl into her ear before she could make out what one meant, and Mrs. Williams, Pennicote, bent over and yelled, "What bell should that be, Mrs. Perry? There's no church near you up at Penrue." "Do you hear what nonsense she talks?" said Mrs. Williams in a low voice, to Mrs. Morgan. As if she could hear any bell, whatever. "What makes you talk nonsense yourself?" said Mrs. Perry, to the amazement of the two women. "I can hear a bell as well as you, Mrs. Williams, and as well as your whispers either. And there is the fact, which is not to be disputed, though the deductions from it may be open to endless disputations. This old woman who had been all but stone deaf for 20 years, the defect had always been in her family, could suddenly hear on this June morning as well as anybody else. And her two old friends stared at her, and it was some time before they had appeased her indignation, and induced her to talk about the bell. It had happened in the early morning, which was very misty. She had been gathering sage in her garden, high on a round hill looking over the sea. And there came in her ears a sort of throbbing and singing and trembling, as if there were music coming out of the earth, and then something seemed to break in her head, and all the birds began to sing and make melody together. And the leaves of the poplars round the garden fluttered in the breeze that rose from the sea, and the cock crowed far off at Twin, and the dog barked down in Kemmy's valley. But above all these sounds, unheard for so many years, there thrilled the deep and chanting note of the bell, like a bell and a man's voice singing at once. They stared again at her and at one another. "Where did it sound from?" asked one. "It came sailing across the sea," answered Mrs. Perry quite composedly, "and I did hear it coming nearer and nearer to the land." "Well, indeed," said Mrs. Morgan, "it was a ship's bell then, though I can't make out why they would be ringing like that." "It was not ringing on any ship, Mrs. Morgan," said Mrs. Perry. "Then where do you think it was ringing?" "Why, Maradwies," replied Mrs. Perry. "Now that means, in paradise," and the two others changed the conversation quickly. They thought that Mrs. Perry had got back her hearing suddenly, such things did happen now and then, and that the shock had made her a bit queer. And this explanation would no doubt have stood its ground, if it had not been for other experiences. Indeed, the local doctor, who had treated Mrs. Perry for a dozen years, not for her deafness, which he took to be hopeless and beyond cure, but for a tiresome and recurrent winter cough, sent an account of the case to a colleague at Bristol, suppressing, naturally enough, the reference to paradise. The Bristol physician gave it as his opinion that the symptoms were absolutely what might have been expected. "You have here, in all probability," he wrote, "the sudden breaking down of an old obstruction in the oral passage, and I should quite expect this process to be accompanied by tinnitus of a pronounced and even violent character." But for the other experiences? As the morning wore on and drew to noon, High Market, and to the utmost brightness of that summer day, all the stalls and the streets were full of rumors and of odd faces. Now from one lonely farm, now from another, men and women came and told the story of how they had listened in the early morning with thrilling hearts to the thrilling music of a bell that was like no bell ever heard before. And it seemed that many people in the town had been roused, they knew not how, from sleep. Waking up, as one of them said, as if bells were ringing and the organ playing, and a choir of sweet voices singing all together, there were such melodies and songs that my heart was full of joy. And a little past noon some fishermen who had been out all night returned, and brought a wonderful story into the town of what they had heard in the mist, and one of them said he had seen something go by at a little distance from his boat. It was all golden and bright, he said, and there was glory about it. Another fisherman declared, there was a song upon the water that was like heaven. And here I would say in parenthesis that on returning to town I sought out a very old friend of mine, a man who has devoted a lifetime to strange and esoteric studies. I thought that I had a tale that would interest him profoundly, but I found that he heard me with a good deal of indifference. And at this very point of the sailor's stories I remember saying, "Now what do you make of that? Don't you think it's extremely curious?" He replied, "I hardly think so. Possibly the sailors were lying, possibly it happened as they say. Well, that sort of thing has always been happening. I gave my friend's opinion, I make no comment on it. Let it be noted that there was something remarkable as to the manner in which the sound of the bell was heard, or supposed to be heard. There are, no doubt, mysteries in sounds as in all else. Indeed, I am informed that during one of the horrible outrages that have been perpetrated on London during this autumn there was an instance of a great block of workmen's dwellings in which the only person who heard the crash of a particular bomb falling was an old deaf woman, who had been fast asleep till the moment of the explosion. This is strange enough of a sound that was entirely in the natural, and horrible, order. And so it was at Lantricent, where the sound was either a collective auditory hallucination or a manifestation of what is conveniently, if inaccurately, called the supernatural order. For the thrill of the bell did not reach to all ears, or hearts. Deaf Mrs. Perry heard it in her lonely cottage garden, high above the misty sea. But then, in a farm on the other or western side of Lantricent, a little child, scarcely 3 years old, was the only one out of a household of 10 people who heard anything. He called out in stammering baby Welsh something that sounded like, "Clisho 4, Clisho 4, the great bells," and his mother wondered what he was talking about. Of the crews of half a dozen trawlers that were swinging from side to side in the mist, not more than 4 men had any tale to tell. And so it was that for an hour or two the men who had heard nothing suspected his neighbor, who had heard marvels, of lying. And it was some time before the mass of evidence coming from all manners of diverse and remote quarters convinced the people that there was a true story here. A might suspect B, his neighbor, of making up a tale. But when C, from some place on the hills 5 miles away, and D, the fisherman on the waters, each had a like report, then it was clear that something had happened. And even then, as they told me, the signs to be seen upon the people were stranger than the tales told by them and among them. It has struck me that many people in reading some of the phrases that I have reported will dismiss them with laughter as very poor and fantastic inventions. Fishermen, they will say, do not speak of a song like heaven or of a glory about it. And I dare say this would be a just enough criticism if I were reporting English fishermen, but, odd though it may be, Wales has not yet lost the last shreds of the grand manner. And let it be remembered also that in most cases such phrases are translated from another language, that is, from the Welsh. So, they come trailing, let us say, fragments of the cloud of glory in their common speech. And so, on this Saturday, they began to display, uneasily enough in many cases, their consciousness that the things that were reported were of their ancient right and former custom. The comparison is not quite fair. But conceive Hardy's old Derbyfield suddenly waking from long slumber to find himself in a noble 13th-century hall, waited on by kneeling pages, smiled on by sweet ladies in silken cotehardies. So by evening time there had come to the old people the recollection of stories that their fathers had told them as they sat round the hearth of winter nights, 50, 60, 70 years ago. Stories of the wonderful bell of Tylo Sant, that had sailed across the glassy seas from Sion, that was called a portion of paradise, and the sound of its ringing was like the perpetual choir of the angels. Such things were remembered by the old and told to the young that evening, in the streets of the town and in the deep lanes that climbed far hills. The sun went down to the mountain red with fire like a burnt offering, the sky turned violet, the sea was purple, as one told another of the wonder that had returned to the land after long ages. The rose of fire. It was during the next 9 days, counting from that Saturday early in June, the first Saturday in June, as I believe, that Lantricent and all the regions about became possessed either by an extraordinary set of hallucinations or by a visitation of great marvels. This is not the place to strike the balance between the two possibilities. The evidence is, no doubt, readily available, the matter is open to systematic investigation. But this may be said, the ordinary man, in the ordinary passages of his life, accepts in the main the evidence of his senses, and is entirely right in doing so. He says that he sees a cow, that he sees a stone wall, and that the cow and the stone wall are there. This is very well for all the practical purposes of life, but I believe that the metaphysicians are by no means so easily satisfied as to the reality of the stone wall and the cow. Perhaps they might allow that both objects are there, in the sense that one's reflection is in a glass. There is an actuality, but is there a reality external to oneself? In any event, it is solidly agreed that, supposing a real existence, this much is certain, it is not in the least like our conception of it. The ant and the microscope will quickly convince us that we do not see things as they really are, even supposing that we see them at all. If we could see the real cow, she would appear utterly incredible as the things I am to relate. Now, there is nothing that I know much more unconvincing than the stories of the red light on the sea. Several sailors, men on small coasting ships, who were working up or down the channel on the Saturday night, spoke of seeing the red light, and it must be said that there is a very tolerable agreement in their tales. All make the time as between midnight of the Saturday and 1 o'clock on the Sunday morning. 2 of those sailor men are precise as to the time of the apparition, they fix it by elaborate calculations of their own as occurring at 12:20 a.m. And the story? A red light, a burning spark seen far away in the darkness, taken at the first moment of seeing for a signal, and probably an enemy signal. Then it approached at a tremendous speed, and one man said he took it be the port light of some new kind of Navy motor boat which was developing a rate hitherto unheard of, 100 or 150 knots an hour. And then, in the third instant of the sight, it was clear that this was no earthly speed. At first a red spark in the farthest distance, then a rushing lamp. And then, as if in an incredible point of time, it swelled into a vast rose of fire that filled all the sea and all the sky and hid the stars and possessed the land. I thought the end of the world had come, one of the sailors said. And then, an instant more, and it was gone from them, and 4 of them say that there was a red spark on Chapel Head, where the old grey chapel of St. Tylo stands, high above the water, in a cleft of the limestone rocks. And thus the sailors. And thus their tales are incredible, but they are not incredible. I believe that men of the highest eminence in physical science have testified to the occurrence of phenomena every whit as marvelous, to things as absolutely opposed to all natural order, as we conceive it. And it may be said that nobody minds them. That sort of thing has always been happening, as my friend remarked to me. But the men, whether or no the fire had ever been without them, there was no doubt that it was now within them, for it burned in their eyes. They were purged as if they had passed through the furnace of the sages governed with wisdom that the alchemists know. They spoke without much difficulty of what they had seen, or had seemed to see, with their eyes, but hardly at all of what their hearts had known when for a moment the glory of the fiery rose had been about them. For some weeks, afterwards, they were still, as it were, amazed, almost, I would say, incredulous. If there had been nothing more than the splendid and fiery appearance, showing and vanishing, I do believe that they themselves would have discredited their own senses and denied the truth of their own tales. And one does not dare to say whether they would not have been right. Men like Sir William Crookes and Sir Oliver Lodge are certainly to be heard with respect, and they bear witness to all manner of apparent aversions of laws which we, or most of us, consider far more deeply founded than the ancient hills. They may be justified, but in our hearts we doubt. We cannot wholly believe in inner sincerity that the solid table did rise, without mechanical reason or cause, into the air, and so defy that which we name the law of gravitation. I know what may be said on the other side, I know that there is not true question of law in the case. That the law of gravitation really means just this, that I have never seen a table rising without mechanical aid, or an apple, detached from the bough, soaring to the skies instead of falling to the ground. The so-called law is just the sum of common observation and nothing more, yet I say, in our hearts we do not believe that the tables rise. Much less do we believe in the rose of fire that for a moment swallowed up the skies and seas and shores of the Welsh coast last June. And the men who saw it would have invented fairy tales to account for it, I say again, if it had not been for that which was within them. They said, all of them, and it was certain now that they spoke the truth, that in the moment of the vision, every pain and ache and malady in their bodies had passed away. One man had been vilely drunk on venomous spirit, procured at Jobson's Hold down by the Cardiff docks. He was horribly ill, he had crawled up from his bunk for a little fresh air, and in an instant his horrors and his deadly nausea had left him. Another man was almost desperate with the raging hammering pain of an abscess on a tooth. He says that when the red flame came near he felt as if a dull, heavy blow had fallen on his jaw, and then the pain was quite gone. He could scarcely believe that there had been any pain there. And they all bear witness to an extraordinary exaltation of the senses. It is indescribable, this, for they cannot describe it. They are amazed, again. They do not in the least profess to know what happened, but there is no more possibility of shaking their evidence than there is a possibility of shaking the evidence of a man who says that water is wet and fire hot. I felt a bit queer afterwards, said one of them, and I steadied myself by the mast, and I can't tell how I felt as I touched it. I didn't know that touching a thing like a mast could be better than a big drink when you're thirsty, or a soft pillow when you're sleepy. I heard other instances of this state of things, as I must vaguely call it, since I do not know what else to call it. But I suppose we can all agree that to the man in average health, the average impact of the external world on his senses is a matter of indifference. The average impact. A harsh scream, the bursting of a motor tire, any violent assault on the oral nerves will annoy him, and he may say, damn. Then, on the other hand, the man who is not fit will easily be annoyed and irritated by someone pushing past him in a crowd, by the ringing of a bell, by the sharp closing of a book. But so far as I could judge from the talk of these sailors, the average impact of the external world had become to them a fountain of pleasure. Their nerves were on edge, but an edge to receive exquisite sensuous impressions. The touch of the rough mast, for example, that was a joy far greater than is the joy of fine silk to some luxurious skins. They drank water and stared as if they had been Finn's gourmets tasting an amazing wine. The creak and whine of their ship on its slow way were as exquisite as the rhythm and song of a Bach fugue to an amateur of music. And then, within, these rough fellows have their quarrels and strifes and variances and envyings like the rest of us. But that was all over between them that had seen the rosy light. Old enemies shook hands heartily, and roared with laughter as they confessed one to another what fools they had been. I can't say how it has happened or what has happened at all, said one, but if you have all the world and the glory of it, how can you fight for 5 pence? The church of Llantrisant is a typical example of a Welsh parish church, before the evil and horrible period of Restoration. This lower world is a palace of lies, and of all foolish lies there is none more insane than a certain vague fable about the medieval Freemasons, a fable which somehow imposed itself upon the cold intellect of Hallam the historian. The story is, in brief, that throughout the Gothic period, at any rate, the art and craft of church building were executed by wandering guilds of Freemasons, possessed of various secrets of building and adornment, which they employed wherever they went. If this nonsense were true, the Gothic of Cologne would be as the Gothic of Cone, and the Gothic of Alls like to the Gothic of Abingdon. It is so grotesquely untrue that almost every county, let alone every country, has its distinctive style in Gothic architecture. Arfon is in the west of Wales. Its churches have marks and features which distinguish them from the churches in the east of Wales. The Llantrisant church has that primitive division between nave and chancel which only very foolish people decline to recognize as equivalent to the Oriental iconostasis and as the origin of the Western rood screen. A solid wall divided the church into 2 portions. In the center was a narrow opening with a rounded arch, through which those who sat towards the middle of the church could see the small, red-carpeted altar and the 3 roughly shaped lancet windows above it. The reading pew was on the outer side of this wall of partition, and here the rector did his service, the choir being grouped in seats about him. On the inner side were the pews of certain privileged houses of the town and district. On the Sunday morning the people were all in their accustomed places, not without a certain exultation in their eyes, not without a certain expectation of they knew not what. The bells stopped ringing, the rector, in his old-fashioned, ample surplice, entered the reading desk, and gave out the hymn, "My God, and is thy table spread?" And, as the singing began, all the people who were in the pews within the wall came out of them and streamed through the archway into the nave. They took what places they could find up and down the church, and the rest of the congregation looked at them in amazement. Nobody knew what had happened. Those whose seats were next to the aisle tried to peer into the chancel, to see what had happened or what was going on there. But somehow the light flamed so brightly from the windows above the altar, those being the only windows in the chancel, one small lancet in the south wall excepted, that no one could see anything at all. It was as if a veil of gold adorned with jewels was hanging there, one man said, and indeed there are a few odds and scraps of old painted glass left in the eastern lancets. But there were few in the church who did not hear now and again voices speaking beyond the veil. Olwen's dream. The well-to-do and dignified personages who left their pews in the chancel of Llantrisant Church and came hurrying into the nave could give no explanation of what they had done. They felt, they said, that they had to go, and to go quickly. They were driven out, as it were, by a secret, irresistible command. But all who were present in the church that morning were amazed, though all exulted in their hearts. For they, like the sailors who saw the rose of fire on the waters, were filled with a joy that was literally ineffable, since they could not utter it or interpret it to themselves. And they too, like the sailors, were transmuted, or the world was transmuted for them. They experienced what the doctors call a sense of bien-être, but a bien-être raised to the highest power. Old men felt young again, eyes that had been growing dim now saw clearly, and saw a world that was like paradise, the same world, it is true, but a world rectified and glowing, as if an inner flame shone in all things, and behind all things. And the difficulty in recording this state is this, that it is so rare an experience that no set language to express it is in existence. A shadow of its raptures and ecstasies is found in the highest poetry. There are phrases in ancient books telling of the Celtic saints that dimly hint at it. Some of the old Italian masters of painting had known it, for the light of it shines in their skies and about the battlements of their cities that are founded on magic hills. But these are but broken hints. It is not poetic to go to Apothecary's Hall for similes. But for many years I kept by me an article from the Lancet or the British Medical Journal, I forget which, in which a doctor gave an account of certain experiments he had conducted with a drug called the mescal button, or Anhelonium lewinii. He said that while under the influence of the drug he had but to shut his eyes, and immediately before him there would rise incredible Gothic cathedrals, of such majesty and splendor and glory that no heart had ever conceived. They seemed to surge from the depths to the very heights of heaven, their spires swayed amongst the clouds and the stars, they were fretted with admirable imagery. And as he gazed, he would presently become aware that all the stones were living stones, that they were quickening and palpitating, and then that they were glowing jewels, say, emeralds, sapphires, rubies, opals. But of hues that the mortal eye had never seen. That description gives, I think, some faint notion of the nature of the transmuted world into which these people by the sea had entered, a world quickened and glorified and full of pleasures. Joy and wonder were on all faces. But the deepest joy and the greatest wonder were on the face of the rector. For he had heard through the veil the Greek word for holy, 3 times repeated. And he, who had once been a horrified assistant at High Mass in a foreign church, recognized the perfume of incense that filled the place from end to end. It was on that Sunday night that Olwen Phillips of Crowswen dreamed her wonderful dream. She was a girl of 16, the daughter of small farming people, and for many months she had been doomed to certain death. Consumption, which flourishes in that damp, warm climate, had laid hold of her. Not only her lungs but her whole system was a mass of tuberculosis. As is common enough, she had enjoyed many fallacious brief recoveries in the early stages of the disease, but all hope had long been over, and now for the last few weeks she had seemed to rush vehemently to death. The doctor had come on the Saturday morning, bringing with him a colleague. They had both agreed that the girl's case was in its last stages. "She cannot possibly last more than a day or two," said the local doctor to her mother. He came again on the Sunday morning and found his patient perceptibly worse, and soon afterwards she sank into a heavy sleep, and her mother thought that she would never wake from it. The girl slept in an inner room communicating with the room occupied by her father and mother. The door between was kept open, so that Mrs. Phillips could hear her daughter if she called to her in the night. And Owen called to her mother that night, just as the dawn was breaking. It was no faint summons from a dying bed that came to the mother's ears, but a loud cry that rang through the house, a cry of great gladness. Mrs. Phillips started up from sleep in wild amazement, wondering what could have happened. And then she saw Owen, who had not been able to rise from her bed for many weeks past, standing in the doorway in the faint light of the growing day. The girl called to her mother, "Ma'am. Ma'am. It is all over. I am quite well again." Mrs. Phillips roused her husband, and they sat up in bed staring, not knowing on earth, as they said afterwards, what had been done with the world. Here was their poor girl wasted to a shadow, lying on her deathbed, and the life sighing from her with every breath, and her voice, when she last uttered it, so weak that one had to put one's ear to her mouth. And here in a few hours she stood up before them, and even in that faint light they could see that she was changed almost beyond knowing. And, indeed, Mrs. Phillips said that for a moment or two she fancied that the Germans must have come and killed them in their sleep, and so they were all dead together. But Owen called out again, so the mother lit a candle and got up and went tottering across the room, and there was Owen all gay and plump again, smiling with shining eyes. Her mother led her into her own room, and set down the candle there, and felt her daughter's flesh, and burst into prayers, and tears of wonder and delight, and thanksgivings, and held the girl again to be sure that she was not deceived. And then Owen told her dream, though she thought it was not a dream. She said she woke up in the deep darkness, and she knew the life was fast going from her. She could not move so much as a finger, she tried to cry out, but no sound came from her lips. She felt that in another instant the whole world would fall from her, her heart was full of agony. And as the last breath was passing her lips, she heard a very faint, sweet sound, like the tinkling of a silver bell. It came from far away, from over by Tynoed. She forgot her agony and listened, and even then, she says, she felt the swirl of the world as it came back to her. And the sound of the bell swelled and grew louder, and it thrilled all through her body, and the life was in it. And as the bell rang and trembled in her ears, a faint light touched the wall of her room and reddened, till the whole room was full of rosy fire. And then she saw standing before her bed 3 men in blood-colored robes with shining faces. And one man held a golden bell in his hand. And the second man held up something shaped like the top of a table. It was like a great jewel, and it was of a blue color, and there were rivers of silver and of gold running through it and flowing as quick streams flow, and there were pools in it as if violets had been poured out into water. And then it was green as the sea near the shore, and then it was the sky at night with all the stars shining, and then the sun and the moon came down and washed in it. And the third man held up high above this a cup that was like a rose on fire, there was a great burning in it, and a dropping of blood in it, and a red cloud above it, and I saw a great secret. And I heard a voice that sang 9 times, "Glory and praise to the conqueror of death, to the fountain of life immortal." Then the red light went from the wall, and it was all darkness, and the bell rang faint again by Capel Tylo, and then I got up and called to you. The doctor came on the Monday morning with the death certificate in his pocketbook, and Owen ran out to meet him. I have quoted his phrase in the first chapter of this record, a kind of resurrection of the body. He made a most careful examination of the girl. He has stated that he found that every trace of disease had disappeared. He left on the Sunday morning a patient entering into the coma that precedes death, a body condemned utterly and ready for the grave. He met at the garden gate on the Monday morning a young woman in whom life sprang up like a fountain, in whose body life laughed and rejoiced as if it had been a river flowing from an unending well. Now this is the place to ask one of those questions, there are many such, which cannot be answered. The question is as to the continuance of tradition, more especially as to the continuance of tradition among the Welsh Celts of today. On the one hand, such waves and storms have gone over them. The wave of the heathen Saxons went over them, then the wave of Latin medievalism, then the waters of Anglicanism. Last of all the flood of their queer Calvinistic Methodism, half Puritan, half pagan. It may well be asked whether any memory can possibly have survived such a series of deluges. I have said that the old people of Llantrisant had their tales of the Bell of Tylo Sant, but these were but vague and broken recollections. And then there is the name by which the strangers who were seen in the marketplace were known. That is more precise. Students of the Graal legend know that the keeper of the Graal in the romances is the king fisherman, or the rich fisherman. Students of Celtic hagiology know that it was prophesied before the birth of Dewey, or David, that he should be a man of aquatic life, that another legend tells how a little child, destined to be a saint, was discovered on a stone in the river. How through his childhood a fish for his nourishment was found on that stone every day, while another saint, Eiler, if I remember, was expressly known as the fisherman. But has the memory of all this persisted in the church-going and chapel-going people of Wales at the present day? It is difficult to say. There is the affair of the healing cup of Nant Eos, or Tregaron healing cup, as it is also called. It is only a few years ago since it was shown to a wandering harper, who treated it lightly, and then spent a wretched night, as he said, and came back penitently and was left alone with the sacred vessel to pray over it, till his mind was at rest. That was in 1887. Then, for my part, I only know modern Wales on the surface. I am sorry to say, I remember 3 or 4 years ago speaking to my temporary landlord of certain relics of St. Tylo, which are supposed to be in the keeping of a particular family in that country. The landlord is a very jovial merry fellow, and I observed with some astonishment that his ordinary, easy manner was completely altered as he said, gravely, that will be over there, up by the mountain, pointing vaguely to the north. And he changed the subject, as a Freemason changes the subject. There the matter lies, and its appositeness to the story of Llantrisant is this, that the dream of Olwen Phillips was, in fact, the vision of the Holy Graal. The Mass of the San Graal. Firiadwer Melchisedec. Firiadwer Melchisedec, shouted the old Calvinistic Methodist deacon with the grey beard, priesthood of Melchizedek. Priesthood of Melchizedek. And he went on. The bell that is like YGLWIS your angel YM Maradwis, the joy of the angels in paradise, is returned. The altar that is of a color that no man can discern is returned, the cup that came from Sion is returned, the ancient offering is restored, the 3 saints have come back to the church of the Tri-Sant, the 3 holy fishermen are amongst us. And their net is full. Gagoniant, Gagoniant, glory, glory. Then another Methodist began to recite in Welsh a verse from Wesley's hymn. God still respects thy sacrifice. Its savour sweet doth always please. The offering smokes through earth and skies, diffusing life and joy and peace. To these thy lower courts it comes, and fills them with divine perfumes. The whole church was full, as the old books tell, of the odour of the rarest spiceries. There were lights shining within the sanctuary, through the narrow archway. This was the beginning of the end of what befell at Llantrisant. For it was the Sunday after that night on which Olwen Phillips had been restored from death to life. There was not a single chapel of the dissenters open in the town that day. The Methodists with their minister and their deacons and all the nonconformists had returned on this Sunday morning to the old hive. One would have said, a church of the Middle Ages, a church in Ireland today. Every seat, save those in the chancel, was full, all the aisles were full, the churchyard was full. Everyone on his knees, and the old rector kneeling before the door into the holy place. Yet they can say but very little of what was done beyond the veil. There was no attempt to perform the usual service. When the bells had stopped the old deacon raised his cry, and priest and people fell down on their knees as they thought they heard a choir within singing, Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia. And as the bells in the tower ceased ringing, there sounded the thrill of the bell from Sion, and the golden veil of sunlight fell across the door into the altar, and the heavenly voices began their melodies. A voice like a trumpet cried from within the brightness. Agios, Agios, Agios. And the people, as if an age-old memory stirred in them, replied. Agios your tad, Agios your mab, Agios your wespryd glan. Sant, 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 drinded Sant vendigade. Sanctus arguid Sabaoth, Dominus Deus. There was a voice that cried and sang from within the altar. Most of the people had heard some faint echo of it in the chapels. A voice rising and falling and soaring in awful modulations that rang like the trumpet of the last angel. The people beat upon their breasts, the tears were like rain of the mountains on their cheeks. Those that were able fell down on their faces before the glory of the veil. They said afterwards that men of the hills, 20 miles away, heard that cry and that singing, rushing upon them on the wind, and they fell down on their faces, and cried, The offering is accomplished, knowing nothing of what they said. There were a few who saw 3 come out of the door of the sanctuary, and stand for a moment on the pace before the door. These 3 were in dyed vesture, red as blood. One stood before 2, looking to the west, and he rang the bell. And they say that all the birds of the wood, and all the waters of the sea, and all the leaves of the trees, and all the winds of the high rocks uttered their voices with the ringing of the bell. And the second and the third. They turned their faces one to another. The second held up the lost altar that they once called Sapphirus, which was like the changing of the sea and of the sky, and like the immixture of gold and silver. And the third heaved up high over the altar a cup that was red with burning and the blood of the offering. And the old rector cried aloud then before the entrance. Bendigide your offering Ynoes Esod, blessed be the offering unto the ages of ages. And then the mass of the Sangral was ended, and then began the passing out of that land of the holy persons and holy things that had returned to it after the long years. It seemed, indeed, to many that the thrilling sound of the bell was in their ears for days, even for weeks after that Sunday morning. But thenceforth neither bell nor altar nor cup was seen by anyone. Not openly, that is, but only in dreams by day and by night. Nor did the people see strangers again in the market of Lantricent, nor in the lonely places where certain persons oppressed by great affliction and sorrow had once or twice encountered them. But that time of visitation will never be forgotten by the people. Many things happened in the 9 days that have not been set down in this record, or legend. Some of them were trifling matters, though strange enough in other times. Thus a man in the town who had a fierce dog that was always kept chained up found one day that the beast had become mild and gentle. And this is stranger, Edward Davies, of Llanafon, a farmer, was roused from sleep one night by a queer yelping and barking in his yard. He looked out of the window and saw his sheepdog playing with a big fox. They were chasing each other by turns, rolling over and over one another, cutting such capers as I did never see the like, as the astonished farmer put it. And some of the people said that during this season of wonder the corn shot up, and the grass thickened, and the fruit was multiplied on the trees in a very marvelous manner. More important, it seemed, was the case of Williams, the grocer. Though this may have been a purely natural deliverance. Mr. Williams was to marry his daughter Mary to a smart young fellow from Carmarthen, and he was in great distress over it. Not over the marriage itself, but because things had been going very badly with him for some time, and he could not see his way to giving anything like the wedding entertainment that would be expected of him. The wedding was to be on the Saturday, that was the day on which the lawyer, Louis Prothero, and the farmer, Philip James, were reconciled, and this John Williams, without money or credit, could not think how shame would not be on him for the meagreness and poverty of the wedding feast. And then on the Tuesday came a letter from his brother, David Williams, Australia, from whom he had not heard for 15 years. And David, it seemed, had been making a great deal of money, and was a bachelor, and here was with his letter a paper good for £1,000, you may as well enjoy it now as wait till I am dead. This was enough, indeed, one might say. But hardly an hour after the letter had come, the lady from the big house, Place Mar, drove up in all her grandeur, and went into the shop and said, "Mr. Williams, your daughter Mary has always been a very good girl, and my husband and I feel that we must give her some little thing on her wedding, and we hope she'll be very happy." It was a gold watch worth £15. And after Lady Watson, advances the old doctor with a dozen of port, 40 years upon it, and a long sermon on how to decant it. And the old rector's old wife brings to the beautiful dark girl 2 yards of creamy lace, like an enchantment, for her wedding veil, and tells Mary how she wore it for her own wedding 50 years ago. And the squire, Sir Watson, as if his wife had not been already with a fine gift, calls from his horse, and brings out Williams and barks like a dog at him, "Goin' to have a wed-din, Williams? Can't have a wed-din without champagne, why, no. Wouldn't be legal, don't why, no. So look out for a couple of cases." So Williams tells the story of the gifts, and certainly there was never so famous a wedding in Lantricent before. All this, of course, may have been altogether in the natural order. The glow, as they call it, seems more difficult to explain. For they say that all through the 9 days, and indeed after the time had ended, there never was a man weary or sick at heart in Lantricent, or in the country round it. For a man felt that his work of the body or the mind was going to be too much for his strength, then there would come to him of a sudden a warm glow and a thrilling all over him, and he felt as strong as a giant, and happier than he had ever been in his life before, so that lawyer and hedger each rejoiced in the task that was before him, as if it were sport and play. And, much more wonderful than this or any other wonders was forgiveness, with love to follow it. There were meetings of old enemies in the marketplace and in the street that made the people lift up their hands and declare that it was as if one walked the miraculous streets of Sion. But as to the phenomena, the occurrences for which, in ordinary talk, we should reserve the word miraculous. Well, what do we know? The question that I have already stated comes up again, as to the possible survival of old tradition in a kind of dormant, or torpid, semi-conscious state. In other words, did the people see and hear what they expected to see and hear? This point, or one similar to it, occurred in a debate between Andrew Lang in Anatole, France, as to the visions of Joan of Arc. France stated that when Joan saw St. Michael, she saw the traditional archangel of the religious art of her day, but to the best of my belief Andrew Lang proved that the visionary figure Joan described was not in the least like the 15th century conception of Saint Michael. So, in the case of Lantricent, I have stated that there was a sort of tradition about the holy bell of Tylo Sant. And it is, of course, barely possible that some vague notion of the Graal Cup may have reached even Welsh country folks through Tennyson's Idylls. But so far I see no reason to suppose that these people had ever heard of the portable altar, called Saphris in William of Malmesbury, or of its changing colors, that no man could discern. And then there are the other questions of the distinction between hallucination and the vision, of the average duration of one and the other, and of the possibility of collective hallucination. If a number of people all see, or think they see, the same appearances, can this be merely hallucination? I believe there is a leading case on the matter, which concerns a number of people seeing the same appearance on a church wall in Ireland. But there is, of course, this difficulty, that one may be hallucinated and communicate his impression to the others, telepathically. But at the last, what do we know?